Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome. Welcome in. I hope you are doing very, very well. This is Foxhole Friday. We're doing our Tales from the Foxhole. I'm so glad to see you all here. Simon has the best present for us of all time, and I
Amazing.
love him. I
Fabulous.
love him. Yeah, I want to marry him,
Thank you, thank you.
or I just want to marry his mustache. It's unclear. Um,
It has its own voice with a Scottish accent. I don't know why.
Fair.
And what's
I
its
get it.
name?
Yeah,
I don't know
what's his
yet.
name? Mm, hmm.
Listen, I already have the name shit in my head, so the mustache is going to take a while.
Fair enough. So I want to say thank you for being here, and I think we've got. I want to make sure I've got all the things up where we should have them. Yes. Okay. So I'm so excited for this. This is part two of an amazing game that came out in 1985 called Sandman: Map of Halal. This is a brand new system in 1985 that was meant to do something that people were not really doing as much, which was to be really narrative and cinematic. How to tell a story in a way that's not as sort of wargamey as games around it. And in the little preface, they're like, we're not even quite certain we should call this a role playing game since it involves so much role playing. But okay, let's do it. My, how things have changed the times. But it was a huge flop. it it was a massive flop. They even promised that you could win $10,000 if you could figure out the identity of the Sandman. But again, it was a huge flop. I don't think anyone got that $10,000. But I have been obsessed with this game ever since I was a kid and saw, the cover of this game that looked something like that, and I thought, oh, I want to run this, but I was very young and had no money, so I never bought it. And then much later, I was like, I know that eBay is a thing. And so through eBay, I got this game, and then I pulled together these amazing people, all of whom have been in City of Light and Shadow, the French Resistance Fate campaign that I ran at some point in time. I was able to just sneak Simon in, but that's okay. We'll get him more later. And since this opening adventure takes place in Casablanca, sort of the film, in occupied Casablanca, I thought these would be a great group of people, and I'm lucky and happy to have them here. I will say that there are things here that might be exciting, not as exciting as that wonderful facial hair that Simon has, that I'm so jealous of because it is so good. But nonetheless, some very exciting things, which maybe we'll talk about later. Let me do the thing. Thank you for being here. You being here does everything. At the moment, The Gamblers is on our season break, which means we have got time to do other games, including this one, and I'm super excited for it. There will be other exciting things happening, but we'll find out which one. If you would like to support us, thank you very much. The best way you can do that is by being here and watching the show, either here or on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, please give a subscribe and a comment if you like, subscribe, all that business. If you're here, thanks for being here. You can also retweet our tweet or skeet our skeet on Bluesky.
You use the proper word. Yep.
That's
Team Ski.
I didn't make it up. I didn't even make it up though. You can also give tips and bits if you like. If you do, I'll read out any tips and bits messages at the end. You can be one of our Patreons. We have a $3 Patreon. There's a special $200 tier, which is to go and sponsorship tier, which will pay for 4 players for 1 week, and all of that sort of all those donations and tips and Patreon, they go to help pay for the cast. They get paid first, and then artists or musicians, because these people are all the people that I work with are really good at what they do. I have been honored and lucky to have some of the best players around who are really amazing agree to play at my table, and people who spend, time, money, and effort on getting a good webcam and a microphone and time, and they could be spending their time doing other things, but they spend time with me, and so I think it's important to compensate them. And so Thank you for helping me do that. That said, let's dive in and do a bit of a recap. In this particular adventure, there are no character sheets. Well, there are handouts, but there's no normal sort of character sheet that you can think of. But instead of stats and all that, they get cards, which right here you can see what they look like. They get skill cards. They have 2. Everyone has 2 to start with in this particular adventure. Because here's the thing, there are 4 of them, and when you get to the next adventure, you don't lose your old cards, you just get new ones. And so then you'll end up with a very eclectic mix of skills, is what I would say. Anyhow, our protagonists found themselves waking up on a train on its way to Casablanca, and they did not remember who they were. They had all of the knowledge that anyone from 1985 would have, even though, as it turns out, they're on a train going to Casablanca in the 1940s. They had a colleague with them who was murdered. Awkward. That wasn't great. They found out who they were. They have ID. They all work for the Ohio University, the Ohio State University. There's a whole thing with you can't just say Ohio State University, apparently. You must say the Ohio State University. That's apparently a thing. I have friends from Ohio who let me know this. Hawkeye's like, some Ohio State University. And I was like, I don't know. Okay, but that's cool. But they work for the Ohio State University. They apparently are archaeologists, doctors. They remember having training and skills, which is a little bit weird to them because they also remember Reagan being elected president, so that's odd. But on the train, they were there trying to figure out what they were. They learned that they were going to Casablanca to do an archaeological dig. Then they go through a tunnel. There are gunshots. Their colleague is murdered. That's awkward. His case goes missing that he had, a special case. Then they realize that actually there were these 2 Nazis in the train car next to them, and they were also murdered. Then the police come. The police are questioning them. What's going on? They decide a sketchy man throws a gun into their compartment. They decide rather than keep the gun, they would throw it out a window.
One of the smartest things that's ever happened.
Yeah, because the police
good
searched
call
their
in
cabin.
hindsight.
Yeah. The police were like, we're looking for evidence on you all, but they could not find it because you were like, yeet, nope.
It's
No
like,
evidence
we
on us.
ain't having this.
Nope, no evidence. Terrible business on that one. They were interviewed by the police. They were then attacked by a man, sort of like a Bedouin who crashed through the window, and then like a mysterious man in a black suit.
Real knifey, that one.
Very knifey, who sort of appeared with a bunch of black sand.
There's a guy who busted through the
around.
window too.
Yeah,
I got his knife.
Yeah, the Indiana Jones guy.
Yeah.
The Indiana Jones guy. And
he came first.
They also dissipated.
They did.
Right?
Well,
Now,
he ran away
he
after
ran
I
away
stabbed him with a shard of glass.
Yeah.
Really good.
because he didn't like it. Now, it seemed to you that the man the man in black, let's just call him the Sandman, just randomly.
Theoretically speaking.
Yes, before he
Does that mean-
dissipated, he tried to get his hands on the case.
Mm-hmm.
But some people very nobly were like, nope, whoosh, push case away. And so when he dissipated, he was not able to take the case with him, which you all have. And the case includes having a map to this special cave and where you are sort of meant to go. Very injured and stabbed, though, you arrive in Casablanca. You heal in the hospital before you're interviewed by the chief of police, who lets you all know in no uncertain terms that he knows very well that you all are like sort of sympathizers with the French resistance.
He knows
and he
better
does
than we
not
do,
appreciate
apparently.
that.
I don't remember any of this.
Yeah, the ring.
Yes.
Yeah.
You may not remember that, but he certainly does, and he doesn't like it. And he's like, don't cause trouble. And as a matter of fact, he takes your passports and your visa, so you cannot leave Casablanca. You do not have
Oops.
papers to escape.
Not legally.
Nope, you'd have to get some, though, but you do not currently have any. And he's like,
Or
you
steal
can't
a boat.
leave Casablanca. Now, you can still do your archaeological dig. You found out that
Yeah.
you have a sniper rifle that you have been hidden, and you went to go see Rick's because you have a hotel. You're going to go to Rick's Cafe Americain to go and meet up with a contact. And when you do, bright daylight, you go into Rick's, and when you get into Rick's, it is nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
Humphrey Bogart is there as Rick. Many of the people that you see are people from the film Casablanca, the actors, except that they're not aware of themselves as being actors. They are just these people. So that's a little bit weird. So it's not
Almost
like,
as if the movie came to life somehow through some
Weird.
nefarious mean.
yes, almost as if the movie came to life somehow through perhaps nefarious means. You have learned that there is an assassin out to get you because you met with a resistance contact called the Sandman, who is from Europe, who apparently is out to get you because you have something. You have something. You have something that they want. So, when we left you off, there were a couple of things that we were at. You need to get supplies to go on your archaeological dig, and you were recommended the Blue Parrot as a place where you might be able to get these supplies. You were meeting with Paul de Vries, who's the Minister of Cultural Affairs and also a member of the French Resistance. And this Blue Parrot, which you had all clocked a bit earlier, is a place where you might be able to get supplies to go to where you're going. Maybe also fake visas, because that place was, as Rocket's character,
Who's sketchy?
your character may be a little sketchy.
But in the best way.
Was able to clock as, oh, that's a sketchy place. I perhaps know sketchy places. That's a sketchy place. So that might be a place for you to go and find supplies, maybe fake visas, that might get you out of here whenever you get what you need. But if I remember correctly, you were told that the prices for that place are particularly high. So you are going to need money. And if you wanted to get money, you might try gambling at this here casino in the back that is not officially there, because that might be a way to sort of just pick up some money through gambling. And if I believe, when we left, De Vries, your contact, had left, and you were in the Cafe Americain with the Blue Parrot as a place to go for supplies, perhaps fake visas, all of that, but also the casino as a place to perhaps get more money. And I believe, before I officially pull back the curtain on our crew, I did want to ask you all to say who you are as a player. And, okay, I'm gonna have to ask you this twice. I want you to, just say, give us your name, and then say who your character remembers being and what they remember about who they are, and then also what they think about the situation they're in. Let us start off with Lindy.
I knew you were gonna call me. Hi, I'm Lindy.
How did you
Laugh,
know?
love, Lindy. I just had a gut feeling of, oh no, Trooper's gonna make me go first. But hi,
Yes.
yes, Lindy, Laugh Live Lindy. I am playing Margaret J. Ross, archaeologist and good with a pistol. So basically, I'm Indiana Jones, and I was very excited about it last time, discovering
Yes.
that. I did a lot of stabbing though last time we played for being good with a gun. So maybe I should get some skill in
Because
that if we keep playing.
because your
I know,
guns were
weird.
confiscated.
Yeah, I thought that I have one now though. It's great taking people's things when they disappear. Um, Anyways, yeah, what does my character remember? I don't think we remember much of anything except
That is
that
correct.
we remember 1985 because we all have amnesia. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mm, mm,
Remember
mm.
stuff from 1985? Yeah. I don't think she has any recollection of who else she was back then.
Yeah.
I didn't get any
What
weird
about
flashbacks or anything.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I could do? Hold on. I can, in our map, Lindy, I
Yes.
really did not put your names on our map area because you had not yet picked up your ID. Give me your name if you would.
Margaret J. Ross.
Margaret. Do you go by Maggie, Peggy?
Oh, that's a great question. I don't remember being this person. So probably Margaret.
I know.
Probably just the full.
I like that you're like, I have no idea what nickname I go by. That's
Yep.
weird.
Also,
Yeah.
is
let's
Peggy short for Margaret?
Yeah,
yes.
it is.
I never
Actually,
I
knew.
don't know if she went
yeah.
by Peggy. Whoever my character was before hates it. Hates being called Peggy. Is okay with being called Ross though.
Nice, nice. Yeah, Peggy, Peg, Maggie, Margie,
Meg.
Margaret, Meg, Greta, Gretel, uh,
It's probably fine with
Gretchen.
Meg. Meg
Oh,
or
Peggy
Ross.
Sue.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Yeah,
yeah.
just yeah.
Nicknames,
Um,
Meg or Ross. Nothing else. But
that's
I'll
it.
stab you if it's Peggy.
And you're good at stabbing.
I am. Improvised weapons. Let's go.
Simon, you are up next. Who are you? Who are you playing? What does your character remember who they
Hello.
are? What are they good at? What are they thinking?
So I'm Simon at One Ring DM, he, him. I am playing Dr. William Bright, MD. He's well, as far as he remembers, is a doctor, but also a staunch anti-fascist and Nazi hunter, something of the sort, as discovered by the ring on his finger.
Mhm. Suspicious.
I was supposed to be some sort of professor, I guess, from the Ohio State University. Going to Casablanca for an archaeological dig. And now I do not trust anything. I have a disassembled sniper rifle on my person. I apparently know how to use it. I used to have a gun, but it was taken away. And I think we're all going mad. Because
That's
nothing makes
possible.
sense.
Yes. Yes. Maybe all these people are just in your mind. That's possible.
Maybe we are strapped to a machine.
Yeah. You know what? I'm sure it's totally fine. I wouldn't even worry about it. Yes. So, last but not least, Rocket, who are you? Who are you playing? What do they remember about themselves, and what do they think about what's going on?
Hi everyone. Hello, it's me, Rocket Fox. And I am playing Janice Harris, she's a girl who loves fast cars and watching lots of movies. She loves to go to the pictures. I will say she is probably, because she was the first one who kind of clocked, like, when they were being interrogated by that angry policeman, like, hey, wait a minute, I know you. But also in a way that like I don't think you know you. So I think in a lot of ways she would be much like I Rocket Fox would be real thrilled about this whole scenario. Just like, oh my goodness, look at me, we're in a movie. Oh, that's so fun.
Oh.
Yeah, and of course, like you know, it comes with dangers and such, but we're in a movie. I watch lots of I love movies. So I think that would be kind of her main take on this. She remembers being a stunt driver. She well, I think like and has kind of pieced together that in this particular world, she along with the admirable Margaret J. Ross are the actual like on the ground archaeologist persons from the Ohio State University.
You don't actually know
let
any
me see.
archaeology, though. It's a little sus.
Yeah, I don't know that we have any skills in that.
I
but,
do. I'm a legit archaeologist.
I
I'm a
don't.
big
I don't know that
reader.
I have any skills in that.
You don't. We tried. It was
I kind of just
bad.
here. I'm just here for fun.
Yeah.
Listen,
You're here to do the shady stuff. Like someone assembled this team and it was not us.
I'm just,
Uh-huh.
I'm just happy to be here, guys. Aren't we having fun? Isn't this the bee's knees? Aren't we having a good time?
You keep mentioning all these movies. I haven't seen I'm not a movie person. I just
This is great.
Yeah, apparently.
ah.
And I am gonna fix a command and break. I know that one. So, and I'm Trooper SJP. I am the GM, Sandkeeper, Director. Every game likes to have a new name for a game master. I'm sure that's actually not it. I just made that up. It's
Bandmaster.
fine. I feel like it's like Director. I really feel like that's what they went with. But it's cool. It's cool. So let us cat herder. That's true. Now I will note this is a particularly this is a game that really cares about props. So I will note that our protagonists so far have discovered a few maps. They have the map of Halal, which is this map that perhaps is what the Sandman is looking for. It's unclear. They know they're supposed to be going towards the Great Cave to get some sort of treasure, they think. And the map has this sort of saying written on it. I, Halal, sea warrior of Allah, did despoil the vessels of the infidel Christians, taking much precious treasure. With my crew of 40 men, I did hide this treasure in the great cave of Anfa. There shall you find your fortune, my son. And apparently, this is where they are heading on their expedition that they need to find materials for. They also had found a letter from Paul de Vries, the Minister of Culture, who is their French resistance contact, which was very exciting. I made these letters look much older because I like props a lot. And if I'm able to make props, I will have them. They also had a little letter to Paul, who's their dead friend now, who at the Hotel Francis, who reserved their
Who?
hotel
I
for
never
them.
knew
That
a
was
Paul.
Great.
We don't know
What of a
anything
friend was
about
he
him.
Really?
Well, you know, he's dead now.
He's missing. Let's pretend
Um,
like we don't know him. Let's just.
Yeah. They also had a map. Paul had that map with him that showed a bunch of arrows going from Vichy, France, and people throwing Europe to Algeria to Casablanca, a plane up to Lisbon, and then out to America, route for freedom, which seems to imply that some people in this group, perhaps all three of you and your dead friend Paul, might be part of some sort of operation smuggling people out of occupied Europe, which, you know, I don't think your friends here like. Just, you know. And then the last thing that you had was a map from Paul saying, Esteemed colleagues, my sincere apologies for having missed your train. I was unavoidably detained. I would like to be your host tonight at Rick's Cafe Americain at 2000 hours, 8 p.m. to you Americans. The map below is my own crude rendering. I hope it's of use, and it has right the bazaar, the city wall, the Hotel Français where you're at, the Blue Parrot, Rick's Cafe. Right, it's got all of your places. The Prefect of Police where you hang out, the German embassy. So this is your lovely, lovely time that you have. But you are now at the Cafe Americain. A man is playing as time goes by on the piano. There is there's some mopey, misty, melancholy people in the background thinking about lost loves. And behind a curtain is most likely where the casino is. What all do you do?
Well, I think we're going to need some money. Is anyone here good at gambling?
Oh,
Play the cards, the tables, the
I don't
dice?
think so. I don't think that's my speciality. If there's like a trivia night, I could probably do that.
I'm not sure if we're going to make a lot of money from a trivia night.
That's fair. But you good at the gambling?
Well, to be fair, I don't know. Does anyone have any dice I can throw? You can find out.
I don't have dice.
do not have dice either on my person. I don't.
We would
think,
have some coins and stuff on us, right?
I have $200 in
do-
French francs.
Yeah,
That is
but
correct.
isn't that old paper?
Okay. Here, someone give me a coin.
Here?
Okay. So what she's gonna do is she's gonna take and trying to think of the best way to do this. She's gonna flip it. I'm trying to think of things that go along in my meat brain with gambling. So she's gonna flip it and then she's gonna like catch it, not look at it, and just like make a guess. Just to see what, you know, maybe there's some inherent luck, something she has.
This game uses percentile.
Yeah.
You have the bargaining skill. Would you mind rolling it for me?
I would love to.
If you might, that would be lovely, lovely. Roll that percentile for me. I would
Remind me,
appreciate it
do
very
we
much.
have
Just there's a button bottom left hand corner if you enable the
Oh.
hotbar. Yeah.
Thank you. It
I
even
did.
says
I made it for you because I care about you.
51%, which is almost 50%, which is nearly impossible to get if you're trying to. She said.
What are you saying?
I will just note that your skill in bargaining is 60, so that would be a success if you're going for the bargaining skill.
That's
all right.
Certainly am. That's right.
That is correct. To remind everybody, if you are not skilled in a thing at all, right? If you do not have that skill, and it is a normal sort of not under pressure sort of thing, then you're looking at a 40, if I recall correctly. And if you have a reduced chance, then it is a 20, right? That's That's if you are not skilled at all.
Yeah.
If you are skilled, then you're at a 60 for normal, like for regular, and 40 if it's under pressure. At least at first level. You can always, there are level ups at the end of the adventure. That is a possibility for later. So, what did you call heads or tails?
So she'll flip it and then catch it before she looks at it. Let's see. Well, based on where we are, let's go with tails. And then take a peek.
Look. It's heads. Nope, it's tails. it looked like it was heads for a moment. But then when
Oh.
you looked again, it was tails. You are correct. You
Mhm.
guessed right.
She'll hold and it's kind of sitting on top of her hand. She'll hold it over for both of them to see.
Yeah.
Well, look at that. I think I'm feeling lucky. Maybe I should be the one.
All right, then I'll
By
cheer
all
you on.
means.
It just, yeah, it was, it really, you really thought that it was heads at first. You really did. But it must have been a trick of the light. You know? Must have been. Must have been. So there's a door in the back
Let's
where
go.
the casino might be. And when you get to the door, it's closed. Just sort of a
Gonna lightly boop, boop, boop. In the way that like a lady of the era would, not like I feel like more modern if she came up would do like a cop knock or something, but it's a nice little delicate tap tap.
there's a pause. And then the door opens a crack, and you see this very, very burly man with no neck in a tuxedo that is still, he has no neck, so it's very tightly fitting. And he says, "Who goes there?"
Betty.
Betty.
And your name? She'll totally
He takes your hand and he goes, "The password?" And he kisses your hand.
kind of would glance back at the two of them. Okay, quick question. Being a film person who's probably seen this one a whole bunch of times, she would know, wouldn't she?
Yes, if you've seen this movie bunch of times, absolutely.
Okay, she would not glance. She would not glance back. She would immediately say the password, which I, Rocket, have not. It has been eons since I've seen Casablanca.
Never seen it.
Here's the thing.
What is it?
Here's the thing. You don't really remember it in the film, but when you think about it, you do. And it is, obviously, there's only one password in this circumstance. It would make sense. And you've seen it not only in films, but also cartoons. Open Sesame.
Oh, of course it is.
Obviously.
Open Sesame.
And he goes, "Good." And he kisses your hand one more time, and he opens up the door, just not fully wide open, but halfway so that you can sort of all come in to this back room.
Excuse me, let me just scooch on by.
And he's like, "Oh." And it is a little bit awkward because he's massively barrel chested. He's like one of those guys that, he eats enough. And
at
he
least
lives
6 chicken breasts at every meal.
Right. And when you are sort of escorted in, this back room is it's quite large, and it is crowded. It is completely full. And there are all of these Europeans in this casino. And there is what everyone is really crowded around about, and it's just like in the movie, is the roulette table. There's this roulette table, and everyone is crowded around the roulette table. And you can see that is where fortunes are lost and gained. That is the place. And when you sort of step in, a croupier sort of walks up to you and says, "There are no spectators allowed. Everyone here bets." You also know that gambling is illegal, so this is also probably a way to ensure that everyone here is implicated in whatever is going on in case. Do you know what I mean? Just in case.
Yeah, I think she immediately would be like, "Of course, of course, we're all here for serious matters." Looks around.
Yep, I just took my little perfume and I just put a little extra on. Seem like I'm in it.
He will give you chips for your money. How much money do you spend? I know you all had the money you had on you, but then you also had Paul's money.
Oh yes, let's spend Paul's money.
Let's.
How much was it
I
again?
believe he also had about 200. on him.
So
Now,
but also like 200 is a lot in
it is a
1942
lot of
money.
money.
We could probably
Yes,
bet
it
like
is.
$10 each and be like, that's pretty good. Because that's like, yeah.
Well, hang on. Let's see how the table feels about us.
Yeah, let's what
It's
is the average
oh, I'm
betting
sorry.
numbers going on
I
in
was
here?
right. I was wrong. It was $250 is what he had on him.
Oh, okay.
But in
Uh,
French
and-
francs or
The French, you have French francs, but it's the equivalent of 250 American dollars worth of French francs in, let's see, what, 1943?
yeah, it's a French
So-
franc is 2 pennies. It's 2 cents per franc.
Oh. Now,
Yeah,
I'd
but
like
it's
to
the
do this. 'cause
dollar
it's a thing that makes
equivalent.
me happy.
So
Yeah. In
Dollars.
Casablanca, the 20,000 francs is basically $400.
Ooh. Okay. So $250.
But it's 400 in in 1942, so it still is a lot of money back then.
yeah, $200 in 1942 was $3,829.
Yeah, like there's still it still
Yeah.
was a lot of money
Not
even in the
bad.
movie.
Yeah. So you've got like over $5,000. You know what I mean? Like y'all have got like about $5,000 on you, ish, in equivalent.
Yeah.
So-
So a $10 bet would be the equivalent of about $200 today.
Yeah.
So if we did $10 per, that'd be a pretty decent.
Yeah, I'd
Mhm.
say start with that, and like if things start looking real good, maybe pull out a couple extra coin, but
Yeah, that might.
But, like,
get
kind of-
to-
not initially let people see that we have that on us.
Yeah.
Mhm. When you come up to the roulette wheel, before you sit down and bet, the croupier says, excuse me, who recommended that you gamble with us?
Rick mentioned it.
Hmm. And he sort of looks at you. Hmm.
And then she's gonna be pulling this all over. Holds out her hand.
Yep.
Betty,
Betty. He kisses
it's
your
such a
hand.
pleasure to meet
Uh,
you.
And he goes to you, Miss Ross, to kiss your hand.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Hi, Roslyn.
Kisses your hand, and then he comes over to you, good doctor, and he puts out his hand.
Kiss his hand, kiss his hand, kiss his hand.
Wait, I'm not gonna kiss his hand. I'm gonna shake his hand.
No, have him kiss your hand.
Oh, I'll have him kiss my
he
hand.
takes your
then.
hand to shake it, but it's
Yeah.
very clear that he tilts it. He was looking to see if any of you have rings, and he notes your
Oh.
ring, and he just sort of shakes your hand
Mhm.
and nods, and he says, "Oh,
I'm a little
please
confused.
enjoy." And he goes. It's like he goes to shake your hand, but it's like almost kissing your hand. He just wants to get your ring, is what it is.
Does he give me a vibe of someone who, because I know this is supposed to be, the place, but does he give me the vibe of someone who's looking for the ring because he's going to snitch on us when our backs turn? Or he's looking for the ring because he
No.
seems to genuinely filter who's an ally and who's not?
Your vibe is neither one of those two things. It's closer to the filter who's an ally, who's not.
Mm.
But it feels to you like not only is he trying to filter who's an ally or who's not, but that he might have been expecting you, or he was like there's like a it's not just they're on our side, but more like,
okay.
oh. And as he leaves, you can hear him sort of like, you can see him sort of walk out and walk off and talk to this sort of handsome man with like medium build, white dinner jacket, black bow tie, Humphrey Bogart. He just sort of like mentions a couple words to this man who sort of just nods and sort of heads on back. And there you are at this roulette wheel, and the roulette wheel is spinning, and the croupier is rolling the ball, and people are sort of putting chips down, and it is like a full, sort of like everyone's very, very excited to see what is going to happen, who will win, who will lose, and you begin to bet. Is that so?
Yes.
Yep. We
Mhm.
have to.
Mm. You are there with a lot of other people who are also watching you, who are also gambling. And you lose a bit. Win a little, but then you lose a little bit more. You're down
Mhm.
about $20, $30. It's about
Ooh.
it's hard to know how long you've been there because after all, there are no windows. It's just one of these things. And there are people who are losing a lot more than you are. And you're kind of like, I would say you're in the slightly losing column, but you're not necessarily increasing your losses. You're kind of like hovering at like 20, 30 down. And some other people sort of like lose a lot more. They get up and they leave. People come and go. And after about an hour, perhaps, the man, Rick, played by Humphrey Bogart, walks up to the table. And you can see that he nods to the one croupier and the bodyguard who had let you in. And they nod back at him. And people smile and they go, oh, Rick. And he kind of just doesn't even really pay attention to them. And he looks at the record sheet of the croupier of wins and losses. And as he's looking, the croupier goes, evening, boss. And Rick sort of nods. And he looks at you, all three of you. He's got his cigarette. He takes a drag as he watches all three of you, and then he glances at the doctor's ring. And you notice that the cigarette is American made. And he walks over to your side of the table, and he just stops right by all three of you, as other people are winning and losing. And he says, have you tried 21 tonight?
Well, we were just about to. And at that, she would put everything on it.
And he says, I said, did you try 21? He says, just loud enough for the croupier to hear what he says, because it is quite loud, right?
Did you try 20?
And-
Did you try
21? Whoop.
He goes, And he kind of just drifts a little bit farther away. And the croupier spins the wheel.
While this is happening, Janice totally leans over to Margaret. Meg.
What?
Oh God, he was right here. Did you see him?
Yes. I know who that is. Yep.
How much do you put in?
Wow.
Well, where are we on losses versus, like, how much do we have?
We're about
You're about
30
20
down. 20, 30 down. 20 down.
30 down, yeah.
20 down.
And we each, if we divvied up what's his face's money 3 ways, we'd have gotten $83 person. So
I guess 20 between all of us or 20 each?
20 total.
20 total.
Oh, okay.
That's not too bad.
It's not too bad then.
We can afford more.
It's still
Divide up
still
probably
decent
about
money.
like.
It's Peter. It's not our money. I'll put 40. Yeah.
Janice is gonna put. We had 80. She's gonna put 65
On 21. I mean, he's hovering around us, right?
Yes, he is.
Has anyone around the table like noticed it? I mean, he's the big guy, right?
He is. No, they didn't notice. He said it to you, and then he just kind of said it to you again a little bit
Because
louder.
he's
and
the
other people
star.
No, but
people
it's
didn't really
more
seem
like
to notice.
Well, notice him shouting it out. But if we are seen next to the boss, and suddenly 2 out of 3 of the group put all their money or their chips on 21, if I also do it.
He moved slightly away, though. He sort of like walked by, sort of had that little
Okay,
conversation.
that's the
It was like
thing.
a drive-by. recommendation.
Because otherwise I would have done it on purpose to like lose like a tiny amount.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if all three of us are together, like we clearly came in together, so if we all put them on the same thing, I don't think
Same,
it's quite
yeah.
as weird as three
No.
total strangers.
Yeah, I'll put a 10 on 21.
As the wheel spins, it goes, and it starts to like, the wheel goes and bounces, and there's so many places it could be on that roulette wheel. It could be anywhere. And the croupier calls out, 21 is the winner.
Yeah,
a
start.
large number of chips are sort of pushed out. You're almost like double what you have.
Yes.
And Rick,
Oh, Jess almost
himself-
on the table completely, just pulling all the chips over.
and before you can pull them out, Rick, he put in a couple chips of his own
Mm-hmm.
onto 21. And he says, let it ride.
Pushes them back.
Do you
Of
let it ride?
course. What was
I
that?
mean, it's not my
you all
money
let it ride?
technically.
Yeah.
Sure.
Abs. Far be it for me to
Mhm.
go against Humphrey Bogart.
I just need to make we got 10 from our doctor.
Mm-hmm.
How much from Professor Ross?
40.
40. And you put in how much?
65.
65. Make it rain.
So that's 20, 80, and 130.
Mm-hmm.
And you all let it ride, is that correct?
That is correct.
I have to say that the odds are very bad that it would come up 21 again. Are you sure you want to let it ride?
You know,
You could lose
Trooper,
everything.
when things are truly random, the unexpected can happen.
Oh. The wheel spins
It's not
again.
my money.
The house called 21, and the house always wins. So
It's other people, by the way, move to other numbers. They think it's
Mhm.
impossible for it to come up 21 again.
I've rolled 2
And,
crit successes in Call of Cthulhu in a row. I'm gonna. It can happen. So let's say 2 crit failures.
It's quite odd as the wheel turns and turns, and even before, just a moment before the ball settles, the croupier says, 21's a winner! And the ball just falls right then on that 21. And
Oh
it's
my
like,
gosh!
Stops in one slot and then just boop, boop.
just a little boop, as if there were
It like
magnet,
almost ticks
perhaps.
over and then bounces back, and you're like, oh,
Wow.
Mhm.
Oh, jeepers.
oh my
And-
goodness! I'm gonna need another cigarette after that.
Now, you know the odds for what you should be getting, what you should win. Probably should be getting something like 22,300, like maybe $2,500 is what you should probably win out of that. But these chips keep getting pushed towards your end of the table. More than 2,300 are being pushed your way. And Rick just comes back over to your side and goes, remember, you're just lucky. Now, cash in your chips and never come to this gin joint again. I stick my neck out for nobody.
You don't even know. And she's still like partially on the table, just pulling all the chips in.
Yeah, I'm helping. Like,
And that's like
Just
a
my
direct
lucky day.
quote from the film, and you're like, that was from the film.
no idea.
Hey,
What?
he said the thing.
What do you? I've never seen it. I don't keep telling you, I've not seen the movie.
And he just says, hey, play it, Sam. You played it for her. Now play it for me. Talk to them.
I guess Sam's the pianist. I guess I don't know.
on you.
You have about $6,000
Oh,
worth of chips.
okay. That's like 2K each.
It's, and that's in that money. Do you know what I mean? So you're looking at like what? Couple 100,000?
We're rich. Thanks,
And,
Paul.
yeah. Oh, in today's money? Yeah, hold on.
Yeah,
6,000.
yeah. Yeah, because you're almost at like
Oh gosh. It would
it's like what,
6,000 in
60
1942 is $114,889 in today's money.
Yep, yep. So and
Yeah.
that and you should not have gotten that much, but that's how much was just handed over to you.
So
after
basically,
your-
like $40,000 a piece is what I'm saying.
Mhm.
With the money we had to start with too. Yeah.
And I'm assuming we
And,
would realize how much more valuable this is then, because we have all the knowledge of the
Yeah.
80s,
Oh,
but
yeah.
Yeah.
And
We grew up with our grandparents being
You-
like, back in my time, a loaf of bread only cost 2 cents.
and you're like, when were you born, Grandpa? And Dr.
Sliced
Harris,
bread wasn't a thing
you
yet.
definitely know that they just gave you extra money that you should not have gotten. You definitely know it because you know the odds really well. You were very good, dear old Janice, as it turns out, with odds and probabilities.
Mm.
As it turns out. You don't know why.
all of a sudden I feel like I remember being really good with odds and probability. I don't really know where it's coming from.
Maybe you were like the probability professor or something. Like maybe you actually were a professor, just not of archaeology.
Maybe I
Like
do
math.
Could
Math
be
stuff, yeah.
I mean,
Or
math and-
economics.
math, economics, swindling, it all goes hand in hand with stunt driving.
You're not wrong. Math stunt, sure. Yep.
Look at all this money.
Just maybe not say that out loud.
Wherever you are, bless him. I mean, may he rest in peace.
Yep.
So what do you do?
Sand dust. Try to get some goods.
Yeah, we should go to the blue parakeet.
Yep.
The Blue Parrot. This is, you were told by DeVries that the proprietor of the shop is a man named Ferrari. And when you go through the bazaar, the sort of, what would you call it? Crowded streets, there are, I am looking for this, thank you. The streets are crowded, and you have to. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you very much. Boom, boom. Excellent. So this place is super crowded. You have to make your way through lots and lots of people. There are cows. There are Europeans. People are sort of just. It's pandemonium, and you have to make your way through the old city center of Casablanca. People which way and what. You've got a couple of like Vichy police officers watching over people, seeing what's happening, what people are doing as you move through. And you make your way down to the southern part of the old city, still within the city walls. By the way, I was looking for the audio track Desert Bazaar, and I found it, so now I'm happy. Makes me happy. And you find this place, the Blue Parrot, and it is a tavern, a club, perhaps. That could be a way of describing it. If you don't mind, our lovely audience cannot hear it. Let me make sure we are porting over to them. Let's send them over here. There we go.
I just feel like it's very important while you do that to let the audience know that I'm drinking Moroccan mint tea this evening in honor of today's game.
Ooh. Oh, I love Moroccan mint tea.
Pretty
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Thought it fit the theme.
So this place is small and dingy. It's got that sort of white. So this is kind of like a nice sort of not white. It's kind of that red sandstone sort of color, and it is. There are a couple of native Moroccans sitting outside this tavern. Inside, of course, is where all the action is. And they're sitting outside with us, like at a small table, smoking a hookah. And they seem particularly burly for customers, is what I would say. They seem... And they were the same people that you saw sitting out here earlier today. They seem to just be the kind of clients who just hang out for a very long time, being very burly. You know.
I've been that, but not burly. But then been that person at an establishment, just there all day.
Hey, you're burly in spirit.
I am.
They're working on a screenplay. That's why they're here all day.
I'm sneaky burly.
Yeah.
Surprise.
When you make your way into the Blue Parrot, it is dark, and it's a little it's not particularly full of people, and the entire place is full of native Moroccans. There are no Europeans here, and the people who are here are sitting at the bar. They're sipping tea. They're smoking hookah. There's a parrot that's roosting in a corner, a very large parrot, as a matter of fact. And as you walk in, it squawks. Wah! Wah! And of course, that announces your arrival. And a man, quite large, less burly, but still quite large, in a white robes and a red fez, sits alone near the wall over there. And then there's another Moroccan sitting at a large table, and he's just counting money and swatting at flies as they sort of move by. And they just sort of note you, but nobody says anything.
I think Janice will first go up to the bar and order. I think go to the bar, look over and see what it looks like people are drinking for the most part, and then be like, I'll have one of those.
And the man behind the bar, who is old, wiry, ropey muscles, but still wearing these white robes, nods and sort of heads out back behind a place. It's not too long when he comes back with like a tea service, and he sort of slides across this sort of silver, not highly polished sort of teapot with 3 small teacups.
Thank you so much. And put down some money, but like an amount of money that says, hi, friend. I have some money that I'm wanting to spend here.
I see. So are you saying not tea amounts of money is what you're saying?
Not tea amounts of money, but like kind of deliberately slides it toward him. Thank you.
Looks at the amount and looks up at you.
She'll take the tea service and go. I imagine there's like cushion. It's like a floor seating situation. So she'll take the tea service and kind of like turn around and be like, well, come on, and go over and like, not like kind of a little more of a out of the way spot, so that if somebody wanted to come over and hang out and have a little chatsy, we're not right in the middle.
I need to ask, as we're making our way there, I'm staring at the guy with the red fez. That's not Salah, is it? He's not wearing a white suit with a red tie. Okay, he's wearing like some sort of white robe with... Okay, good.
I have a question.
Actor. Yes.
We're sitting here, we have some lovely tea, a lovely tea service, and we're waiting. While we're waiting, and I'm casually sipping my tea with my scarf that we got, because, you know, we're blending in a little bit more. I'm just, since I'm proficient in handgun, I want to see who in this bar is packing. I want to see like who's carrying, who looks like they're working a little bit more.
So You do not have to roll because that is not a difficult thing, right? Like basically,
Mhm.
if it is an easy thing for a person who is trained, if you did not have
Scouting
the
out.
training, you would have to roll,
Yeah.
right? But
Who
because
might
you,
become a problem if things go south, just in
Uh,
advance.
yes. So if you did not have the handgun skill, you would have to roll for this. But because you do have
Mhm.
it, you don't have to roll for this.
Nice.
So you do a scope. First
Mhm.
off, the guys up front definitely packing.
Definitely. Yeah.
Absolutely packing. The man counting the money is not packing, but
Okay.
the barkeep is.
Okay.
Um, the barkeep is, and in your guess, you cannot say for certain. You would guess he probably also has a much larger weapon underneath the bar.
Under
is
the
your
bar.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um, but what you're also noting about all of this is that they are keeping their weapons hidden.
Mhm. That's yeah.
They do have the bartender does have like a knife on his belt, as does
Mhm.
the man who's counting the money. The man in the fez does not seem to be armed at all. Not with a knife,
Interesting.
not with a gun. He doesn't seem to be armed. He is wearing robes, so you think he probably could be. But you don't get that vibe from him. You don't
Mhm.
have that sort of sense of how he's carrying himself.
Yeah.
He does not
They know other
seem to,
people
however.
will take care of him.
Mhm.
Yes, that's the vibe. The vibe is that he's not carrying anything because he does not need
Need
to.
to.
There are, you would guess, maybe there are like two customers here who seem to be customers who are off in a corner drinking their tea, having a bit of a chat in Arabic. They don't seem to be, they seem to be locals and not keeping a low profile. Like they just want to
Mhm.
have their tea, right? Have some hookah,
Yeah.
have a nice time, and then go. They're not really like they're like
Oh,
they're
maybe we
doing the
should get a
equivalent of this,
hookah.
right?
Yeah.
Like they're doing the equivalent of this. This is what they're doing, right? They're like just they're not trying to hide. It's not like they're suspicious. It's like we've come in to get
They're
some.
just here to hang out and chill, have some hookah. They're here to actually just enjoy some drinks and stuff. Yeah.
Yes, but you also get the
Some
sense
tea and
that
hookah. Probably not drinks.
they don't want to be noticed if anything goes down, right? They're just like, we're just here for.
They're the people who are gonna go under the table if anything starts. They're just
Yes,
like,
yes, they
and
are.
we're out. Yes.
And
Okay.
they are also not armed besides like a knife, like a kind of like a standard sort
I'll
of thing.
just relay this to our group as we sip tea and just quietly be like, let them know all that stuff. Should things turn
Simon.
south or sour.
Would
Still trying to identify who that
Yeah,
actor
so-
is.
if that's the case, so first off, Janice wants to look and see if the bartender looks like he's gonna maybe actually do something with that little indication she gave, but then also kind of gazing around, who is this actor? She wonders. Would she recognize him?
Well, you have seen the film. I need to ask you, if you don't mind.
So many times.
How many?
Yeah, you're a big
times?
film buff.
How many times have you seen it?
At least twice a year.
May I ask you why?
It's a classic, and she may listen. Even though Humphrey Bogart would have been a little before her time, like Janice back before she was Janice in the 80s. One of the first things that got her into the films and stuff was her father was a big Bogart person, and so she got into Bogart, but then she got into little James Dean, then she saw the motorcycle stuff, and then she was like, I too could do that. So it was kind of this, and then she started getting, graduating different films and stuff like that, but it's a connection to her father.
Oh, so here's the thing. Everybody here is Moroccan, yes? And the big guy in the fez is played by Sidney Greenstreet, who is definitely not Moroccan, who's a British actor, but that's how it is in Hollywood. And everybody receives him as just a Moroccan guy, right? They do not receive him as a British actor, but that's just That's just how it is. And he sort of stands out to your 1985 eyes, but does not stand out to anyone else, right? Then there's like it might be a kind of a strange, like doubleness, right? Like knowing on one hand that everybody just sees him as like a Moroccan guy, but also knowing that is the British actor Sydney Greenstreet, who was in the Maltese Falcon. You know what I mean? Like, and you're like, oh, it's that kind of weird two
Somehow,
realities
some
happening at
way,
the same
John
time.
Wayne played Genghis Khan. So
Uh-huh. But
Yes.
in Casablanca, he's not wearing white robes, though.
He has it depends on where he's at. In this moment, he's wearing a white robe over. He's got a suit underneath it. And the bartender makes eyes at the fellow in the fez, and just sort of like holds up like one of these sort of just like one of the coins you dropped, and then the man in the fez sort of nods to the waiter, the bartender, and then watches you all as he sort of swats a fly, and he sort of lets you sit a bit to see what you do, but he has been alerted to your presence.
And Janice will lean toward the both of them, because I think she would have seen the doctor looking, kind of like glancing at this guy. That's it, Dr. Bright. That's him. That's Ferrari over there with the one who stands out.
Yes. The guy who doesn't trust people who don't drink.
Yes. I should have ordered something different.
But he's a lovely opener and palate cleanser. We can get some drinks and hookah after this.
That's good thinking.
You gotta hydrate before you drink.
Yeah, I'll order a drink before, because I want to let him know that we are trustworthy from afar before he even comes to us.
Yeah.
I'm going to order something so strong that you couldn't put poison in it.
Oh, all right.
Like, give me something so strong that it'll probably burn through my innards. Yeah.
Yeah, some good high quality, not high. This is not a place with high quality. Gin is probably what you're gonna get. There's probably a good whiskey.
Well,
too.
I mean,
When
it's French Algeria, right?
Yeah.
Do they have
cognac or something?
Oh, no, but mafia.
Yes.
Yes.
Which is like fucking strong alcohol.
Yes.
I don't remember the proof of it.
Oh,
but it's the type. It's the type that we in French, the eau de vie, which is normally what you don't want to drink because it's just pure fucking alcohol.
Yeah.
But in a nice cup.
I'm gonna take that.
And the waiter hears your order.
Yeah, we'll each get a little bit.
Me too.
Like a bottle for the table. I mean,
there we go.
Big. Yeah.
Nods. And goes out in the back, comes back, and he walks over to you all and he brings this bottle. And it's a little questionable looking. Not in the sense of like, oh, I'm worried they're poisoning me, but more like, this is a really divey place. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is a really divey place. This was probably made around here. You know what I mean? Like, this is not, you did not go to a fancy store to get this. Might have been made in the back, but it looks very, like, you know, as somebody like Lindy might say, it looks like a bunch of hooch. And they put this bottle down there with these small little glasses. And he sort of like pours each of you. And again, you're probably going to imagine some kind of rot gut misery. This is probably what this is going to be. This is probably going to be like the nastiest, grossest.
But it's got licorice flavor, so it'll hide it.
It will hide.
Yeah, it's supposed to taste like very little of anything.
Tastes
is
like burning. There's a little bit of
surprisingly-
Yeah, but I forgot. I had to Wikipedia it because what we call eau de vie, or what I call eau de vie, is actually a very specific type of spirit, which apparently can be, in general, any type of spirits. But there's one I had in mind. I can't remember what it is.
Is it kind of like Arak, the Turkish liquor?
The one that I ordered is made from dates.
Ooh, that sounds yummy.
There is a Turkish equivalent. No, Tunisian. Sorry, there's a Tunisian one that's like an equivalent. I mean, it might. Unfortunately, I don't know how to read Arabic, so I don't know what's written on there.
Oh, they've got like a date liquor made out of
but
dates.
that's the date liquor.
Yeah.
But there should
like buka, perhaps, which is like a fig brandy. Ooh, now I want
Rocky.
that.
Did you say it was Rocky?
No, buka. Bouka.
Yeah, buka is that's the same thing as the one I ordered. But there's Rocket. You mentioned one like 2 seconds ago.
Arak. It's the one that's very like black licorice, anise. They had it at the Turkish restaurant I worked at back in the
yeah, I found it. Distilled Aventine spirit of the anise drinks family, translucent and unsweetened.
It's very potent, strong, aggressive.
Well, the color on that picture reminds me of a conversation I had with Lindy yesterday, so...
It is done. I will say this, though. When you drink it, it's actually quite smooth.
It's party time now.
It is very potent, but it's not rot gut alcohol. They clearly have they gave you a slightly better quality version of liquor. Even though if somebody were to raid this place, they wouldn't necessarily think, right? It looks, let's say looks can be deceiving with that.
They sure can be.
And as you sit there, the man comes over with his own glass. And he extends his hand to you, Dr. Bright. Good evening. Welcome to my humble establishment. And then he goes to kiss the hand of Doctors Ross and Harris.
Oh, yeah.
You are no doubt the Americans from the train. Oh, do not be surprised. News travels very quickly here in Casablanca. How may I be of service to you? And then he just like he's got one of those fly swatters that looks like a horsetail. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's like swats a fly, and he holds this sort of like horsehair fly swatter as he looks at all three of you, and he transfers a fly swatter to his offhand and picks up the glass, and he goes, "But first, cheers."
Horse.
And he sort of gives you a cheers, and he drinks, and he watches each of you drink, and he nods. So, how may I be of service?
Look at Janice. Who knows shady stuff?
I think at first, Janice would kind of, since the other two are more of the need specific equipment,
Yeah.
would kind of like glance around and then would offer, we have some money we're wanting to spend, doctor.
What do you need?
And then would kind of like glance at the two of them.
I think Margaret would have written a list. Like, just slide a little piece of paper.
Did you?
Picks up the list.
We probably could have made a list while we were drinking tea, you know, like
Margaret?
of the things we needed. Yes, Dr. Bright.
Did you include some sort of way for us to travel through the desert? Like
I was
a
gonna say a mode of transit
vehicle?
would have been, yeah, vehicle would have been on the list because we don't want, you know who to
I don't
keep.
want to
Yeah.
walk.
No, no.
Look,
It would have like some ammo, like another gun for Margaret. Anything Dr. Bright needs,
I
probably some more medical equipment.
I need medical equipment, but I would also need, as weird as it is, probably some form of. Well, mind you, the Cooper, the
Yes.
rifle I got from earlier, the sniper
Mhm.
rifle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can use it without the scope on it.
Oh, absolutely.
Like I
This is the
imagine it's like
1940s. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't need any other type of rifle because I can just,
Mm-hmm.
if need be, I can still use it in close quarters. It's not like
Oh, absolutely.
well, a closer quarters.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you can use a rifle as close as you want.
Sometimes
Well, I
Honestly.
mean, I
use
can
it
clubber
as a
people
club.
with it.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Is
And you
this
can pistol whip
also-
somebody. So, you
Mhm.
know.
No, but it's not the type that I need to set up with like a tripod and everything.
No. There'd also probably be some actual archaeological equipment because if we're on a treasure hunt, we need shovels,
Yeah.
we
Hmm.
need sifters, we need
Shovels, pickaxes.
Those little brushes.
those. Yeah,
Mm.
I have a little set, so we have some of those, but we don't have like the big shovels, like the stuff we didn't have in our luggage on the train, like bigger archaeology stuff. Rope, just
Would
like a
this
good
Dynamite.
rope.
Would this be at the appropriate place also to look into getting paperwork made?
Yes, paperwork could also
yeah,
be
so I
on
think
the
also
list.
including on
It,
there
it'd
like
be like all this stuff on the vehicle we want. That way we don't have to be seen carrying it
Yeah.
around and checking in our hotel. A truck loaded with blah 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 blah, and then paperwork blah 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 blah. It'd be all written down in Dr. Margaret's handwriting, which would be very neat.
Do you actually
think-
write down the paperwork? Because that paperwork would be sort of illegal.
Well, I'm sure a lot of the
What?
stuff that we're asking for is illegal with some of these handguns and things. I think it's one of those things where it's just written as like
Mhm.
documentation or paper. Like it's hinted
Uh-huh.
at, but it's not.
Yes,
So if
yes.
someone were to like pass by and look at the list, it'd be like, oh, it's a bunch of archaeology stuff. But he would know. Yeah, it'd be implied.
Uh-huh. I feel like
and
you're
then
implying that this
I could-
fellow is sketchy.
Yeah, I just like pass the list to Miss Harris and take another sip of this delicious alcohol. I'm just like,
I believe here's the list of the effects we'd be looking for. She hands it over.
Picks up the piece of paper initiative and looks at it, looks it over, folds it for a moment, puts the list down, and he says, "So, how has the weather in Casablanca been treating you?"
I feel like this is a test.
I know it is.
I haven't seen the movie.
Girl, it's been a minute. It's been exactly how you would want us to say it's been.
I see. Well,
It's sunny, but a
flies-
good
Sure,
scarf.
Janice would know. Janice would know.
yes,
I just don't.
he seems to be doing pleasantries, as if these
Mhm.
are the
Oh.
things you. It's not necessarily a test, but more like
That's okay.
you can't be.
I'm just
You can't be
just doing
you
straight
know.
business in this place.
Uh-huh,
Yeah.
uh-huh.
Well, you know, with the sun was a bit much for my skin, but with this lovely scarf, it's been actually quite pleasantly warm. Much more refreshing than from where I'm originally from. You know, quite cold.
Ah,
Dry heat is good for the lungs, is what I hear.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
My sinuses have
Yes.
felt amazing.
Yes, I feel the same way. Tell me, what do you all as Americans do for recreation?
Panic of, oh no, I have amnesia.
I'm trying to remember. Do I like baseball? Am I into baseball?
You are.
I'm into baseball. Yeah, I
You are.
figured like as a red-blooded American, I should
Yes.
probably enjoy watching people in pajamas run around.
Absolutely, but with tall socks. That's important.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
love tall socks.
If I had been
unironically.
Australian, I would have said cricket.
Yes.
Mhm.
Or Australian rules football because they have to do it.
Oh,
Oh, there's
yeah, yeah.
Canadian rules football, right? I've not watched it though.
Yes, that too. But no, I forget. I do like a good Sunday afternoon spent watching a match of baseball.
Ah, yes, baseball, that peculiarly American sport. Um, but after all, the Yankees, you all are known for your freedom, I think. Good old American know-how. Yes, quite ingenious, all of you Americans. Ladies, what do you do for fun? I myself enjoy horse racing.
You like to race, you say?
Perfect segue for you.
Tell me
Yes.
more. Where leans in. Tell me more about this. Where do you go? How do you spend a lot of time?
She loves a good race.
I do.
Ah, do you?
I
And
do. Although where I come from, I tend to involve myself a little more with the car races, but I do love a good horse race
ah,
too.
ah. Now there is a little twist in his eyes when you said that, and what you saw was that he was saying things to say them, like you
Mhm.
have to go and do your
Mm-hmm.
thing, like that's normal. Ask them what they like, weather, right? Baseball, ah, yes, Americans doing lend-lease, right? Good times. But when you said you actually liked horse racing, he was like, oh, no, that's actually interesting. Like, you could see that he was like, oh. Uh, like, there was like a bit of like this was no longer
Genuine, like,
just,
okay.
We're no longer
Oh,
bored.
girl,
Yeah.
he says.
yes. Base is like, oh, he's like, well, I have a stable of Arabian horses that you might find fascinating to see. Now, I can give you these supplies, a jeep. I can give you a guide. I have a guide who can, Ahmed, he can bring you through the desert, food, water, and all these supplies that you would need going into the desert. And I can have them ready just before dawn tomorrow morning. And
So quick?
my guide. Yes. I was told you were coming. Our guide Ahmed will be bringing the equipment. He will meet you at your hotel tomorrow morning.
Wonderful.
But the paperwork
Hmm.
you've requested may be possible. Maybe possible.
We're
You
willing to
have
spare
come
no
to the right
expense.
place. I need you to roll bargaining.
Would love to do that. Here we go.
Oh, even with a hard bargain check for you, that's a success.
Mm-hmm.
She
I didn't
drives a
mention I
hard
like racing.
bargain. Yep, you did.
Horses, you say?
Would you say?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Something
yes.
for me.
Something
you
for
did.
me. For
Yeah,
you.
you did crackle a little bit earlier, Trooper.
Yeah, it's you, not us.
Oh,
Oh,
even more now.
what? Oh, now he just left. Bye, Trooper.
I'm back. Sometimes the connection to my audio interface gets a little exciting.
Oh, fuzzy.
But I fixed it. A 24. Thank you. By the way, thank you all. If you ever hear it, it's a. Sometimes the software is like, oh, I don't know, no, and it just gets. No. Actually, it is very good that you told me because I can just fix it by turning it off and turning it on again, and then it's all good. So thank you. 24. And he looks at you and he goes,
No expense spared. I's dotted, T's crossed. The works, you know.
Well, visas for you, and he points to each of you. involve a great risk for me. You understand?
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
of
You
course.
three are wanted by the French government and
Mm.
also the German Gestapo.
Yes. Oh, yes. Purely in passing.
But
For a big misunderstanding.
Yes,
misunderstanding.
yes.
It puts me at risk. I don't know if this is a bargain that I could easily undertake. And he swats a fly.
Mm-hmm.
Janice will stillily, hopefully, palm some money and like hold her hand out to like, or not even hold her hand out, but kind of, you know how like if you're trying to console someone a little bit, you reach in and like kind of,
Oh,
yeah, one of those.
Mm.
She would do
Mhm.
that, like kind of right where his fly swatting hand is,
Yeah.
and then kind of like slide some money down in there right behind the
Couple
horse.
hundred. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Few hundred.
we understand the risk and we appreciate and respect your time and effort and skill.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm.
Which horse do you think will win the Kentucky Derby this year?
Nanny runs with pants on.
Nanny runs with pants on.
I've
Such a
heard good
Kentucky
things.
Derby name horse.
It is a really Kentucky Derby named horse, though. Kentucky Derby
Yeah.
horses have the weirdest names ever.
The
Weirdest
wildest
names.
names.
That is a choice. Some would say that horse would not be as successful as others. That
Some
horse is a
might.
bit not thought of quite well. What makes you so certain?
Well, sometimes, as I'm sure you know, having many fine and quality racing horses yourself, sometimes throughout the season, the best ones keep a little bit in the tank. And when you know, that gives you a little leg up on the old, she'll do a little bit of, because
Also, it's not
a lot of
always
people
about the
believe-
horse, it's sometimes the rider too.
Yes.
Well, I had heard that shutout was a sure thing, but I like your tip. I have been doing my research, and indeed, the jockey and horse is interesting. Well,
I will say,
that should.
I would keep an eye on that jockey. If they switch him in any last minute kind of things, I might take that into account.
Well, I respect your eye. So, out of the goodness of my heart, he puts the money in his pocket. All right, I will prepare them for you. That will take a bit of time, but when you return, I can have this paperwork for you when you return from the desert. I was going to charge you $2,000 apiece for all of this, but for Nanny runs with pants, 1,500 apiece. Not a penny lower.
You are too kind. We would not accept a penny lower.
Your bargain is impressive. And he raises a glass to you. But I do expect a payment in advance.
Of course.
And he like puts over a wooden box that has it's a cigar box. And he opens the cigar box and takes out a cigar, and he hands one to Dr. Bright, and then just kind of pushes the box towards you. And there are no other, like maybe 2 other cigars in there. It's pretty empty.
Don't mind if I do.
Mm.
We all just have cigars within hand reach.
Yes.
We're the best.
Yes.
It's not a cigar.
Mine is that's over there. And he's expecting you to put all of that money in that box for him.
Yeah. No,
Absolutely.
have it out. Yeah, just put it in there. We probably have it in $1,000 increments. So while like Janice is putting in like the first 3, 4, I'm counting out like half of the last. Yeah, the 5. We have $1,500 left, minus our own money. This is just of our gambling winnings, which is, again, I will remind people, about $29,000. So we still have money.
Thanks, Paul.
I will. Oh, Paul. I will note that you only got that good.
So you rolled so good. You rolled the hard.
Because you rolled so well. You rolled so well that you like. There's the back of the card talks about how much on the map, right? The back of your skill card talks about how much that is, and you rolled really well. Just
are we allowed to flip our cards?
Yes, you are. Most of them don't have much on it.
Yeah, okay, I don't have anything.
You don't, but Harris and Ross do.
Well, because it mentioned the Q check, and that's why I thought I might have something, but
and the Q check is like a quality check. It lets you know it's like when the amount that you succeed by matters.
Okay.
Yeah, it's for quality is what that
well, I don't know what the letters mean though. Low, medium, high.
Yes, like scratch, light,
Crit.
medium, heavy, critical.
Okay.
So with all of our monies, our $200 is put together, plus the rest of our winnings, we have $40,000 basically, the equivalent of left, which would be 2,100 in this money. Just letting you know.
I don't know.
I mean, do we have to give him everything?
No.
I'm not saying that we should keep anything to ourselves. I'm just
give who
maybe
what?
we should keep some in case there's something.
What are we getting rid of? We're giving him the down payment for the paperwork. We still have $40,000 in equivalent. So
yeah, after the payment,
after the paperwork.
I'm just. But if we give him a little more, won't he be less likely to betray us?
We already gave him like a bribe to begin to start off with. So
how big was it?
She bargained so good. I think we're okay.
Okay.
She slipped an extra whatever the equivalent of $100 would be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like an extra 10.
Yeah.
I'm just being paranoid because nothing makes sense.
Be paranoid. I mean,
and you're bribing a British actor pretending to be Arab.
Well,
so
yes. But we get cigars too, so you wouldn't have given us the cigars if you didn't like it.
So handing over $4,500 because you rolled very, very well. You have the evening. In the morning, you are going to be met by a guide to take you into the desert. If there's anything you wish to do before you meet your guide in the morning.
Didn't we mention wanting to get more proper clothes for the desert?
Yeah, let's get some more clothes.
Yeah, I think that's
clothes
good.
shopping.
Yeah.
On the way back to the hotel.
Shopping montage.
I would like. Well, you're gonna have to tell me in the morning, because I want to know what you look like. So in the morning, bright and early, right before dawn, right as the sun is beginning to rise over the desert, it's just the faintest glimmer, right, of light is beginning to rise, and the sky's got that beautiful redness as it's because dawn is coming over the eastern horizon. And in front of your hotel, I'm going to want a little bit of a slow-mo description from you all. Standing by this Jeep is a young man, a young Moroccan man of about 25 years old. And he's standing in front of a Jeep that is filled with supplies, water, food, tents, flashlights, first aid equipment, extra gasoline, rope, gear, pickaxes, shovels, and also rifles for everyone.
And handguns, right?
They got you rifles because that's actually just a little bit easier to do for the.
That's fine. I still have a gun.
Yes.
Were they able to get
and-
ammo for the handguns though? Because that should be easier to
Yes,
get than the.
yes,
Okay, so
yes.
I can't
Yes.
dual pistol, but I can at least one pistol. Okay.
Yes. Because you already have a handgun, but there's ammo for it.
It would have been nice to have two. Is all I was saying. You know,
You stole one.
one's better than none.
It's true. There's very little room for you all in that Jeep, but there's a lot of stuff. But I need, in the slow-mo, as you walk out of the hotel, I need to know what you all look like after your shopping trip in the evening.
Okay, I'm gonna go first.
Go, please do.
And remember,
There's something
like,
that's
you
been.
you got like the what do you call
Oh,
it?
there's wind, right? I would like
Yeah,
for it
yes.
to be wind.
Yes.
Yes.
A gust of wind and probably some like a bit of dust and sand just being
Yes.
blown my way.
Yes.
So Dr. Bright has been troubled, to say the least, about everything lately. And he doesn't know exactly what's going on. So he wants to push some buttons. I think you're all familiar with Peter O'Toole.
Oh, yes.
So
Absolutely.
he will be wearing the Lawrence of Arabia, yeah.
Yes.
Lawrence of Arabia's his like costume of like the Lawrence, like
Yeah.
the white thing. I'm not brown facing though,
No.
because that's a bit too much. But yes, definitely he would have tried to get as identical an outfit because he firmly believes, and that's just for everyone, he firmly believes that we will encounter like Lawrence of Arabia at some point. Because right now we're just hitting a bunch of movies and characters from the area. So I want to see if I do it, will we meet someone that's dressed exactly the same? And is it going to be awkward? Will they realize it? Is it going to break the simulation? That's kind of his goal.
Who wore it best? Right? Like, it's super awkward when you're both wearing the same outfit, you know? And you come
Honestly, yeah,
billowing.
Simon doesn't like the outfit one way or another.
But your outfit is crisp white. Crisp.
I know, that's what I don't like.
It's crisp. It looks freshly laundered. It looks very clean. Good old stunt driver Ross, what do you look like as you walk out, right, of your fancy hotel to greet this young man? Slow-mo.
Wait,
Bit of a
stunt
wind.
driver or Ross?
Stunt driver. Oh, pardon me. Harris. Stunt
Yes.
driver.
So doing my due diligence in the 2 seconds I had just now.
Yeah.
I looked up, so from, I feel like Trooper, you may be familiar because you know everything, but the the film The Winning of Barbara Worth, which up until 2 seconds ago I was not familiar with, there is an outfit that she wears where she has like this kind of, I think the best way, like kind of a wider brimmed hat of the era, white linen-y shirt, the high-waisted pants, almost like you know, English riding pants, but more the
Absolutely.
desert.
Like jodhpurs. Yeah. Like
Yeah,
jodhpurs.
yeah. But also a neckerchief a neckerchief, and then some nice and just for the hell of it, we got some of these nice fringed leather gloves, like the fringes all just like dangling
Oh.
down.
Absolutely. Where did you get these things? At a shop in the bazaar. It's all there.
I happen to walk by, it's all on one like hanger.
Mannequin. You just wanted to take just like I don't want that what the mannequin's wearing.
Right.
And you're
I'll
that
take,
person.
you know, I'll take the mannequin too. I think this will be fine.
And of course, you look like something out of a movie, right? You just look ready for stunts. And Dr. Ross, good old
Yes.
professor,
Yes.
what do you look like? And do you have a whip?
I obviously picked one up, yes. Because I figured out last time we played that I'm basically Indiana Jones. So I am a cross. Dr. Ross looks like a cross between Indiana Jones and Evie from The Mummy. So she's got her dark brown hair kind of all pulled back into that low ponytail. She's got the tailored kind of suit top that goes to about 3/4 length. But with the white linen blouse underneath it, and the button, it's tailored, but it's not buttoned up right now because that's not cool. And there's suspenders underneath it.
Yeah.
And the pants would have been a very era appropriate. They would have been about, again, just below the knee. Like not palazzo's not the right term right now, but I can't think of the right term. It's not jodhpurs. They're not as fitting. They're
No.
the loose, wide leg pants that go about mid calf, just below the knee, with like aviator lace up leather boots, and leather gloves, her glasses, and she's got the hat that's got a little bit more structure than the straw hat, but it's got the veil over it, so you can tie it on in the wind and also use it to help block the sun.
Yeah. And as you three emerge, right, with the wind sort of going and the sun just beginning to crest and rise, and this very young man greets you all, and he says, "Greetings, learned ones. I am your humble servant. I am called Ahmed. I will take you where you wish to go. We have ample provisions to spend up to 3 days in the desert, if need be. Please." And he opens the door for you all.
Thank you.
Yep. I'll follow. Thanks.
There is very little space, but like you all have to pack in like sardines. He gets into that Jeep.
It's okay, we have laps.
And he turns up the engine, and he begins to drive this Jeep out through the bazaar, through the gates of the old city wall, through the other parts of Casablanca, and into the desert where there will be some sort of treasure waiting for you.
Oh, I also have that
And
leather, like,
perhaps
cool
also-
holster. So my pistol's tucked in under my jacket.
And perhaps also the Sandman. But with that, we take our 10-minute break.
Oh.
Yep, 10-minute break. Ba-ba-ba.
Dun dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Everyone, we will be back in 10 minutes. Stretch your legs, drink some water. I'm going to have a corn dog, and we will be back. I will have a corn dog. We'll be back in 10 minutes, everyone, for them to go and have their adventure in the desert. And I am sure nothing bad will happen.
No.
Mhm.
Be fine.
everyone, we are back. Hello, hello. I don't know about you, but I had 2 corn dogs because corn dogs are both hot dogs and cornbread, and both of those things are delicious when they're hanging out together. I hope you had a lovely break. We are going to dive into our archaeological dig where nothing bad or mysterious will happen.
Nope.
Nope.
Trooper promised.
So, right. Oh, yeah. I love the break music too. It's really good. So, you are off out driving through the desert. And Ahmed, your driver, young man, says, you are going towards the Tower of Allah. And I do not have anything going on in Roll20. Do you have another Roll20 happening?
No, it
Simon?
just goes pop 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 bada bada bum.
I have
Boom,
nothing.
boom, boom, pop, pop. And now it stopped. There was a red pop up and now it's gone and there's no sound.
Okay, Simon. Oh, I forgot to make it. It's fine. So as you are driving, you're driving through the desert. And Ahmed says, yes, I know you're going towards the Tower of Allah. That is only 5 hours or so from here. I know exactly where it is. It's a famous tourist site. I can take you there. I know exactly where it is. A famous landmark. For centuries it is. And it will take about 5 hours of driving, that's all. It is not far at all. So please. And he just speeds through the southern gates of the city and and after winding through the settlements, the shanties abutting the city, he heads off into the barren sands. And through the sand-swept desert, you travel. And you have 5 hours before you're going to get to this tower. And the ride is hot, and it's also pretty monotonous because it's the desert after all. Things all look kind of the same, and the engine is roaring. And I will ask you as you sit there. Now, I just need you all to do something for me on a meta level. If ever you take out any of your papers that you have, or anything in particular, just let me know. At any time, if you do any of those things, just let me know, because I know that as players, you can just look at them on Roll20, the things that you have, but I need to know if you look at these things in character, any of them, or any particular item or thing, just let me know for no particular reason. At any time, I just need to know it, for no reason. But as you travel, it's just you have the roar of the engine. You've got quite a bit of time. Let me ask, do you do or say anything as you're driving?
Yeah, I want to strike up a conversation with our guide.
Mm. And also, side note, you have whatever sort of thing you're looking for archaeologically, but also the resistance wanted you to get Gestapo paperwork that was in the desert. And
Yeah,
the
that's
guide is
somewhere
driving.
in
Somewhere. Lost.
First of all, before I strike up a conversation with him, is he familiar?
If you have seen Casablanca, I believe he is familiar, but he's like more like a bit part actor. Do you know
Like
what I
an
mean? Like he's
extra
not,
or something?
yeah, like not particularly famous. And so he actually is Arab. So you know he was an extra because you know how Hollywood is.
It's the equivalent of
Um,
like the bellhop at the hotel. They're
Yeah.
there.
Yes.
They get their 10 seconds of front and center in the camera, and then they just move the bags and you never see them again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully not
Yes.
an extra who died in a fiery crash whilst driving.
But he also reminds you of like, he might have been an extra in more than one of these films, these great sort of big sandal films, you know, epics.
Mm.
Yes. But he actually is Arab. unlike
No,
many of the
that's
people
that.
that
Are
we've
you
seen.
assuming that I wouldn't recognize him because he's Arab?
No. I'm letting you know that because he's Arab, you're pretty certain he's probably a local actor,
And not one of those strange, that
not one
like
of the big stars, right?
out of time, out of place,
Could be out of time and out of place. Maybe not, right? It's like one of those things, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess everyone we met in the city, one way or another, are not from whatever simulation we're in.
Yeah.
No, but I would like to know.
Yes.
Shit, what was the name again?
Ahmed.
Ahmed. Sorry, I had Akeem. Ahmed. Do you often drive people around the desert?
Oh, I have driven people around the desert many times. As a matter of fact, I know this desert like the back of my hand. It is something that is very familiar. I actually I have had many strange experiences myself. I'm a very lucky man out here in the desert. I don't know if you know this, and he shouts back so you can hear. I had a genie once.
Sorry, go what?
Oh, please go on.
genie.
I'd love to hear this story.
What?
Yes,
what? So many questions.
true.
Go on.
Yes, it's true. I had a genie. It came to me from a ring. A magic ring. And he.
Oh,
What
wow.
happened? What happened to it?
Oh well, he made me a castle made of gold and jewels, the finest jewels, as a matter of fact, just like one he made for a sultan. For a sultan's daughter and her husband. But the genie lied to me, and maybe he was actually a slave of an evil magician. Maybe, I think so. Anyway, it was a lie. It was not true. So I cast the ring away. But I do know where I threw it. If you want the magic ring, I can take you to it.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Please.
Yes. At $10 though for the magic ring.
Sure.
I mean, I won't say no to a castle full of gemstones.
Yes,
I mean,
but I
magic
must say
ring.
that the genie did not actually make it for me. It was a lie. So the genie was a bit of a liar.
I've heard that
But-
about genies.
They're
Yes,
tricky.
but I take you to it, and he takes you off on this sort of detour, and you drive like 45
Oh, we're going
minutes
now.
off. And he pulls up, and there's like a small outcropping, and he sort of gets out. He goes off, and he rummages around. He comes back, and there's a ring that he has, and he goes, $10.
Janice will pull from her own stock on this one and
Mhm.
Can
kind of
I,
look at the two and just like shrug and give it to him.
I thought it was code for something about our rings.
No.
hands over
Can I
this
look at this?
ring.
Can I look at this with my archaeology eyeballs?
Yes, please. Absolutely. Please roll archaeology. That is the skill to roll.
No. Not even. I tried.
A 73.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. This ring looks to you to be old, but you can't place it. It doesn't have any kind of markings that would sort of place it one way or the other. And you don't have any provenance, right? You have no sort of context
Yeah.
with which to.
Oh, my books and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but it looks to you, it seems, you would say that it's like a brass ring with like a red
Okay.
gemstone. The gemstone looks to you to be paste, not a real gemstone.
Oh. Fair. Yep. Expected that much.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, can I hold on to that,
Of course.
Thanks.
Come on.
Oh, real quick, what did you have to do to summon the genie? I'm basically.
Oh, yeah. It's very important.
Oh, well, I just rubbed the ring and the genie popped up.
Mm-hmm. Where'd you find this ring in the first place? This mystical genie ring.
In the desert,
Mhm.
you see. The desert is full of mysteries. As he's like getting back into the jeep. Actually, I also had a magic lamp.
Mm.
Yes, I did.
Go on.
Are we
There
being
was a
taken
genie
for a
in that
ride?
lamp as well.
Oh,
Come on in. And he starts
Oh.
driving again.
Um,
You know, many wishes.
oh yeah.
What
I,
happened? What was the genie from that lamp like?
Oh,
Just
well,
keep him talking. It's a long
promised
ride.
to lead me to a place of great wealth. And he showed me
Mm.
this cave of treasure. But, the genie tricked me, actually, and
Dang
the
genies.
cave had vanished just overnight. And I had a bride. She was a beautiful bride. She would tell me every night a different story. And she also was vanished in this cave, along with it, as a matter of fact.
Wow,
But-
Wow.
that's rough.
Yes, yes.
I
Where
only
did
know
where
so
was this
upset.
cave? Did it have like a great view?
Oh, but well, the cave, it disappeared. It just vanished in the air. And
Oh,
then,
was it like deep in the desert?
yes, but actually, it's interesting that you mentioned, because I was so upset I threw the lamp away right around here. If you wanted, I could take you to this magic lamp. $10.
Uh-huh.
A very good price. I
Listen,
would
I
sell
already
it
put
to
my
you.
$10 in.
yes, no. Look for I'll pay for the lamp.
Oh,
Ah.
okay.
But I wanna also get my map. Like kind of
Mhm.
just like as we're driving, just have the map out and just kind of
Mhm.
look over. Like how far off course is he driving us all the time? Are we
He
are
is
we
driving
still like
you-
slowly going towards
Yes.
it? Okay, so
Yes.
it's not like
It-
he's trying to stall or anything.
No, he's just taking some short detours to sell you really
He's
magical
got a
items.
racket to this popular tourist spot.
Oh, yeah, of course. But that's why I want to go to the lamp. I want to see if it's like if there isn't like a pit with like just a bunch of lamps in it.
I am gonna need you to make a roll as he sort of pulls off, and he's
Yeah, I'm
like, he's
gonna
like,
have to
"Wait,"
go to the bathroom at the next one. Yeah. Uh-huh.
he's like, "Wait right here. I'll get the lamp. It's just
Oh,
on the other side of this dune."
Oh, sure. Yeah,
You
I
have
just
some
I have to go
beans
to the
over there?
bathroom too right now, so might as well. I'm just gonna go behind that rock outcropping. Don't look. And I'm
no,
totally
no.
gonna spy on him.
I'm gonna need, for those of you who are wanting to be a little bit spy-y, I'm gonna need a roll.
Yeah.
Give me a roll. This is not gonna be difficult. It's just a regular roll, so a 40.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, 54.
Oh fuck. We're not as hot this week as we were last time.
Nah, we're loud and
You are, and he's like, you don't see him for a bit, right? And you're
Yes, he's
trying to
grumpy.
find him, and like he crops up and he's like, a magic lamp, and it is this brass lamp that has got all of these intricate, very exciting carvings on it, very mysterious carvings. It
Can I make an
looks-
archaeology check on this lamp?
Yes, you may. Yes, you
right.
may. Uh-huh.
I'm gonna get one of these. I did.
Okay.
I know
so-
everything there is to know about this lamp.
Yes, you do. You rolled a 1. You rolled a 1. Let me
Did.
tell you something about this lamp.
Please do.
So, first off, this lamp was manufactured in some kind of factory. This is a mass-produced lamp. It is it's brass, but not high-quality brass. You would guess, based on the kinds of workings on it, that this was probably made within the last 5-10 years. Probably in the last 4. It's probably worth about like 75 cents, maybe. The carvings on it are they look to be in Arabic, but sort of made to look like maybe it's ancient Arabic. So it's actually quite hard to read what it says, but it seems to say something along the lines of, you're not quite certain. It seems very slangy and certainly not old, but it says something along the lines of, a sucker is born every minute. But that sort of seems to be what it says. But it's written in a way to make it look like the most like exciting thing. But on the other side, right, it says like property, like on the bottom, it says property of Scheherazade, right, on the bottom of the lamp itself. And this is clearly made to look ancient and mysterious and exotic if you were a European or an American, right? It looks
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the most stereotypical sort of thing, and it is gaudy. It is it would look really good on a lamp. Like if you were one of those
Mhm.
really, really rich socialites, like named like Chip or like Muffy, and you were like, oh, I was on safari in North Africa, and look what I found. This would be one of those things that you would definitely have at a party where you're probably having a
Mhm.
seance as well.
Fair.
You would
Yes.
definitely have this lamp. I will say that it does look like it would function as a lamp.
Okay. That's good to know.
Yes, but this is what I would say a cheat is what I would call this. But
Mhm.
it's a nice souvenir.
It is a nice souvenir, and things have been weird. So I think we're just gonna take it.
Well, just based
Who
on how
knows?
things have been
This
going for
ring
us,
and this lamp
anything
could come
happen.
very important
Right.
later on.
You don't know. It might be, is all I'm saying.
Sandman will be like, now give me the 3 relics.
We'll be like, ha!
Mhm.
Oh, this is interesting that you mentioned 3 relics because there is a
Uh-huh.
third relic.
There's one more. Oh, I've got this one. $10, right?
Oh, but don't you want to hear what happened?
Nope.
Of course.
See,
You
What
have to tell me
happened?
what happened, but my anticipation's just so great, you know. I just can't contain it.
so this is very difficult. I
Mm,
seem like a humble guide to you, and I am now, but
so
I
humble.
have been rich so many times with amazing
Mm.
wealth that come from the magic of the genies, you see. And
Mhm.
I was actually just like the fabled Alibaba. That rich I was. And
Wow.
I had many magical things, but the genies
So
just
many.
would not. They lied to me, the genies. They fooled me, they tricked me. And it's because I'm so open-hearted and trusting, you see. Although I imagine these things would probably work for you, the third great artifact that I had was,
Wow.
well, it was a magic carpet. Yes.
Oh,
Was it purple with
Yes.
golden tassels?
I've always wanted.
Yes. How did you know?
That movie's not out yet.
No, but I think when I get back to the States, I'm gonna write a screenplay
I think you should.
about a
I think you should.
a young you know, lively Arab boy who has to do things like cheating people to get like food and such, and he'll find a genie with a lamp. Just
Well,
I
he
don't
should
know
have
what
like
I
a
can do with the
sidekick,
magic.
like a monkey with a fez.
Ah,
A little
Yeah.
vest.
well, now,
Maybe the
I
genie will
don't
be
know if
blue and really fun.
I don't know if I can take you to this magic carpet. It is so special. But you know, you seem lucky, you three.
Ahmed, we've
Perhaps it
been
would,
through so much together already.
you think? Well, it might work for you, but it would be $10.
I think, I mean, it's a lot of my savings, but I think I could manage it for a magic carpet.
Well, okay. And you continue to drive closer to this tower, but he takes a little detour and he's like, one moment. And like he's like, because it's just right about here. And there's like another like instead of like a like there are like a as you travel, it's mostly empty, but there are a couple like rock outcroppings that are along the route towards this historical landmark. Not super far if you're gonna drive like maybe 5 minutes, but you can kind of see them, and he takes you to one of them. He goes, one moment, I will get this. I had to hide it because it is a magic carpet. And
Understandable.
so
Yeah,
we
while
try
he's
to
gone
talk
on
to him
this
again?
one, I'll fill them in on like what I found out about the lamp saying and
Mhm.
stuff. But you know, things have been weird, so I figure we should have all three.
Yeah.
Apple?
Can't believe I believed him at first. Oh, I feel so stupid.
he
I thought
comes
it was all
back.
code for what we're doing.
No, he thought we were suckers, and here we are. We've paid him so much. Oh, look, he's back. Ah,
It's
Ah.
not our money.
wow, that's
and he
great.
Oh my
hands
goodness.
over this carpet. It is beautiful. It is purple. Which is,
Yeah,
purple
yeah.
is the color of nobility and royalty. This
Oh,
is
it's
very
sultans.
old.
Yeah.
Sultans,
Yeah.
yes.
Yep.
Uh,
Tell me
yes,
about it.
Oh, well, there's very good carpet weavers, tapestry makers here
Mm-hmm.
in North Africa. There are amazing traditions that are very, very
Mm-hmm.
old, very impressive. Um, they did not make tassels like this in the ancient times.
Mm-mm.
Certainly not with slightly sort of like metallic thread in there to make it look
Mm.
especially. It pops. Um,
Oh, nice. But you're saying it's at least a well-made modern carpet?
Yeah, I mean, like it's I mean, it's certainly not
I mean, it
$10
is
worth
the
of carpet.
40s, so it's at least probably
So
still made of wool and not like
I mean,
synthetic fibers. And yeah.
By the
and,
80s, it'll be worth something.
Mm-hmm.
actually, it probably
By
would.
the
It's got
80s,
it's
it
got
will.
like some silk for the
Mm-hmm.
tassels, rough hewn. It's a pretty decent one. What you would say is when looking at this one, it looks to you like this is handmade,
Mm-hmm.
but en masse, right? Like that's sort of that sense of
Yeah.
like
There's
somebody
these
who,
like 8 ladies that sit in this house all
yes,
day and make these carpets
yes,
to hide behind this
yes.
outcropping to sell to suckers. Yes.
Yes, like there are like 8 ladies with looms who are making these
Yes.
carpets, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we listen closely from here, you can hear the shuttle moving.
Yep.
But it's actually not bad. Like it's not a bad carpet. It's pretty
Yeah.
heavy.
Look,
It
it come in handy.
it's not it's not an area rug, right? It's not like so huge.
No.
You could probably
like a
sit
3 by 5,
people.
5 by 7, 5 by 5 by 7.
Yes. Yeah.
It's good
and
size.
it's got a good weight to it. You wouldn't want to be hit by it. But you wouldn't be able to hide in it because it's not
Oh,
wide
it's
enough.
not. Well, if you rolled it long ways.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I mean, it'd be a
Rolled
bit lumpy. They might notice you were there.
That's only if you don't pad out the rest.
Fair. And he hands over this magic carpet to you.
Oh my
By the
gosh,
way-
I'm in such awe. I can't believe you're sharing these priceless treasures with us.
It is because
Wow.
I just had no luck with it, but you all seem very lucky to me.
Well, thank you, Ahmed. What a way to start off our adventure today. I know we're going to be even luckier as the day goes on.
Oh, this place is magical. And he sort of keeps driving off, towards
So
the
it
Tower
seems.
of Allah. And as you are driving, it's going to take a while, just like another hour or so before you get there. But eventually, you come up to this huge, massive natural rock formation that sort of looks like a mosque tower, like a spinneret. And the tower itself it's been there forever. It's super old. And from the tower, it should be pretty easy to find the sea cliffs that are on your map. And according to your map, the Great Cave lies along the sea cliffs. So if you are, I think I can.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm an archaeologist. For realsies,
Yes.
though.
Yes.
How old is this tower in comparison to what's his face? Halal. When he hid the treasure. Like, what are they of the same era? Was the tower built much later? Was the tower built earlier? Were they built around the same time?
So the tower is natural. It's a natural formation.
Oh, okay, a natural formation. Okay.
Yeah.
That
It
makes
is
more
not-
sense then. Okay.
Yeah, it is not built. It
Because
just
if that
it's-
was the
you know what-
case, I was like, we should look at the tower first. But if it's
'Cause-
natural,
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
okay.
you know those you know how people are. You get these natural formations. They're like,
yes.
oh,
Yeah, and they get
that's the
names.
ki-
Yeah.
that's the arch of. So that totally looks like a mosque spinneret, and you're like, I guess, but like right. It sort of looks that way.
Still might be good to look at it first. before we go to the cliffs, because if it's such a big natural landmark, it might give us a clue as to treasure or hidings
Now,
or headings or things.
my lovely people in the chat space, I've put this map up so you can see it. And the little tower lies along this sort of route, right on this sort of Berber trail that you're driving along, and the sea is off there to your west. You can see the Great Sea, and it's beautiful, and you can smell the ocean, the salt, and you've got this beautiful tower, and it's like it's quite lovely. You left right before dawn, so it's probably sort of hitting around noon-ish at this point in time. And as he drives up there, like he sort of pulls out, he's got food if you wanted to eat, and he's got like hummus
Yes.
and dates.
I
and-
want to eat because just in case we happen to fall into a cliff or a hole or get trapped somewhere, I want to do it on a full stomach.
Yeah. That makes sense. He says, I have to tell you, there are many caves, so many caves along the sea cliff side, and
Really?
yes. From first, we'll go to the tower. You can. I don't know if you have cameras, but you can take cameras. I can take the camera photographs of you by the tower if you like, and then.
Oh, that'd be so nice.
And you know those old like the Leica, right? Those 1940s.
You look through
He
the
will
top.
Yep, you look through the top. He will take photographs of all three of you, archaeologists, by the tower, because
Maybe we should take our relics with us, and we can take a picture.
We
of
pose with them.
relics.
and he will take photographs of you. It's a.
I'll lay
it's a-
out the
it's a-
carpet. We'll sit on it, but like on a rock, and have them get the angle so
Oh.
it looks like we're actually floating. And we can have like the
Oh.
ring and the lamp. Yeah.
Says, when I was flying through the air with that carpet, it was the most amazing thing, but it only worked for me for 2 days until the genie just took the magic away.
How cruel.
Yes, it was terrible. I was so sad.
Give you the gift of flight only to take it away.
Yes, you understand. This is
Genies are so fickle.
yes. And he takes a lot, and he's a pretty good he's a pretty good photographer. Takes some good photographs. He says, "So, how can I? We should search for the caves. Yes."
Yeah, just give me one moment. I'm gonna I've got some archaeology things that I need to do real quick.
Oh, of course.
And I'm going to, since this is a landmark of the area and would have been here since the time of this treasure being hid, I'm just going to note what it lines up to with other landmarks in the area, and also like how it lines up with the sun and possibly, so just some other, just see how it correlates to other things, because that could be important when we're looking for a cave.
Yes,
Since this
I'm gonna
landmark
need-
is named after him.
Yes, I am going to need an archaeology roll from you.
Okay.
That is what I'm going to need from you.
Oh, that's a success.
Oh, yes, it is. Okay, so here's the thing about this. Where you're at, you cannot see the sea caves themselves
No.
because there's like a cliff side,
Mhm.
a cliff face road. that
That's
you have
easy.
to
Someone
go
would have
down.
found it by now.
Yes, although you also feel like there are a lot of caves, right? This whole entire sort of cliff face is full of caves, and so probably
This sounds like a rocky coast, which means there's probably
Yes.
also rocks jutting up out of the water. I'm just paying attention to those, which ones
Yes.
might line up with this landmark
Yes.
and things. So if someone was a pirate and had a boat and had to sail around things, that they might have used certain navigations to get to certain sea caves.
And I mean, it
So
might
here-
not be much, but technically
something to
he
help.
did bring in 40 people to
Mm-hmm.
bring the treasure in. So it would need to be a cave where,
That can at least fit 40 people.
well, not necessarily 40 people at the same time, but it could at least,
Get there.
a
big
group
enough
like
ship.
us could navigate in it. Yeah, it's not like some sort of spelunking thing where you have to crawl on your stomach or
Especially
something.
not if you're carrying treasure.
Although, question: would it be worth? And this would be something that I imagine that archaeologist Ross would know about. if
Mhm.
how much like the sea level might have changed in that amount of time. Like,
Mhm.
would there have been things that are
Mhm.
more accessible in the
Mhm.
past?
Mhm.
That would have been able to withstand like having, because if they're carrying a lot of treasure, they're not going to go super
Mhm.
far.
Mhm. So
Starting to fear that it might be underwater.
so that was a very good roll, and I'm going to tell you a couple of things about what happens here. Uh, he's going to drive you to the sort of like
Cliff, the
uh,
sea cliffs.
to the ledge that runs right
Mhm.
around midway down the cliff.
Yeah.
And the thing is that there's like the ledge itself sort of goes in two different, like it goes and there's like it kind of splits, like there's kind of like a split. So it kind of there's like an upper ledge and a lower ledge, and you cannot drive the Jeep any further. Ooh,
Mhm.
hey, DJ Hannah Rad, welcome in. Welcome in, DJ Hannah Rad. And if you look, the upper route has got a lot of cave entrances, and the lower ledge route doesn't really have much. Um, but he's going to walk with you along the upper route, because that is the one that is a bit more picturesque, that has
Uh-huh.
a bit more of a there are a lot of cave entrances. They're like big obvious cave entrances, whereas the
Yeah,
lower
yeah, yeah.
ledge has got a lot of rocks and outcropping. It's just not as tourist friendly,
Hmm.
is
Mhm.
what I would say. And he's like, let's go. And he's about to walk you up, but from the question about like how water levels would change over time and what
Mhm.
is accessible to like boats coming in, uh,
Mhm.
you really do not think the upper route is the way to go at all.
Mhm.
Um, it is easier to get to. It's easier to walk along. It is has better views of the like it's that is like that's the way you're gonna go if you're
Yeah.
gonna go and take people anywhere. But the
It's
lower
the
one
touristy
looks
way.
yes. The lower one doesn't really seem to have a lot of cave entrances, hardly any at all. And it's there's a lot of erosion. It just doesn't people are just not gonna go there. It doesn't look very and like those if
Mhm.
you the views aren't as good because it's a
Mm.
bit more it's a bit lower. You don't like there are a lot of rocky outcroppings coming out of the ocean that
Mhm.
sort of mess up the views. So that's not the way to go if you were wanting picturesque things. But from your archaeology and your thinking, and also Dr. Ross thinking about this, it's definitely the lower route that's going to get you where you want to go if there's a place at all.
Mhm. Actually, I think we should
Uh,
go down here. This looks way more interesting. Maybe a little less
oh,
scenic, but fascinating. I mean, we might find
Mm.
some genie treasures down here.
Oh,
I'm
I'd
gonna
love
play on
to.
that route. He's enticed us with that, so he
uh,
can't take it back now. Yep.
no, he can't. And you
That
can.
is
There's this
true.
look on his face. There's this look on his face, which is like, oh, that looks like a pain in the ass. It's like he's just
Uh-huh.
like, ugh, huh?
Like,
And he's
oh.
like, yes, you're right. They're treasures. We should go this way. And he's like, he looks like,
Uh-huh.
and it's
You brought this
clearly
on yourself.
not. He did.
If he
It's
had
clearly
it,
not.
look. Yep.
Yeah.
There's any if
It's
look if
not that
there's
he's
like
trying to
people
be.
have already got the genies from those treasures, but those look more unexplored. I think there's probably genie treasures in there, like the ones you found.
Yes, yes. And you can tell that he is not reluctant because he's sus. He's reluctant
Uh-huh.
because he does not want to climb over rocks. But
Doesn't want to climb over rocks, and
Ah.
this is all his fault. Uh
yes. Uh, and as like this is it's kind of like a long sea cliff, and you're gonna be sort of walking along
mm-hmm.
this route for a while. And as you're walking
Yeah,
this
I'm just
along, you
looking
can actually
for
get
the
sometimes.
things that I saw above with like the rocks in the sea and the path I may have come in to
Yes,
try to
yes.
eliminate,
Mhm.
because we
Um,
got a good look.
there are
Um,
a number of very small caves, like very, very
Yeah,
small caves,
because you'd be able to
with
see
kind of
that
like
landmark from sea.
yes, yeah.
So we might not be able to see it from the cliffside, but I would be able to tell what lines up with that because I got a good look before we came down here.
can I,
And
while you're doing
I was
that,
going to say that
I want to take.
there are these little small tiny caves that you can sort of go look in and explore.
Mm-hmm.
And every time you go into one, he's like, "This is it. We can go back now." And these caves are
Oh, too
very
tiny.
small. Uh,
Have to be at least be a
this
person
one.
carrying a chest of treasure. Yeah, be able to fit that.
Yeah, I want to see if there
And
aren't any caves that he's purposefully making us avoid, especially one that could be easily concealable, because I'm still thinking about the Gestapo papers.
Mm-hmm.
And I
yeah,
figure, you're not going to hide them in the place that,
yeah.
Ahmed brings all the tourists in.
So you don't have to roll for this. What you can tell, and this is also just comes from being a doctor, he has not been down here before on this route.
Mm-hmm.
He does not he does not move with
Uh-oh.
ease along this route at all. Oh, our Simon's a little frozen, but I'm sure he will come
Uh-oh.
back.
Mm-hmm.
You're just a
He
little
is
frozen, but you'll come
deep,
back.
deep in thought.
I just want to
Deep
point
in
out
thought.
that Simon's very concerned. Simon's character is more concerned about the Gestapo papers, and I'm like, but that treasure though, like Gestapo papers, I love them all, but like if you
Oh
find this
yeah,
really cool
those.
treasure, that'd be pretty sick. That's all. I
Uh,
just love the character differences, and I wanted to point that out for everybody.
so he he's not. Also, this particular route is not particularly.
Oh no,
Oh, we lost him. We lost
we
him.
lost him.
That's okay. I have a.
You prepared for this.
I have prepared for this. Believe it or
Well, the
not, I
doctor
have.
didn't like
I
that
just
answer.
no, he did not. That's okay. I have prepared. This is why I do what I do. I prepare for every eventuality. Waha! He'll come back. But he's clearly not. How do I put this? Like you still get a bit of the spray of the ocean, so this particular route is a bit slick, and
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of erosion
But
here. So
yeah, it would have been a lot less eroded when this treasure was hidden here, so it would have been
it
easier to
would be.
access.
It would have been a lot easier to access, and you sort of get this sense that there might have been a way from the beach up, but like all that is no
Mm-hmm.
longer accessible, and he does not seem fluid with this area, right? And he also
Mm-hmm.
doesn't seem really excited to be here. And every time there's a woo,
There he is.
there he is.
It's checking for
I just have to.
outages, but cool, I'm back.
You're back.
Hello.
So as a doctor,
I was saying that. Yeah, you can tell that he. You're thinking about his like physicality, right? The way he moves his body.
Mhm.
This is the way he moves his body. Tells you that he is not familiar with this route. He's
First
not
time down
been
here.
down here. Like first time down here, it's like there's like a gingerness about his stepping, the way he sort of moves
Mhm.
through this space, that reads to you as somebody who is not like he's got an athletic build. He seems fairly confident when he moves. Like you just notice that about him. You don't think of him as like he doesn't have the build of a boxer or anything like that, but he has the build of somebody who can run, jump, and like, pretty average guy. And as he moves in other spaces, there's like his movement here is just like, oh, I don't. It's like when people walk and they've got that kind of like slight hesitation in their feet because they're a little bit afraid they might slip. That it's just that kind of slight
Quite well.
gingerness, right? In walking, which says to you, oh, he's not been here before, right? And there's a kind of like
okay.
a hesitancy, and there's a real like this must be the cave, right? As he just points to you to the very next cave you come across, which is sometimes they're not even big enough to actually get inside. They're like the kind of ones that are like
I just do the
doors like as
thing where I
tall as your
stick my
waist.
face in and go, I don't see any genie treasures in here. Must be the next one. Like just to be that
I think it's-
obnoxious American every single time. Like I
Mhm.
endured his
And he's like-
stories. He gets to endure this.
Oh no. And it's and what's interesting is that as you're going, you feel like you just need to keep going further to get that triangulation you were thinking about. And
Mhm.
the erosion is a little bit worse. Now, I'm just going to let you know. You all are a little bit action people. You have been working with resistance. Yes, it's wet, so it can be slick in patches because it's kind of rocky.
We all wear boots
And
today.
yes, there's
We were
erosion.
smart.
but
We didn't wear sandals.
it's not
but-
it's not so eroded that you have to like put your back against the cliff
You need
face to
climbing
sneak
gear. You
across.
can just
Yeah,
scramble about.
you can do it, and sometimes there's like a rock fall that sort of like hit the path. It's not so dangerous for people who feel comfortable doing slightly dangerous
It's just
things,
inconvenient.
but
Mm-hmm.
it's inconvenient. You're gonna get dirty, and I don't think he's excited. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Get like a
about this.
big
He's like,
smudge on like my linen shirt. I'm like,
yeah.
wow, I'm like a real adventurer now. And just
And
keep going. Yeah.
And I will note he has some of your archaeological gear. He's got pickaxes. He's got the
Uh-huh.
shovels.
I'm
He's
so
carrying
glad.
them.
Yep.
So he's not
He agreed to do
very
this.
excited about carrying heavy things on a route that he's afraid he will slip and fall on, right? He's not excited. Now,
Oh, look.
I would say that
If he slips and falls,
normally
we'll
this
just
would
take
take
all our
you-
money back and then drive him home.
oh yeah, yeah.
Emergency
Or get each
services
other-
cost $30. Wow, that's funny.
Now, I will note that your successful archaeology roll is still in play at this moment, just so you
Good,
know it's
good.
all
I
happening.
thought it might be
Um,
because it's kind of the same thing,
yes.
just from a different angle. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. It's all still in play. Now, as you're going, you're feeling like, because you rolled very well on that archaeology. So as you're moving, you feel like you were thinking about that triangulation and some of the things that you heard from Ross and also Bright, that you feel like you're getting closer to where it would be like if you're coming in, because there's a bit of a bay, right? If you're coming in,
Yeah.
you're thinking
Coming
you're getting
from
to
the
that space,
bay. Yeah.
right?
You can't go there
And
because there's too
as
many
you
shallow
should-
rocks. But there, that's a deep
Yes.
area. Okay, you could pull up here, take the longboats, or yeah.
Now, I will tell you this, that if you had not done that analysis that you all three had done, you feel like this would probably take you 2 hours, right?
Uh-huh.
Before you got to be right about here. But it's been about only an hour. Some people are complaining. And you sort of turn around a bend and on this ledge that I would say this ledge comfortably would carry 3 people across. You wouldn't
Oh,
want to
okay.
drive it, but
No.
comfortably 3 people
Especially
across,
back in
right?
the day, you could probably fit 4 or 5 people across. Yeah.
Yeah, you just wouldn't
Or
wouldn't
2 people
wanna drive
carrying
it.
a treasure chest on either side with handles. Yes. Mhm.
Yes, you actually could, right? But as you come around and he's leading, right? He goes, well, I'm afraid this is the end of our road. We'll have to go back. And as you
Mm.
come around the bend, what you'll see is there is this massive boulder that is stuck inside, like it's huge. It's this massive boulder that is stuck inside the cliff face. And it's like just
Covering the
jutting
cave
out, and
entrance, isn't it? Oh! Does it look like it's fallen down, or was it put there?
well, you did roll successfully. Well, let me see. You
Was
cannot
put there
go
from
further
a
'cause
higher.
Yes.
you know, I would
Because
say
if it was
it
put
looks
there, there might
like-
be signs of tool usage on this boulder. And
Yeah,
there'd probably be a
yeah.
lot of there wouldn't be a lot of other smaller boulders that would have fallen down with it. It would have just been a controlled move to put it in this specific position. Yeah.
Maybe even looking like it's
So-
like kind of in a little bit,
Uh-huh.
you know, with a nice snug fit.
Bit. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. There are no little small boulders anywhere.
How tall is this
Um,
boulder?
Ooh. 10, 12 feet?
Perfect. I mean, carry on.
It-
Yes.
Yeah, it is about 10, 12 feet. There are no small, like, before you had a lot of, like, debris, right? There's really no debris here.
None
A
of that
little
here,
bit, but not
yeah.
much, right? Just, like, sort of like,
A little bit like from the
perhaps-
past couple hundred years, but not like a huge amount from a boulder this size naturally falling. Yeah.
that is correct. The word natural is interesting. I would not use the word natural to describe
Oh,
the boulder's presence here. And it looks sort of like, if you could imagine like a big huge hand that just
Mhm.
like smushed the boulder
Yep.
into the
Uh-huh.
side of the cliff. That's what it looks like. And since you're checking it out, and
Yeah, I'm like,
Dr.
oh,
Ross, you're
doctor,
looking
could
as
you give me
well.
a boost? I want to check it out. I want to get a picture sitting on top of this big boulder.
Sure, sure. Out of curiosity, does it also look kind of what you would expect, say, in an adventure movie, of what the hidden
Yes.
entrance to a cave would
That's
be?
why I want to get on top. 'cause
Absolutely.
If
I'm
there's a
just-
gap, it's going to be on top or on the
100%.
other side. Yeah.
Well,
not
careful,
on this
careful.
side.
100%.
Dr. Ross, it could dislodge
I'm
and
go-
roll after you.
Which is
And
why I want to be on top of
need
it.
to-
He would be the
that's what
ones
she
in
said.
trouble.
But I want to make it very clear that yes, the boulder itself isn't even exactly the same color as the surrounding sort of cliffside.
Okay, yeah.
Just a slightly grayer sort of color. And when you asked, does it look like you asked Dr. Ross, does it look like it's fit in there? And the answer is absolutely yes. Right? It looks as if it covers. It looks like because it's a very sort of like it's perfectly fit in a large, massive opening. Right? That's really what it looks exactly like, an adventure boulder that is just like stuck in there. But it is large enough that you cannot go around it, right? Like it blocks the path because it's just like stuck there.
Yeah. But if there's a crack, it's going to be on top or on the other side that you can't reach. So yes, boost.
Yes.
Boost.
I will also note that there haven't been any smaller little mini caves that had any depth to them close to this for a bit.
Yeah.
So if there is a cave there, which according to adventure movies there should be, it would be massive. It would be a massive, massive cave because this is a huge boulder opening.
And
yes.
And out of curiosity, what's Ahmed's reaction to this? Because if it's obvious kind of for us,
he doesn't see anything weird about it. He just sees, oh look,
dead end.
Obstacle, dead end. We have to go back now.
We have
right?
to
And
go
he's
back
just like,
now.
It's like the others, how they didn't realize who their actors playing themselves.
Okay.
Yes.
So to them, this
I
is
will
all.
Note, yeah, I will note because Simon brought it up. The boulder itself, so we're talking about action movie boulders, so it is not perfectly smooth because that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Is not right, but it's smoothish. Do you know what I mean? Like it's those action movie boulders that are smooth enough that they clearly
they would
use
roll
their
down a
paper mache where they
hallway
had to,
if need be.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely. But it is pretty clean. The whole area is pretty clean. Light debris, but not a whole lot. Just like sort of small little pebbles and rocks, right? But the opening, because Dr. Ross, you were looking, it fits quite well, right? It's like
okay. I'm like scrambling on the top looking, and like I peek on like down the other side to see if it's well on that side too.
Yep.
Okay.
And you've got about half of the boulder, the round boulder on this side. Presumably,
I have a
if it's completely round.
So we're like a little cliff face. Which side's the downhill slope? The side we came up, or the other side that carries on past this?
It's fairly level. You had to go down, and then you leveled out. And then it's gonna be level for a while, and then like farther on down the road, it'll go back up.
Okay, so we don't have to risk immediate boulder falling off of. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Not the obvious downhill. Okay. Dang it. We picked dynamite. I don't think I put dynamite. I should have put dynamite on the list.
No, I whispered dynamite earlier.
Oh, you did. That's right.
It was singer.
That's right. Is there a dynamite shaped hole I could, or a little bit I could wedge some dynamite in and just
pickaxe?
It is.
We do have a pickaxe.
We do have pickaxes.
Okay. If I was to excavate this boulder, by making a dynamite shaped hole with a pickaxe and putting dynamite in it, where would best be to put that dynamite in?
Could you just roll me your archaeology? This is
I would love
to answer your question with a bonus, if you
sure
understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
Maybe you
That is
can
a
rub the
success.
magic
So-
lamp, Dr. Ross.
So
I've rubbed
here's
a
the
lot of
thing.
magic lamps in my time.
That's what she said. So the thing is that to answer that question, like where would you like pickaxe to put a thing? That is a question that you would not need to roll for.
Mm-hmm.
That's an easy question to answer. I had you roll because as you're looking,
Mm-hmm.
it's not right, actually. It's quite unnatural.
Oh,
The
is there a secret lever? Secret button?
You don't notice any secret levers, but what you notice is
If we were to put a fulcrum.
there's no erosion,
Mm-hmm.
and
Oh, interesting.
the boulder and the entrance, let's say, presumably there's an entrance, there is, are so perfectly fit in together.
Mm-hmm.
That is not normal. That is not how
Nope.
rocks happen.
Look, I'm an
I will say
anthropologist,
that
archaeologist. Someone made this.
That's what you would think,
Someone sealed
except
this.
that it looks sealed, right? It looks
Like
sealed.
a sealed tomb.
but
Yeah.
Yes, but it that's not technology that exists, right? There's like it's a kind of a seal that is so smooth and tight that even the best, like there are various
So it's
archaeological sites
like
where they're able to sort of
Incan, where they're just miraculously close. Stone on stone.
except that you've been there. You've been to the Incan
Yeah.
ruins, and this
I
is
remember that.
smoother than that. It is not. It does not feel
It's unnatural.
doable with science.
And
yes,
weirdly, okay.
it does not feel naturally done.
Okay. Yeah, this is a real
either by
weird
people
boulder.
or nature.
But it is
Yes, as
just
Pope
the
World says,
one
it's
boulder.
beyond science. Just
Hmm.
one big boulder.
Okay.
One massive, huge boulder with a smooth, tight fit. Just in
So
there.
tight and precise that if there was any gap, it'd be a lot easier to get it out.
There is no gap, and that's weird.
Yeah,
There's none.
but we could make one because we brought pickaxes.
But if there's no gap, it's like fused to the stone.
Mhm.
So it would just look as one continuous
Give me a
stone
pickaxe.
face?
I'm gonna find
Well,
out.
you can tell if there's like a
There's a
line.
seam.
You know, like you
Okay,
Yeah.
there still
There's a
is a seam.
seam.
Okay. Then we
but
can
the seam
pickaxe
is
the seam.
the seam is too perfect. Do you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
like imagine the
Oh.
rock, the boulder. Like, you know how the boulder
Yeah.
might have like a little bit of a bit of
Yeah.
like a, perhaps it's not completely smooth, has like a little bit like a boop. That little boop is completely flush, right?
Mhm.
It's just as if somebody was able to just push.
Is-
Yeah.
Is the boulder holding onto a ledge, like the exterior half? Like does it rest on something?
Yeah. It's on the ledge because it's blocking the pathway.
Yeah, but it's because
Yeah.
if we just excavate, like break under,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just
yeah.
gonna might be easier to do that.
Then we don't have a pathway to stand on either. So
I mean,
column A,
if we
column B,
blow
yeah.
up the rock face, it might just come crashing down on us.
Yeah, well, that's why I want you to just hand me a pickaxe. Why don't I just take a couple chips off the top and see how it looks? We'll need to do
Alright,
that
there you go.
anyways
Might
if
as
we're gonna
well
excavate
try.
from the bottom to give the, because you need some air.
And-
Yeah.
Ahmed holds over this pickaxe and he's like, dead end. And as you pickaxe,
How strange.
the stone doesn't chip.
Can we see
Hey,
if it's
hate this.
actually stone and not
Yeah, does
some
it sound
other
like stone or
material?
metal? Ting!
It does sound like stone, but it doesn't chip
That's bizarre.
at all. Yes, it is.
Mm,
That's not
Open
normal.
sesame.
So So you just said that?
Yep.
Okay. Well, so you just said that out loud. I need you. Where exactly is everyone when you say that? For
I'm
no
on
reason, I'm
top
just
of the
asking.
boulder with a pickaxe.
Okay.
Yeah.
hmm I need you, Dr.
I'm like on
Ross,
the-
to roll for me, please.
Oh no.
All right.
Oh no.
I'd like to imagine I've got like a rope tied around my waist as like an emergency safety. Like,
Mhm.
should the boulder let go, they can catch me. Cool. Yeah, yeah. I'll give you a roll.
or
Whoop-de-whoop. Yeah.
I'll just preemptively say, even Bright was saying
The
it as a
carpet.
joke.
Yep. As a joke, right? It's just a joke. Like, that's just silliness,
Neither
right?
me nor Bright
I-
thought it would work, but the thing is this is so fucking like
So weird.
the tropey adventure movie that
Which makes
Yes.
Ross mad
Yes, it is.
because Ross is not a movie person. Ross is a book person. So,
it was also in a book, by the way.
I mean, it is in a book,
Yes,
but
yes.
that's not the kind of
Yeah,
literature that Ross reads typically. That's
Could I
the
get a
fiction.
roll
You
for
don't-
you, please?
Yes. 26. Baby.
So, let's talk about what happens right now. As
Woo!
a joke, Bright says, "Open sesame." Just it's a joke, right? Says it.
Yep.
And the rock moves. The
Yeah.
rock begins to tremble. It just starts shaking like this. And you are going to be plunged into the scene. You're going to die, Dr. Ross, but you rolled a 26, which is good.
Oh, good.
Um,
That's great.
and you are able to get off of the rock
Mm-hmm.
right before it plunges 500 feet down into the sea.
I didn't realize it was that far down. I may have had
Yes.
some second thoughts. Well, great. I'm glad I rolled a 20.
Oh, he was right to be worried.
Yes. It just trembles. It
You know how I
shakes.
do it. You know how I do it, right? I'm gonna tell you
Tell
how
me.
I do this. Because I'm fucking Indiana Jones. So I'm up there with my
Yes.
pickaxe. There is like
Yep,
a
yep.
rock ledge sticking out a little bit. I grab my whip, I
Mhm.
go whoosh, and it wraps around and I swing down to join everybody else.
Nice.
You're
Ahmed
welcome.
sees this,
Uh-huh.
right?
And I'll be like,
He heard the open
and I'll
sesame.
put my arm around him and be like, we found a genie's treasure after all.
He turns sheet white. He's freaking out. He's like, and he's
That's why I've
gonna
got my
run.
That's why I've got my arm around him.
he-
He'd be like,
you can see.
no,
he's
Ahmed,
wanting
no.
to-
You have the most genie experience amongst all of us put together.
Yes, we'll have you
And-
go in first.
You're even the one
He-
who suggested open sesame earlier in the car. I learned from
he-
you.
You're a wealth of knowledge, Ahmed.
and you can
so
tell
glad to have you
he's
with us.
having a bit of a panic attack. He's hyperventilating, and he can't leave because you've got your arm around his neck.
Oh.
And he's saying some things. You're not quite certain because it's in Arabic. Because he actually does speak Arabic, unlike all the
Uh-huh.
British actors pretending. And you can catch just like a little bit of like evil.
I'm just
spirits.
imagining him
Uh,
like Benny from The Mummy. He's just got
Yes,
like all the different
yes.
charms on his necklace. Yeah, he's
yes,
ready.
yeah.
Yes, that's my head canon casting.
And he can't. He's got all the gear, and you're holding him, and he's just freaking out. And he's
Yeah, he
he's
can't run away.
I
He has all the
have-
gear.
I have
Yeah.
a doctor's bag. Correct?
yes,
I know
Mhm.
he's
you do.
hyperventilating because I am a doctor.
yes,
Give him a paper bag.
yes.
I think I'm going to give him something to sedate him.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Might giving
Some
something to
Benadryl.
sedate him a bit too much so that he just passes out.
Yes.
Crack him on the back of the
yes.
dome.
That is
Well,
actually
I was
you
going
don't need to
for
roll
like
for that
not a
one.
concussion.
Have a little laudanum.
Yes,
You'll be
yes.
fine.
You don't need to roll for that because to sedate somebody like that in this environment who's so freaked out he cannot fight you.
Yeah,
that
I
is
figure I have
easily done.
like a bottle of morphine or something in my bag because
Yeah,
we're
absolutely.
1942.
We
so
also got you more medical supplies, so
I know, that's the
yeah,
thing.
you're
Yes.
topped off.
that-
Yeah.
that's the bag I was referring to.
Mhm.
But you said, Trooper, to let you know when we look at something in the car. So the medical bag.
Thank you. Again, From here on out, anytime you look at something that you've had before, I just need to know about it. Your medical
Okay.
bag looks the same as it normally does. All of your gear is in it as normal, and you are able to sedate him. He doesn't even really see you coming because at this moment he's
Yeah,
uh,
It's the hand that has the
you
whip
know,
in it, and like the pickaxe is in the other hand.
and he begins to slump, and he's just sort of like
Oh, getting heavier,
slumps to the
getting heavier.
ground.
well, let's make sure we there's enough room that if he ever moves in his sleep, he doesn't throw himself off the cliff.
Look, we can just wedge him between these two rocks here on the path.
We could probably put him right inside of the cave too.
And I will
Um,
tell you,
the trope in adventure movies is that the cave is going to collapse the moment we get out
When
of
we
there.
leave.
If
So I think,
he's on
like-
the ground, he's dead.
Oh, as we leave, we can just kick him along. It'll be fine.
Let's put him on the
Janice?
path. These two
Really?
rocks.
Here, well, we can
Just gonna-
set him where he's in like a seated position at the mouth of the cave.
just like,
We
like
just
5
lean
feet
him-
down,
lean
you're
him
like,
up.
No, you're right. You're right. He probably doesn't even exist. That's true.
What are you even talking? No. And I like
For
drag him
all we
down the
know-
path like 10 feet where there's like a rock sitting there, and I like sit him behind the rock so he's got his legs on either side and he's just hugging it in his sleep. Looks like he's just like whoop over this little like stone.
Don't you find this strange, Professor Ross? All of this?
Well, I mean, we heard stories about 3 whole genies on the way
And-
here, so you know,
3 whole genies.
3 whole genies.
Please
But lo
explain
and
to me
behold,
how a vocal command could push a door to open. This is the realm of science fiction.
look, I get it. It's weird. We've still got this weird vial of black sand, and I'll pull that out, Trooper.
mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
You pull it out. Mm-hmm. At the moment, the sand does not move. It sits
Oh.
there,
That seems like a great indicator to
Completely-
have out, maybe.
just completely
Oh,
quiet.
You know what? I'm gonna wear
Well-
this like a charm, and I'm
And-
gonna like tie a little rope, like a little thing. I'm gonna wear it like a necklace. So if someone
Well,
sees this
think
thing
about
going
it.
crazy, we'll know some shit's about to go down.
But don't you
Dr.
think
Bright,
that
that's what you find weird. We just got some gambling tips from Humphrey Bogart. This whole
See?
thing has been weird.
Right. Well, let's get us some weird ass treasure then to maybe take home to wherever the fuck this is from.
Yes, I like the
And-
way you think.
Oh, I'm taking the camera too, because I kind of want to see like if maybe like when we get back to 1985, if we can like look up some pictures and find some like old black and white photos at a thrift shop or something. That could be fun.
And don't forget the Nazi papers we have to find.
Oh,
Are
yeah,
probably
that
not in this
too.
case.
that's right,
Yep,
yeah, we
that's
have
totally was my. That's what I was thinking. I wasn't just thinking about. Let's go.
I
Who's
will
it
note
Somewhere on the line.
that there is a massive circular cavern, like a tunnel, that goes
Oh.
deep into the mountain on the other side of where this boulder was, which I'm sure you would have guessed. But it
Thanks,
goes like,
Ahmed.
it's very, very wide, right? And it sort of winds deep into this cliff.
We're sure the
And
boulder
the-
rolled away. Down.
It fell 500 feet down
But
into the water.
double checking. I'm
Into
just
the
making sure.
frothing sea.
Yep.
I'm
below.
just, hey, listen.
All right. Also,
all
just
we
in
know, it's
case
gonna
you bring your
come back
ring,
up.
you bring the lamp, and I got the carpet. All right, let's go.
That'd be
You never
weird.
look. You said open sesame to open a thing. We're gonna have the 3
Careful
sacred
how and where you
relics.
say that.
You
I'm just-
said OS, and then things happened.
Well, who's gonna go in first?
Fuck
Somebody
it.
with a gun should do it. Just go in.
I'm
Oh.
motherfucking Indiana Jones, and I just like
While you're
Jess gonna go
striding
like
up
kind of
and-
creep right behind.
Well, it's dark. I'm gonna go get a flashlight in the car.
Oh, good.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
a good.
Because I
thought.
will.
All right. Hey, grab some of that extra gasoline. There were some gas cans in the back.
Rock is not flammable.
We don't know what else is in there. If there's mummies,
I have a rifle. You have a gun.
and if there's mummies, bring the little gas can.
We
Do you
would
know
wanna
what?
light
Fuck
them
it.
on fire.
Fuck it. I'm bringing a gas can, and just for good measure, because I'm going
Matches.
to unscrew it a
The
bit.
keys from the car.
I'm going to tear part of my Lawrence of Arabia costume,
Yes.
just shove it down in the so that there's at least like maybe like a foot of
Yeah.
material
Yeah.
out. Try to
And
plug it
like-
back as best I
Yep.
could because I know that this is what Professor Ross is going to do with it. And you know what? At this point,
Look,
who
Oh, no.
cares?
Oh,
None of this is real.
bring some food too.
My
If the
sanity,
cake collapses
I
on us.
lost all
Oh.
sanity.
yeah, bag the picnic basket. We're just yelling up.
We make it trapped.
Is the ledge wide enough for me to drive the Jeep down there?
Mm-mm.
No. Oh, we have rope.
All right.
You could probably lower down some stuff with like in the picnic basket or like
No,
the picnic
you know what?
basket. Yeah.
The next time you see Dr. Bright,
Just
he's
carry
like
all this stuff.
overburdened, like a hireling from old D&D with like I
Half
have
movement
everything
speed.
strapped to my back like a
Yep.
Sherpa with ropes, and I'm
Yes.
just like, here's your gas, here's
Oh,
your
thanks.
picnic.
Yeah.
Oh, good, good.
You
Did you
can't
bring
get
everything?
Here's water because none of you
Oh.
thought of water.
Oh, that's
Oh.
good. But you're the doctor. You should think of that.
Look at you.
Yes, so here's my medical bag. My
Yeah.
rifles and pieces around me, and this is all the rest of the
Do you
trash.
want to assemble that first? Just in
That's
case.
probably a good idea. We don't know who we're
You
going
know
to
what?
run into down there.
Okay, I'm going to let go of like my improvised backpack.
Oh, it's
I'm
everywhere
still
now.
standing on the ledge. That shit
No.
falls off.
No.
Anything that you haven't named, 500 feet below.
Hey, at least we have the
I
dynamite.
assume with your gear, you go into this cave.
Yeah,
Me
I
too.
technically like I would have kept what we have
Yeah,
on ourselves. Like
All the
what we have on
random
our
stuff
sheet,
from
but
the
it's
car, like
it's
the
just the
extra
random stuff like the
blanket.
shovels and then the stuff.
Yes.
I've still got
the
a pickaxe.
passports.
Yeah.
The
We have
passports
a
are in
shovel
this.
and pickaxe. Because he had
Passports
it.
are in this pocket.
Yeah,
All
anything
three
my
of them.
mom, Ahmed was carrying, we probably have too.
We have
'cause-
still, yeah.
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 So we have a
I
shovel.
will note that
a
you don't have your
pickaxe.
fake paperwork yet. You
We'll
have
get
to
those
get
when we
that
come back.
tomorrow when you
Yeah,
come
they're
back.
still being
Oh,
developed.
that's okay. So I don't have a, and then I'm gonna click, click,
He has
click,
to
click,
make
click,
it.
click, rifle.
All right.
So you walk into this tunnel,
We do.
and it twists, it turns. And after the first few bends, it becomes completely pitch black.
Flashlight?
Good thing you
Oh, I
brought
have-
flashlights.
Yeah.
Because you
Okay,
said you
good.
brought them, and I was like, Now, this natural passageway is fairly large. It's about 20 feet wide in most places, and you could
Oh,
certainly
wow.
get a huge number of people. And the height is about like 10, 12 feet. It's cool, temperature-wise. And condensed moisture glistens along the walls and the floor when it's touched by the light of your flashlight. And you walk. You walk. You walk. Twisting, turning, going deeper and deeper into this mountain.
Are there any
after about-
forks?
No,
Just
one long passage.
we don't have to like mark where we've gone. It's
No, not yet at least. And after about a quarter of a mile, you start seeing signs of human occupancy, but half buried in the mud of this cave. You've got, like, in the mud and the sand, you've got old campfires, shards of broken pottery, an occasional dropped coin made of gold or silver.
I'm gonna go
Pick
and
up
pick some of those
those.
up.
Yeah. I'll also pick up a couple pottery shards that I can use as like a archaeology buff. Like, look at these great finds we found. Like, yeah.
Roll it then.
Oh,
but
I mean,
you're
sure.
also an
Meant as a bluff.
archaeologist.
Well, I meant like when we get back to like the city, if they're like, "What were you gone for the whole day for?" and I'm passed out, like, "Oh,
No,
look,
but
we
I
found
mean,
these shards."
don't they also have like a value to you professionally?
I mean, they probably do. Even not 90. No, I'm just picking them up.
You prefer the
Okay, so she's just like picking up the stuff.
It's everything.
There's a real
Just like, it's a shard.
there's a real kind of Indiana Jones style archaeologist about her. You know, the kind that really does not care a lot about the site that much, as it turns out.
Yep. That's exactly what
Yeah.
it is.
And
It's fuck it. It's all gonna crumble behind us on the way out, anyways. As we said, look, I'm an archaeologist who's got handguns. I'm Indiana Jones. I'm just picking up some shit to use as a bluff for the real cover for the real shit we find.
She came down off a boulder with a whip.
Yeah, no. At this point, we find the Ark of the Covenant at the end of the tunnel.
Also, I
I
want to
mean,
point out that Janice does
well-
have her large knife. Just, I
You-
feel like
yeah,
it
you
would
do.
help at some point.
And we also have that suitcase because we would not have left that at the hotel with us.
Yes.
The little
and you have
briefcase.
all of your satchel with all of your papers, and you've
Yep.
got all your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There is no Ark of the Covenant at the end of the
Oh.
tunnel.
Dang.
Oh,
Oh, what
here
is
goes
this?
winning World War
However-
II easily.
There is,
You
you
know,
say?
there is something though. When you get about a mile or two in, you get to the end of this large passageway, and there's like a chamber. And in the center of the chamber is just like a bunch of mud and muck and pottery shards and a couple of gold coins. And
Take those.
half in this pool of mud is an Arabian oil lamp.
Ooh, what's this?
Wanna
Before
trade
we
it for the
touch it,
fake one?
I'm gonna look at it with my archaeology. Because now it's
Roll your
like real
archaeology.
Indiana Jones. I've got my weighted, my bag of lead.
Mhm.
I gotta look at the real thing.
Mhm.
Pour a little out.
Mhm.
Still fail. Or not,
Mhm.
actually.
Or not. So, this lamp, there are a couple things about it that you might want to note. It is filled with oil, and it has a
Ah.
wick.
Ooh.
The wick is fresh and clean. The oil is still present, full lamp oil. The lamp itself is like it muddy, but like 'cause it's in this mud, but it is remarkably
Preserved.
workable. It looks like
Yeah.
very well preserved.
Actually ancient, not
it-
made from a factory that says a sucker's born every minute.
It appears to be made of gold,
Ooh.
Oh.
and from your knowledge, Dr. Ross, you would say it seems to be dated from about the 11th century AD. I also think that it's very, very Indiana Jones of you to be able to know things about the lamp, but not about all the pottery shards. That is such an Indiana Jones
Yeah,
sort of archaeologist
that
thing.
is. I figured it out from my two skills. Tell me I am
You
those
can
Indiana
auction
Jones.
off the
Shards
lamp.
aren't
You
made of
can't
gold.
auction off the shards. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes, the shards don't belong in a museum, but the lamp does.
This belongs.
So,
I was about to say this belongs in a museum.
You would say that this,
Except
from
I'm
its
Midwest.
design, was probably cast or made in or near Baghdad, is what you would say. You also notice that it has no decoration and no inscriptions, and that this is pretty unusual. There would at least be kind of like a maker's mark or something, which makes you think that this was probably some sort of, had some sort of ceremonial function, because otherwise it would have some sort of inscription or decoration.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
But
would you look
the
at that?
wick
This
is
belongs in a
completely clean.
museum. This
Who has the matches?
I have some matches.
Let's light it. I want to help us.
That's I was thinking too. Yep. I actually have a lighter.
I have a lighter.
Oh, you have a lighter. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
look
it's
at
in my
this guy.
possessions.
Yep.
I have it's specifically stated I have no smokes, but I have a lighter.
I have a lighter. I have smokes.
For
but
this
not a lighter.
purpose.
Wait, you are my missing half?
My Dr. Bright.
Aw.
Aw.
We are closer in age.
You light the lamp.
I'm like, this is gonna be some type of ceremonial thing.
Let's see what it does. We're gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
You light the lamp, A lamp
Mm-hmm.
that has probably been here since the 11th century. There's no reason
How
why there should be
exciting!
oil, that it should still work, but yet it does.
It's probably so well
it-
preserved because it's in this dry cave.
Yeah. It emits this very pleasant glow.
Oh,
Soft. It's warm. It's not
Aw.
particularly bright. It's very lovely. And it gets a little brighter.
mm-hmm.
And it gets a little brighter. And then it gets a little brighter. And then
Oh.
it starts to fill up the space, the light, as it gets brighter and brighter.
Oh.
And as it gets brighter and brighter and brighter, you can start seeing through your flesh. It's not burning you. It doesn't harm your eyes, but it is so bright that you can just see through, like you can see your bones through your flesh as it just fills this place with the most intense light. And then
Oh.
suddenly the beam whoosh, gets super narrow. This intensely bright beam of light, when it gets the apex of its intensity, shoots out and points at like a lumpy bit of mound of mud, sand, dirt in the far corner of the chamber.
Are you all seeing this?
And then
Yeah. I'm
once you
rushing
say,
over to it.
"Are you seeing this?" and you say yes, and the doctor nods, the light goes out.
What? I rush over. Like I was rushing over as
Doctor-
soon as it narrowed.
Doctor was
Yeah.
making notes because to
Mhm.
me,
On what?
seeing through flesh
That's
is
great.
very interesting.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So I'm
Yeah.
just oh.
I read The Hobbit this one time, and as they're in store, the last light of the setting sun shall shine upon the keyhole when thrice the thrush knocks. So I bet this is a genie knocking thing, and I'm like looking like for where that bead of light would have hit for
I
like
need
a
to know
keyhole
what
or
you're
perhaps
making
a
notes
ring
on, Doctor.
indentation.
I need to know what you're making notes on. I
Probably in my
need
mind
great, I need
because
great details.
Oh no.
probably in my mind because I'm holding my rifle and the flashlight.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you. That's all I need to know. I just need to know these things.
Makes me so nervous.
There's
Mm-hmm.
look. I just need to know things. There's a
Yeah,
mound,
yeah.
and you hit there. The mound itself is sort of loose. There is a canvas satchel of a modern variety underneath that mound.
Oh,
Modern is quick question. Modern is in modern to the time and place we are in this moment, or
Yes.
modern is into
Yes.
Okay.
1985.
Not-
It's a nylon
85.
gym bag.
No,
Uh,
it's a
Right.
1940s
Brightly
canvas
colored.
satchel.
Not teal and hot pink.
I will
Okay,
note
cool.
it doesn't.
Oh.
It doesn't look like this place has been disturbed in centuries. But there's this
Mm-hmm.
canvas satchel there that you uncover.
Yeah, continuity issues
Closed, of course.
aside.
Dr. Ross, what's in there? What is it?
I'm opening it. I'm opening it. Oh,
Inside the
Shine
satchel, there's a bundle of papers with details on the movement of German troops in
Oh.
Eastern Europe,
say very
names-
disappointedly.
of Gestapo collaborators and
Oh,
informants.
neat. That's cool.
And
Oh.
it is
This has invaluable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's very
Yes,
valuable.
It's incredibly
no, it's-
valuable. Yeah.
It's just less shiny than I was hoping for.
Oh, it's just that's all.
fine.
Wait, this is great.
Wait.
I'm not
Wait,
disappointed. It's cool.
I need to check something on my sheet. Oh, it's the board of trustees, not the ethics committee.
Okay, good.
No,
Oh, yes.
move along.
Look, I'm an
Hey,
archaeologist.
don't you
That's
dare
fine.
threaten us.
This is current knowledge. I'm looking for ancient treasure. Okay, this is
Look, this.
no,
if
it's
you
like-
want to get mercenary about it, Professor Ross,
I'm not a mercenary. I'm Indiana Jones. There's a slight difference.
fine. Well, whatever's in this,
Mm-hmm.
can save millions of lives.
Yes, and it's great. It's not a bad find. It's lovely. You should hold on to this.
Yes.
Happy, very happy about this.
We're so happy about this.
Thrilled.
I mean, joy.
Does the bag has any like identifying features? Like, am I going to just walk into Morocco later with like a canvas bag with a giant ass swastika on it?
Yeah, maybe we should like roll up the papers and hide them on your
body. Is that they
body.
love branding.
The police guy. Oh, that's mine.
They do.
Yes.
They do love branding.
Love
and
branding.
it does have a big swastika on it, right? And it's got like the German eagle, right? It's got like the German.
Oh wow.
It's
I didn't remember what
Well,
the name for it was.
Seems we need to find some archaeological supplies to hide these papers. Maybe like some old terracotta jars or something.
It's a messenger bag, right?
Yes.
It's like a messenger bag.
Yep.
I'm just gonna flip it around so that the sign is not pointing outward.
Yeah.
We'll worry about the rest later.
We can spill some ink on it. I've got a pen we can break and because it's an old fountain pen, we can smear the ink over the symbol. You won't be able to tell.
Oh, by the way,
that brings me a
the
question.
wick is not reduced, and there's still a full amount of oil in the lamp.
Well, you know, second time's the charm, and I'm gonna try to light it again to see if we can find some real treasure.
It lights.
But when we do,
it's
I rub it a
brighter.
little.
Stop blowing it for good
I'll
luck.
take note of that.
Yeah.
It's brighter, 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 and again, gets so intensely bright that you can see through your body, and it sort of fills up this space, and then it just sort of like comes back down to a normal amount of glow.
Oh. Well, that's nice.
Well, at least we can see.
Yeah. I'll look around the room to see if anything's changed.
You look around the room to see if anything has changed.
Yeah.
Nothing in the room has changed.
Oh. Sus. Oh. I'm gonna pull up my carpet.
It's a beautiful purple carpet, slightly tacky, sort of dark gold tassels.
Was
You know, like-
our
I'm gonna be just
magic lamp the same shape as the real one?
same shape, but not.
Brass versus gold.
No,
Not filled
what
with
I'm
oil.
thinking is
We do a switcheroo.
swapping. Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that.
Mm.
But first, let me take in this ancient ambiance as a archaeologist. And I'm gonna like put my rug down. And I'm gonna sit on it and just be like, to be a pirate in the 11th century.
So, Trooper, nothing in the room has changed, you said very specifically, with very specific words.
That is correct. That is correct.
Carpet action, go now.
Yeah,
That's the only
go.
it's the only password I know for carpets from my very first D&D game, because the GM was like, magic words, carpet action, go now. So it's only carpet action.
I'm just
Okay,
going to
magic
note
words
that I'm
I
going to be paying attention to everything you're saying very
I
carefully.
hope so.
Okay, so Janice is going to kind of look around. First off, would we notice, has anything on us changed?
What are you looking at? Just like
So
your clothing,
looking at clothing, maybe a little vial of sand.
Oh,
Mhm.
I am wearing that very
looking
openly.
at our outfits, or is there anything in our pockets? Are our fingers
Well, I do have a
Um,
bunch of coins in my pocket. Yeah,
yeah. Mm,
you too,
Okay,
probably.
this is gonna sound weird.
Pottery shards.
Go on.
We found the Nazi stuff, right?
Yep.
But we
Mhm.
had other papers on us, like the letter
Yeah.
from Paul and all that, right?
Oh, we
The
needed
map!
the map and the note.
See if the
I
map
didn't get the-
changed.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull them out, but I'm fully expecting me to not find anything that it's supposed to be, and I'm expecting it to
Yeah.
find the script of
Okay.
the movie we're in.
That could be it. Well, also, I found it interesting that the map clue said, there you will find your fortune, comma, my son. I don't. The way he's phrasing it doesn't seem like he's talking to a kid. Because he wouldn't have to introduce himself like that. So I think there might be somebody here.
Oh, geez.
That's what I'm thinking.
So
His son.
you go through your papers. So I'll say a couple of things. One, your clothing hasn't changed.
Oh.
There are
Okay,
no
cool.
new things in your pocket.
Oh.
The coins that were old now look fresh.
Oh shit! Did we fucking
they're
time
still-
travel?
They're still old, right? But they look now clean.
Is there still the dirt on Dr. Ross's sleeve
Oh, it's
from earlier?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Okay.
I will just note a thing. If you note in the roll 20, you have a prop called 1D, the map of Halal.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
I'm looking at it.
Yep.
You're looking at it? Okay.
Mhm.
Continue to look at that. I feel like that's a great thing for you to look at.
I mean, do I need to
Oh,
look at it
no.
blown up, or do I need to look at it from the little?
I just took it away from you. You no longer have it.
Oh.
No, I still have it.
Oh.
Oh, you shouldn't have it because I took it away.
I'm still looking at it.
Well, as long as we don't exit it, we
Well-
still have it, Simon.
Yeah, I figure as long as I don't close the pop-up,
It's-
that's the thing.
It's fine.
Do you-
It's just that I have another letter.
Oh,
I have a new
is
map
it a
for
different
you.
map? Oh gosh.
Well, I'm gonna
Yeah.
close the pop-up.
I do have a new
I don't have it in.
map for you. This is what it looks like now. I'll make sure everybody else can see it as well. The map has changed. What it looks like has changed. Just, save changes. And I'm going to zoom this in so everyone can see it. It no longer looks the same anymore.
No.
No. It looks
Oh.
strange.
Uh-huh.
Where Casablanca was is different. And
Oh gosh.
it has this slightly different shape to it.
I can see Casablanca on that one.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
So it's a city.
And
It's got an airport, like on the
and-
map that Paul gave us.
yes,
Mhm.
yes. So
But our
your
map
ancient
didn't
map-
have Casablanca on it.
No,
It
it
did
had
not.
another Anfa.
Anfa, yeah.
Yes, your map has
So it's an
transformed.
Updated, transformed map. Because it actually
Something more
shows
modern.
Casablanca. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And railroad tracks.
Mm-hmm.
We reached a save point.
Mm-hmm.
Hey! I know about those. I've played a game, a video game or two.
Love those arcades. What do you do?
Yep.
Is it me or is it weird that the Tower of Allah changed from the icon of a tower to what could be constructed as a keyhole?
Yes, also.
Because it used to not be like filled in black.
Yeah,
And
it
also
didn't
old
used to be
Berber
filled in
trails
black.
instead of the Berber trail. But I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we have like a
Mhm.
modern map.
It's modern.
Yes, you do.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, this map also isn't colored, so there could just be a different key for the tower versus how it used to be.
It is very much a more modern map. Absolutely.
Hey, wait. There's stuff on it. I
Oh,
can see blue marks.
through it. Yeah.
Yeah, with like a little box with like X's in it. There's
Uh-huh.
writing in the margin. I flipped
Oh,
the map
there's
around.
words. Yeah.
Am I just looking at what's on the back?
Worst case scenario, we hold it up to the light and I use my archaeology skills.
Use your archaeology skills. I don't think. Let me just check, but I don't think there's anything exciting on the other side of that map for you. I think that's
I'm just seeing some. It
bleed
could be
through.
from bleed through from the scan. Yeah.
Well, it's yeah. I figure it might be that.
But it could have not been. It's a good catch.
But I'm gonna double check, just in case, because I like to be thorough.
Because it looks like blue ink, hand
does.
drawn, and not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it? You did you scan them, Cooper?
No, actually, I was able to get the. I got it from Drive-Thru RPG. You can get the PDF.
Nice.
Okay,
Very
so
cool.
it's not
Yes,
like
they're-
the physical one you bought had like notes from the previous owner or.
But I have the physical one. No, there is nothing on the back.
Okay. Cool. So Drive-Thru RPGs just has notes on the back that got scanned in. I love that.
Well, the
Mine is
thing is
clean.
now that I look at it, Paul's letter has the same thing.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? That's from the I think that's from the paper texture that I put underneath there, so that it looked more like paper.
Probably.
Yeah,
Because the
because it's
original's
the
just plain
exact
white.
same texture, by the way. It is the
We're
exact
noticing
same
too much.
texture.
Okay.
So, what is it?
Well.
I'm going to answer.
Third
there's a
time's the
further
charm.
question to
The-
answer, but
The lamp's still going,
I'm
right?
not answering it yet.
Mm.
I also, after noticing this updated map, I think Janice would stand up and kind of look around. Open sesame!
And while they're like looking at the map, I just do a little scoot on my butt on the carpet, like because no one's looking at me right this moment, just to.
The carpet doesn't move. I'm going to just
Okay.
keep listening to what you say. But
Thank you.
Janice,
You
you said open sesame, yes?
Did. Then a chest burster come down.
No. You hear a sound in the distance back towards where the entrance was.
Uh-oh.
How
Oh.
fast can you run a mile?
We may want to start hurrying this up, guys. I think I might have done
Okay.
something.
I quickly roll up my rug.
I didn't say close sesame.
And you hear a sound again.
Oh.
Open sesame.
You hear a sound again.
Oh,
Okay.
you're just opening and closing the front door.
I think it's just voice
Oh, it's
activated.
a boulder. Yeah, that's wow. High tech. Uh-oh.
That doesn't
you
sound like
hear
a
the-
door opening and closing.
I hope that in the universe we hear this music kick in and we're just like, oh,
That is not
I
Dr. Bright. I don't think that's the door opening and closing.
I suggest we
well,
run.
stop saying OS and CS. Just stopping saying the word S.
Nice.
The S word.
I'm going to say two things. One, I didn't finish something because I was waiting, and I will finish it now. You were looking, dear Dr. Harris, at the vial of sand, and it's beginning to make a little
Oh.
circular pattern in the vial. The sand is like making a little circular pattern, like a little tornado
Hand goes to
on the inside of that
knife.
vial.
Dr. Ross.
And
Yeah. Oh fuck! I pull up my gun. Whoosh, pull up my gun. And my whip. And I
I'm gonna
realize
say
after all,
this.
I'm rolling up my carpet and I put whip away. And I just keep rolling.
When you said open sesame, you heard a
Oh, no.
sound.
Was it like sandy
It should have
footsteps
already
running
been
toward
open.
us?
No, it should have already been open.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
I get
is
the feeling when
true.
we time traveled, it closed.
I think something. I do think we time traveled, but to when? That's the question.
Yeah,
I'm gonna grab
You
the
begin to
lamp.
run?
Yeah.
I'm-
You're gonna
I think
grab
we'll
the
run.
lamp.
I'm gonna
Okay.
take it with us.
You take
Yes, please.
You take the lamp with you.
I
good.
do.
You begin to run, and as you're running down, you've got a
Still
mile.
lit.
Yes.
Yep.
I have a question. How fast is your mile?
We're pretty athletic.
Easy 6.
Are we though?
Easy 6.
Yes.
I mean, you're
we
old,
were pretty
but-
agile earlier. Yeah.
As you're running,
Well, yeah.
6 minutes should get you there to the cave entrance, right?
Yeah.
6 minutes. It feels to you a little sharper, the turns.
Uh-huh.
A little bit more numerous, the turns.
Oh no.
Oh.
And after about 6 minutes, you're still not at the entrance. And
No, I
you
don't
do
like
not feel as if you're running slower. It feels as if this tunnel is longer.
Like it is in a
Mhm.
dream. When
And
you're trying to run in a dream.
Are we always turning in the same direction though?
No, it just feels longer, and the sand begins to circle inside the vial a little bit faster.
Faster. Mm.
I don't like it.
And finally, you see that final turn, that final bend,
Oh.
and when you turn it, you're going to get to the entrance. And you turn, and it is all darkness.
Oh
The
jeez.
huge boulder is back in the mouth of the tunnel.
Wait,
As
what was
as
it?
we're running
Open,
toward it.
close, and
Open sesame! Open sesame! Open sesame!
And I need to note something else. The light goes out on your lamp.
Oh shit. This is why I wanted gasoline.
Out of the darkness steps a man. Between you and the boulder that shuts down this place.
Yeah.
He's not... You've seen this man before.
Yeah.
You saw him once before in a train. But now he's not
Is
wearing...
this the one who shot the guy? Our friend? Or is it the one I killed? Or is it the same?
Does he have a lipstick mark on him?
He's-
Yeah, does he have a lip print on his
He
cheek?
does. He does.
Oh no.
Okay. Oh jeez. Oh wow.
But he's not wearing a dark suit.
Uh-oh. What's he wearing? Oh, is he wearing a pirate
He's
outfit?
wearing the full dress uniform of a Nazi Gestapo officer.
Oh no, I don't like
Black
it.
coat and
I
pants.
fire.
Black hat.
He wants it back.
I'm
Give
gonna
it
let
back.
you go. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let y'all go first before we don't have to do initiative. Y'all get to go before they do because you all had done your precautions, so we don't have to roll for initiative. But I will tell you, he's got like silver insignia and decorations, red Nazi armband with a swastika,
Mm-hmm.
and he has a pistol which is aimed right at you all. And he's about to say something, right? He's about
That
to
sucks.
speak as you're all in
Yeah,
the darkness.
because
Light him
he's
on
gonna
fire.
be that cool bad guy monologuing thing, but we're gonna be like, fuck you. No.
Yep. So he opens his mouth to speak, to say his big cool
I
monologue.
like how he's got this big cool
And he goes-
monologue with a lip print on his cheek still. Like he came
Yep.
back to life, changed, and it's still there.
And he says,
Light him on fire. Light him on
"You
fire.
will," and the accent is particularly movie German, you know?
Ach,
Uh,
Mm.
he goes,
jawohl.
"You will," and this is when you shoot at him because you do not give him time to monologue at you at all. I will also note that normally we would do initiative, but we're not doing initiative because you checked the sand and also you shot at him.
And we're the best.
And we're the best.
And you're the best.
We beat him
you
last
three,
time.
Your side goes first.
Okay.
at
Shoot
the
him,
moment.
Simon. Shoot him.
But given that I'm a skilled marksman, I'm going to shoot
Yes.
for his
Gun hand.
hand holding the gun.
Yeah.
You can do that. If you do that, you go from the regular difficulty to the next more difficult
Yeah.
difficulty.
So
So
40.
I need under a 40.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is
Leave.
correct. People.
Oh, wait.
He was about to monologue at you in a very like ridiculous way, is what he was going to do.
So I have a
42.
question for you, Trooper.
Uh-huh.
Yes,
Because
absolutely.
at 1 star, apparently I can shoot twice per round.
Oh.
That's correct.
Provided that my... So can I just... Pow pow?
Yes, you
Mhm.
can. Because you are at 1 star, you are at the first level of that skill, so you absolutely can.
I aim for the hand both times and I miss both times.
Mhm.
Okay. So, pow, pow! These 2 shots go off in the complete darkness of this cave.
Wait, the flashlight...
Complete darkness. Well, you have your flashlight.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, you've got the rifle, and then you've got the flashlight. So I suppose you have dropped the flashlight?
Yeah, I would have probably
You know,
Um,
since it's the 1940s, I'm gonna say this. Since we came here in the 1940s, a lot of those flashlights issued had the little clips, so you could clip on onto your pocket and
Yes.
walk around. They were the L
Yes.
shapes. So it's probably that one. He probably had it clipped
Yes.
on.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that works
Absolutely.
then.
So you can.
Your
My
side
turn
gets
is
to go
over.
first.
I'm gonna shoot him twice with my pistol, or try to.
I'm going to note that he did not try to block you, try to dodge at all.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't either last time either. To be fair. Yeah. And I'll say, Janice, the kerosene or the lamp, or the kerosene or the lamp, pick one. And just pow. So I
Please
think she
do.
has a light too. So yep.
Yes, you get 2 shots around.
I get 2
because
shots.
you're
Yeah.
at level 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that's how we fucked each other
Are
up.
you going for the
usually
general
last
body?
time. General, because if I hit better, it gets a better shot anyway. So I'm just gonna aim for whatever I can get. Nope. Yes.
Ooh.
Ooh.
The first one goes wide. There's a lot of gunfire going on, right? But then in the
Mhm.
second
Pow.
one,
My
Like,
ears.
Right. Yeah.
yes, you succeed by 54.
I
with
do.
Yes, you do.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Could you please roll a d10 for me?
Yes, I would love to. 2. If I remember, that's really bad for him.
You mean by 56? Nice.
56, and I rolled a 2 on 1d10.
Oh,
So I need to tell you something.
Yes.
This is very important,
Yes.
what I'm going to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
I need to tell you this for reasons, because this all needs to be said out loud before Rockette takes her turn.
Uh-huh. Okay.
okay.
You beat this by 54 points.
Yes.
That's
Yes, I did.
an amazing quality of success. And you rolled a 2, which is also amazing. What this should do
It's
is
shoot him in
a
the heart, right?
critical with a knockdown.
Oh, critical with a knockdown.
Yeah.
This
Impressive.
should be a critical with a knockdown. Critical says massive internal damage, probably with
Yeah.
much bleeding, shock, and pain. Victim can still fight, often at a reduced chance, and they're knocked down.
Uh-huh.
I tell you this because you are
That's
good
what it
with a
should
handgun.
do. I am.
Tell me
With the difference
exactly
between
where you hit him.
Well, this fellow and I have tangoed before, as evidenced by the
Mhm.
distinctive lipstick print on his cheek in my signature color, True Red. So, what happened was I missed, and I was like, you know what? Kiss the pistol for luck. Not on the hot part, just like, side. And I know better than to kiss the hot barrel.
That's what
And
she
then
said.
I go for where I aimed, pretty much where we wound up having a really bad shoot off last time, which is right in the heart.
And that bullet, it is loud. It's got the ricocheting sounds. It's terrible. But you
Yep.
aim true, and you hit him right center mass, right in the heart.
Yeah.
You know, and good doctor, you also know. And, Professor Harris, you're very sketchy. You also know. This should have taken him out, really, right? Or at least damaged him desperately. But here in the dark, flickering light, he just smiles. The
Oh,
hole
my
is
God.
there,
Oh,
but there's nothing that happens. And he just says, "You will give me the papers, and then you will die, for I am the Sandman."
abracadabra,
Dr.
avada kedavra, open sesame. I'm just, yes.
All right, Janice is going to whilst all of this is going on, Janice is gonna grab the gasoline can with the little
Uh-huh.
would it be too many moves to light the end and then chuck it at him? Or can I just chuck or just light?
You can light and chuck, but I'm just being very clear. I will also no open sesames until it's your turn, right?
You could try it again.
He's still between us and the door, though.
Yeah,
Big
but
opening.
I don't want to be a party pooper.
Yeah.
But
Go on.
in a closed room, there is a finite amount of air.
That's
We
true.
We ran for like 10 miles. There's plenty of air.
I mean, yeah, no, that's true.
We can light him on fire and then open the door and run out.
Yeah.
We could
If we
also
open
try
the door and
lighting
run
that
out-
lamp again because that made us time travel the first time.
I'm just saying, if we open the door and run out, he's like right now he's prone and he's right there. If we open the door and run out,
He's not.
then he's gonna.
He's not
He's
prone.
not prone.
And
Oh,
he's
he
not
should be.
injured.
Oh, he's
He
just hanging
should
out.
be,
being the guy.
but
Yeah.
he's not.
Yeah, if we run past him, try and get out the door, he's gonna grab one of us, or he's gonna do a skeletal maneuver. So I'm gonna light the thing and I'm gonna chuck it at him. Just center mass.
Please roll. Also, let me know if you only on your turn can you yell out some open sesame or whatnot, just so you know it.
Oh man, what? No, that wouldn't help. Okay. Would it at all be useful that I'm a stunt person? I've worked with fire before
Ooh.
in a stunt driving capacity.
Perhaps
even
gasoline.
driving
You do use
whilst on
gasoline for
fire.
cars.
Gasoline
Yeah.
for cars, fire for stunts. It's practically my wheelhouse.
Wheelhouse?
Ah,
Yeah.
I see you. I see you.
Eh?
This is for driving, however, so please roll it, but I will give you the 40, not the 20.
I'll take it. No, I won't.
And some.
Yep. Take it,
It's
Vito.
I
just
need you to
goes
roll
everywhere.
4 more times.
4 more
Oh
times.
no.
Oh jeez. Okay. That's even worse. All right. It's 1,
Mhm.
2, better.
Mm-hmm.
Even
Nice.
better.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
So that's 33 and 17. I need to just look that up.
Which I'm sure. are
Great.
wonderful
Could you
numbers.
roll?
23 and 17.
Could you roll?
23 and 17.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Could you? Great. Could you roll a D10 twice?
27?
Yes.
27 and 17.
I think
Here we
one of
go.
us is
Here we go.
Okay.
getting blown to bits.
I accidentally
Maybe.
rolled them at the same time. When it's 3 and 5.
Great. 3 and 5. Great.
Yeah.
So you light this and you toss it towards him, and it goes past him towards the
Oh.
entrance, and
Oh jeez.
it sort of spills out, and fire goes everywhere. And that's when you hear the screaming.
Oh no.
There are
Uh-oh.
4 men who had been hiding in the back on the other side,
Oh,
closer to
this
the.
was a good call.
On purpose. Calculated. Let it be known.
Closer, right to the entrance. And
Hey,
you
they're
see,
illuminating the area now.
They
You
make
see-
it
they're wearing white robes. They're dressed sort of like Lawrence of Arabia, is what they're dressed like. They've got
how
these sort
dare
of
they
Lawrence of
copy
Arabia
Dr. Bright.
outfits. And
Rude.
one of them is the robes catch on fire, right? And he's like,
Oh.
ah! And he sort of
Oh
runs.
jeez.
There's a Wilhelm scream.
Mhm.
It's- and this one like is terribly injured as he's like sort of freaking out. And the other fellow, I just need to. They have rifles, by the way. Just in case you wanted to know. And the
To Dr.
other
Ross.
fellow,
Those are bad guys, right? I look at bad guys.
the other fellow sort of also catches fire and lands on the
Oh.
ground and starts rolling.
Oh jeez.
I'm going to say from now on, if anybody wants to say open sesame, do so on your turn. Now, it's their turn.
Uh-huh.
I
Here we
feel
go.
like
I'm
we
glad we
should
threw that
start-
gasoline. I'm just gonna say that right now.
Teamwork.
Makes the dream work.
There are 4 men with guns, and
But 2 of them are on fire.
They have
And
more
not-
weapons, don't worry.
yeah.
one of them is rolling itself out. Yeah. So the one who just got hit very terribly is going to. He's on fire. He's going to put himself out on fire because he is in a bad way. Like he's not. It's bad for him. The second one, who's also on the ground on fire, is putting himself out, and that's what he does. Two of the four do not shoot at you because, you know, they're on fire. That's what happens. But the other two do shoot. Let me get
Yeah.
29, yes, 82. So, who has the lamp? Okay.
It's me.
I
I have the lamp.
The first one fires at you because you have the lamp. The second one fires at Janice Harris because Janice Harris just chucked a whole
Just threw
bunch
gasoline.
of gasoline.
Well, that's
I'm
fair.
so glad we brought that. I'm just worth it.
Yes.
So
Second
whoever
one
has the
misses.
lamp has the aggro.
Well,
or who
they
lit
split their
friends on
attacks.
fire as.
You know, it's a little bit of a friends on fire is what happened. So I'm gonna roll that damage,
Oh, jeez.
Please.
but to our good friend, a 10, which is good for you.
It is good
Um,
for me because a
and-
one's real bad.
Oh, don't say that. He hasn't rolled for me yet.
Well, 82 misses.
I'm
You don't
going
get hit.
to note something about them, which is important. So,
Yeah?
first off, that
They have time
person
bullets?
succeeded by 11. Nope.
Okay.
Succeeded by 11. Rolled a 10, which is you get hit right in your arm.
I do.
Uh,
Oh, my whip
like it's
arm.
a-
No.
But it's like a little. It's like a minor flesh.
It's a
wound.
graze.
You don't.
Yeah.
It's a graze. It's a.
Okay.
Alright.
It's not a scratch, but it's a graze,
Okay.
shall we say?
It's a little gash.
Now,
Nothing's embedded. It
you-
just hurts.
No, it just hurts. You should be fine. Now you were able to fire twice.
I was because I have a star in handgun.
Yes. They have to reload. This is a
Oh.
single shot rifle. These are not newest rifles.
Okay.
And they start to reload. The Sandman
Oh
Yeah.
no.
has
Disappears into.
His- pistol. He
Yeah.
doesn't need to disappear. He's doing
Which,
very fine,
Honestly, is the same pistol I'm using because I have his pistol from last time. So
Take this one too.
You
Every
gotta-
time, take this pistol.
every time, then I'll have two pistols and I can fill out my holster. Yeah. I just gotta get up close. Yeah.
He is going to shoot at our good doctor. Because
Oh.
the doctor is good.
Oh,
He's there.
started
right?
it.
That's a
He
war
started it.
crime, I'll let you know.
He's a Nazi. I don't
I
think
don't
he
think-
cares.
Yeah, he's not.
Just
Also-
like,
wait 3 more years. Just wait for Nuremberg.
I don't think he
I
cares
feel
because he's
like-
the Sandman.
that is
No.
correct. He does not care because he is the Sandman.
Oh,
The
that's a crit
Sandman
fail.
comes
Oh,
and he turns
Hey.
to you, good doctor, and
Oh
he
my.
lines you up in his sight. He's got this hole in his chest with trickles of blood. He is unaffected by any of this business, and he is steely-eyed. A little bit of lipstick print on his face, and he lines up his shot. And you can see he's aiming right between your eyes,
Take it.
and he is
Take
going to
it.
kill you. And I want you to know, I would like you to tell me how this does not happen, that he does not get you.
That fail.
I think I get to have the narrative drive for this.
Yes,
Does his gun jam? That'd be embarrassing.
because you get to be cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I think I'm going to go for weapon malfunction.
Yeah,
The pistol
that's just
explodes,
so embarrassing for him. Oh,
and
that did happen
uh,
sometimes.
part of the barrel lodges itself in one of his eyes.
Oh, he's gonna come out with an eye patch next time.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, yeah, he is.
But also, I want to see, like, is that a wound he can recover from? Like, is that something that's going to actually
Suffered
affect him,
from
or
the
is just
death
gonna keep
of
talking
last
with
time.
like a metal pipe coming out of his eye?
Oh, I don't want to see that.
So it's a super interesting question, but everything that you describe absolutely does happen.
Nice.
What?
He the gun explodes and a piece of shrapnel goes right into his eye. But again, in this instance where we're currently at, it does not impact him at all. He just stands there and takes it. And it is very clear to you, he is not affected by
Ooh.
injuries at this moment at all.
Mm-hmm.
He is...
Drugs.
No, that's not it. That's not it at all.
Oh wait.
Because he is the Sandman, yeah.
Is it because
Has
his sand is
Sandman.
in the little bottle?
I had that from before, though. Because I didn't
Yeah.
get that when I killed him the last time. I had that before I killed him the last time.
Oh,
So-
if we okay, this may not. Be
I did think about shoving that little vial in the lamp, though, and lighting that.
Unless
By the
he's
way, it's your
invincible in
turn.
darkness.
That's what I'm thinking. I think I want to turn the lamp on my next turn. Unless you want to light it this turn.
Open sesame!
It's y'all's turn. What would you like to do?
You want to
Open
say it, Doc?
sesame.
Yeah.
You go first.
Okay.
Open sesame.
I don't
Did
know.
the same turn last time? Yeah.
Might as
Are you
well.
sure?
Doc.
Yes,
Okay.
I say open sesame.
The boulder rumbles.
Mm.
By the way, it's the same boulder from before, and that boulder
Of course it is.
plummets down out of the cave mouth entrance 500 feet below into the sea, as before. And as it dislodges itself from the cliff and tumbles into the sea, light, the bright light of the afternoon, streams into the cave itself. And he gets a strange look about him.
Yeah, because he's got like
All
two
of a
real bad
sudden-
injuries. Yeah.
There's a beat as the light peers, backlighting him, flowing around him,
Then
and he goes,
uh-huh.
Doc, what would you like to do?
Does he do all that in silence?
Well, no, Trooper's Soundgate cut out everything.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
No, I thought it could have been
We
something.
we heard
gated?
"Ah!"
Yeah, your entire scream got gated, which I thought was even, like, cooler because of what he
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
did.
Yeah.
Hello, Raiders.
he screams in rage. Yeah, I have a gate
Yes.
on, so I don't get too loud. You know.
And he doesn't have a gun right now.
So saying up into open sesame doesn't... Does it take my turn?
No, you can do something as well. You could say you said
Oh.
it, and now you can do something.
I'm just
Oh,
gonna...
the chat heard it. I think it's just Zoom that gated. It was Zoom.
Oh, Zoom gated. Okay. Zoom gate.
I'm gonna shoot at one of the soldiers that were behind him.
Yes, please do. Roll.
Yes.
They are.
Pow.
Yep.
I miss. Pow. I hit.
Guys.
Roll 1d10. You at 60, right?
Whoops.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got 60, yeah, so I'm at like 38 under.
Roll it.
10.
So you hit one. He gets shot, right? And it looks like you probably splintered one of his bones, and he falls to the ground. He is still awake and dangerous, but he's on the ground, sort of like knocked back with the force of the blow that you gave him. My other two
Yeah.
lovelies, what do you do?
I want to do something really cheeky.
I'm
So Does it look like the Sandman, as he has cometh, and so he goeth? Does he look like he is disintegrating like he did when I killed him the last time, or does he still have a little bit of life left in him?
He
I've killed him
looks
once
a bit
before.
stunned.
Oh, okay.
He's not disintegrating. He's kind of in a rage. He's sort of.
That's cool.
Quick, go kiss the other cheek.
That was and we established that actually point blank is hard. Or no, it was because it was a grapple. It was harder. That's what it was. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm gonna get up,
Yes.
and I'm gonna
Mhm.
go over, kiss the other cheek, leave a nice big red lipstick print on that one, and
Yes.
as I like, it's gonna be this is his cheek, and I'm just like,
Mhm. Pow pow.
yep,
Roll it if you would. If you would.
I would love to.
Please do.
Yes. Oh, I get two. I get two. Nice. I do.
He is flailing about as the sun is streaming into this mouth of this cave.
So I missed
and
the
I need a
first time. I was
D10
like,
from
oh,
you.
come here. Yep.
Yep. But I need a D10 from you.
A one.
Oh.
Again.
Okay.
Look, he and I
okay,
have some
okay.
history at this point. I don't know if you know this. I have a tendency to give him a peck on the cheek and then finish him off.
You hit him in the head.
Yes, I give him a kiss,
Right.
peck on the cheek, and boop, like it's the same thing. How? What a
The
smooch.
first shot goes
Yes.
wide,
Yeah.
right? As he sort of jerks, but you hit him the second time and it hits his head, and there's like a spatter of blood that
Mhm.
like hits you right there
Yeah.
like, on the side of your face, and you can
Yep.
feel blood that starts to turn into sand.
Mm-hmm. And then I just give a little wave as I step away. Now he's got a lip print on each cheek.
And he is still wordlessly screaming at this point in time. Dr. Harris.
Yeah.
I will note, he's bleeding
big
very
knife.
heavily.
And,
And
he's
he's
starting
still-
to
he's still-
disintegrate. Yeah.
And is so the hole in his chest from the other shot, is that starting to sand? Like, does it look like he's disintegrating into sand, or is it just like the fresh blood that's turning to sand?
Just the fresh blood.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So that other one that like is bleeding a little bit is not turning into sand. It's just the one that when he got hit while he was in the sunlight, that one has
Stab him.
impacted him.
I was just thinking that. So, Dr. Harris, hand back on that very fine and jeweled and very nice,
Mhm.
very large knife. Gonna pretty much just as Dr. Ross backs away. I would imagine you see it to where Dr. Ross backs away, and then all of a sudden, as like replacing, like real quick, Dr. Harris comes up, and then she's gonna go ahead and stand, like she's aiming
Kidney?
for that hole. That's
Oh,
already
the hole. Yeah.
She's aiming
It's
for the
already
hole, and then
full
if
for
she
you.
makes it, well, I'll say what happens if she makes it. let's find out.
Please roll.
Let's
Mhm,
find
mhm.
out. No, she did not.
You come in, right? And as you sort of come in, it sort of moves through his body a little bit, right?
Wow.
And he just sort of twists. I will tell you,
Ah!
the four henchmen,
Oh.
two of them stand up.
Oh wow.
That's what they do this turn. The other two, because they were on fire, right? So they sort of are standing up and they're like ready. The other two,
Reload?
yeah. There's like reloading. They don't get to do anything this turn because of being set on fire,
It's a lot.
having to reload, hard times. But
The one I got a 10 on,
Sandman.
didn't he get knocked back?
Yeah, he has to stand up, right? So
Oh,
he
okay,
is
that's
like
part of the two that. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So basically, they don't get to do anything because you screwed them all over really badly. Well, you were too
Yeah, we
badass, and so
did.
they're like
What
getting up
is
to
the
their feet, and they're looking to their leader, and their leader, whose turn it is, continues
Was
to
knocked
rage.
back. Yeah. Just
Right.
rage.
He's like, "Ah!" And like little bits of him start to like smoke a little bit, and
Mhm.
the wound on his head starts to start dripping black sand.
Ooh.
Nice.
And he doesn't get to go this turn.
Oh,
Um,
for him.
real quick, are
Mhm.
we? I don't know if I actually knew. Are we in initiative, or are we just going at our pleasure?
You are
Wait.
in initiative, but it's per side.
It's us
Per
versus
side,
them.
okay.
Yeah.
So they
So-
just went.
so
Now
if,
it's
if
us
whoever
again.
wants to go
Yeah.
before me, please.
Okay.
Whoever
I
wants
was
Do
to
gonna
something
say-
you want.
Since Dr. Harris is right there anyway,
Yeah,
having
go for
like
it.
having that gone through,
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna just have her like kind of try and swing it back around and like catch him on
Yeah.
the back. And like kind of
Mm.
because
She
she's
missed with
right
that
there,
step.
she's right
Yeah.
there. Let's find
Yeah,
out.
go for it.
Let's see what happens.
I'm into
39.
it.
That's enough to stab.
Okay, all right. Do you
So
wanna,
it goes
talk
through
about
and
them?
then immediately like back.
Is this like a dance?
Why it is. It's funny you should say that. Nimble on the feet. That's Dr. Harris.
I see it. Could you roll a d10 for me?
I would love nothing more.
Please.
Oh, that's a one.
Oh,
Oh, what?
We have rolled so. He hates us so much.
He is very angry.
Now,
He
for
should
so-
learn his
I will
lesson and
note-
stop coming after us.
Yeah, and
I
Tails
will
not so
note-
close.
that you only beat it by 1 because you're rolling at a 40 for your hand-to-hand.
But you rolled
take it.
max on
But-
that chart.
But that's enough to hit him, and you stab deep into his body,
Nice.
and you hit true. It doesn't feel like it's critical, but you go like deep into his guts, and sand starts spilling out, and you hit him hard. It was the momentum that you had. The momentum knocks him onto the ground, and he's knocked down, sort of sand pulling out of his wounds. Who's next?
Dr. Harris spins away, so she's not in the way anymore. It's a kind of a fluid motion of
I have an
Anyway,
idea, but it's
this is
silly,
all
so
on one chart.
Oh, I have an idea too,
All
but if
one
yours is
chart.
silly, I'm
yo.
here
Oh,
for
I
it.
love that.
What's your
I'm
idea?
going to attempt something very dumb.
I'm here
I'm
for it.
Ready?
Sweet.
I know medicine. I know how to shoot a rifle. I
Yes, you do.
figure I must have
Yes, you
some
do.
form of like battlefield medic training.
Yes.
I figure as a battlefield medic, dragging a body is something that I've learned to do very, pick up a body and
Yes.
move.
Are you gonna
quickly,
throw him into
right?
the
Yes.
sea?
I am going to chuck him into the sea.
Okay.
As you do that, can we like kind of
Yeets
tag
him
system it
away.
because it's us versus them?
Yes. Yeah.
Being an archaeologist and an
Mhm,
anthropologist
Mhm,
and a
mhm.
French resistance member, apparently,
mhm,
if we
mhm,
were to
mhm.
have issues with the Nazis on our way back
Yeah.
in to Casablanca, what is
Mhm.
something I could pull off of his uniform as he's getting dragged away that would help us get past that without any issues?
Pins?
He has a pin.
I want to
He
take
has a
that pin.
Gestapo pin.
I want
It's
to take
like a
that
lapel
Gestapo
pin.
pin. And I imagine it's a very high-ranking Gestapo lapel pin.
Yes.
I want to take that.
You roll first before
Okay.
our dear friend.
Okay.
hmm
Yes.
Yes.
I get it.
You rip
And
it off of him.
yeah.
Like, just like, it's like, because it's, and they always carry them, they always pin them on the underside of their lapel.
On sites, yeah,
So
so
they
you
can-
can't see it, so they could show it, yeah.
And when you grab him, right, you rip this high-ranking Gestapo lapel pin right off of on the underside of his lapel. And dear doctor, could you please roll for me? This is at your 60. I
It's
might
at
need
my
you to roll
60?
twice, though.
Because if we have
Yeah,
this
but I need
Nazi
you-
bag and we do get harassed, we can just, I can put it on my own lapel.
But I need you to roll twice. Now I need you to roll one more time. you need, this is going to be a, you're looking at a 200% that you need. Okay, so you grab him, right? He has, your difficulty to hit him the first time was not a 60, it was an 80 because he's on the ground and he can't really defend himself, so it's easier to pull him. But that's just to grab him and to move him, right? So to grab him and move him, to grab him was a 66, to move him was that 75, to move with him, you had to move, right? You needed that, but again, you didn't make it by a lot, but enough to drag him because he is stunned and on the ground and about to escape.
Yeah, and you're dragging him further into the
turn.
light too. Yeah.
And you're dragging him further into the light. And that was that third roll. When I said you had to roll against a 200%.
Yeah. What was the second one for?
Because that's what we call, the second was to drag him. The first was to grapple him. The second
Grab,
was actually,
drag, and 200%? I don't know what that is. So.
yes. So this is very exciting. They have a thing called catastrophic damage. And that would be if you're in an explosion or something like that, right? So that you have to find out your quality of success. But you don't roll against your 60 or your 80 in this case because you're the bonus because he was stunned and didn't do much. You roll against a much larger number. If it were like a small explosion, it'd be against a 100. If it's a very large explosion, or in this case, being in the bright desert sun, then you have to roll against a 200. Because he does not do well in the sun, as it turns out. So you succeeded that by 102%. Could you roll?
Am I getting blown to
1d10?
bits alongside him?
You don't have a problem at being in the sun. You know,
He doesn't like pull
that's a
you
problem
into
that he has.
Yeah, no, I had a whole thing prepped up if look, I was ready to sacrifice William Bright. 7.
All right, so I would like you to describe to me. You had to make 2 rolls, which were not as difficult using your medical, right? Because he was stunned. He was going to disappear on his turn, which would be right now after yours. But I need you to describe to me because that is enough to not only give him the second critical he needs, which will kill him, but also to knock him down, which is, again, got an ocean. Could you please describe, at least start the description and I'll finish it for you.
Okay.
Underneath them.
I'm going to. So I had multiple scenarios in my head.
Uh-huh.
And I'm gonna go with
Oh,
this
yes.
one. Bright grabs the Sandman, puts him on his shoulder, and begins to try to run with them. It's
and as you do,
right?
black sand starts dripping right down your shoulder.
As I get close to the cliffside, he's managed to like shift his weight, and we end up grappling one and the other, and we both fall off the cliff. But because I succeeded, right?
You are able to catch the edge
With the Nazi bag, with the strap.
Yes.
That's a movie move.
That is a movie move.
Yes.
Yo,
So
it was
if I
close.
had to, if I were to have died, I would have said like, can all of this happen and I die? But the bag remains, and it's the only thing that's left behind.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
I like to imagine he falls and hits the rocks and the ocean
I
and
want
just
him to hit the
and
rocks.
yeah.
But there are multiple rocks. It's a cliff face, right? And as he hits, every time he hits, bits of sand splash like blood off of him as he sort of like crackles and crumples down and like dissipates into the ocean, sort of diffused. The sand of him just sort of like a
My
He is
favorite
now-
part about this is you had went past the 4 stunned lackeys
yes.
and then
Yes.
yeeted
They're just
him off a
watching.
cliff.
Yes.
They're just like,
And
what the fuck is going on? Yeah.
They're
And
like,
I've got
you
the
know what,
pin
this
and
is worth it.
I'm just calmly affixing it to my collar and staring at them like I fucking dare you.
they run is what happens. They run. They leave. They split. They're like, ah, and they just like, their guy is dead. This is bad. They leave. They're out of here. They charge out of this cave as quickly as possible to get out.
Listen, they saw their boss start to disintegrate. They got lit on fire. They're dealing with a lot.
It's a bad day for those lackeys.
Yeah, imagine.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the degree of the burn. Well, Bright would know.
As they're
Being
running away.
Molotoved- Oh no, go ahead.
As they're running away, because we've established I can speak German, I want to yell after them in German. You speak a word about this to anyone, you die. That's all. Carry on.
Oh, mine is just morbid curiosity.
Yes.
Well, it's because
Yeah,
when
they
you're
don't
set
look
on
good.
fire by like a kerosene explosion, right? It's what,
Yeah,
like a
yeah,
second
yeah.
degree, third degree burn? Even if it's for just a few seconds, it's probably
Yeah.
horrible.
Oh yeah, no, it's yeah.
Yeah, then
Which,
you
by
go
the way, is
under
the-
the scorching desert sun.
They're not gonna
Yeah, it's not gonna
probably
be good
half
for
of them
them.
are probably
I
gonna
just
make it.
want to. How painful is it going to be?
Very. So here's the thing, and this is the very cool thing about
Yes.
this system, is that if you take catastrophic injuries, which being hit with a Molotov cocktail from an entire gasoline can is, right? The number
Yes.
is a much, basically you're just going to be guaranteeing some critical hits and some badness there, right? So they're in a really bad way. They're going to be moving very slowly. They're in a lot of pain, and they may not make it out in the end.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Oh, we're so sad.
They may not make it out. They're running, but like it's not.
It's crazy.
going to
There
be
was
good
water
for them.
right there. He could have just jumped, put himself out, you know?
One of them does stumble and fall off the cliff on the way to try to get out.
He also hits the rocks.
But tell me, he
the
does.
more
He doesn't
crunch.
dissipate into sand though. He just
thud crunch. Squish.
he just
Squish thud
crunches.
A
crunch.
shark jumps out and like grabs him.
Yes! That's so movie. Yeah, it's like there's like a little frenzy at
what do
the
you-
bottom. Oh,
What do you
I'll
all
go
do
down.
now? By the way,
I'll hold my whip down
so
for
we
him
should
to
help
grab.
We should help him.
Oh, here you
Yeah.
go. Grab my whip. We'll pull you up.
I'll get one arm.
Oh, there you go.
he's just hanging, right? Hanging sadly. You were able to
Yeah.
pull him back up, and
Is
I'm gonna tell
Ahmed
you
still
something
there?
that's from my own past, by the way. What the strap of the bag caught on a rock that was sort of like jutting out, and right as you pull him up, the rock crumbles down and falls.
Oh, of
tumbles down
course.
into the ocean
Yeah.
below. You
Mhm.
only had just those few moments before he would have tumbled and died. Ahmed is still sedated and unconscious.
Well,
Okay, so maybe we didn't fully time travel? That's weird. Okay. But I've got the lamp though. Should
Oh, good. And we have the papers.
And I got this Gestapo pin, so we shouldn't have any issues from at least some of the authorities. Time to head
You
back.
know, for a simulation or a dream, this felt very, very real.
Oh yeah, could you take a look at this, by the way?
I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I just
What? Do I
He's
not
not
have
there.
the lamp?
Ahmed
Oh, Ahmed?
Ahmed is not there. He is not there.
Dang it, Ahmed. I hope the
Oh,
car
I
is
hope he
still up
didn't
top.
fall off.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I
He is
hope he
not
didn't
there.
fall off. Let's check the car is still there.
Oh, that's
You
gonna
know,
be
as
a
you're
drag.
walking back,
At least we packed a picnic.
you're out. You're out, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is like a, heat shimmer?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There is this heat shimmer, and everything just seems, the landscape
different.
itself shimmers.
Mm-hmm.
It's just shimmering just a little bit, as if you were in this sort of intense heat. And as you make your way back up to where the Jeep is gone. It's not.
Are there any
there.
tracks of it having left? Or is it like we're in a different time and like it's long since been gone?
Or never came down.
Archaeology.
How
Okay.
did the 4 other guys got here anyway?
Open Sesame went in
question.
and closed this. I don't know. I'm too panicked. And smug.
You are pretty panicked. What you see are there are tire tracks but you don't know how old they are. There are
Okay.
multiple tire tracks. You don't know how old
Oh.
they are, though.
Okay.
And when you get up to where the Jeep is, you see the three of the 4 henchmen, and they're laying there on the ground dead.
Oh no.
Wow, that was quick.
Doc,
Ish.
Yeah.
How did they die?
medicine.
no. Oh
That
no.
would be a medicine roll
How-
from our doctor.
How decomposed are they?
Yeah, that's a question. How long have
Give
they
me
been
a
dead?
medicine roll.
Oh
Oh
wow.
no.
Okay.
No,
We're
I
all
failed.
too
So
freaked
81,
out.
which is it's a fail, but I can give you some things, not others.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
Partial
you can
success.
tell, you can't get you can't tell a whole lot of stuff from this. What you can tell is they died, it seems like from, it's a little unclear, but they have been picked at by scavengers.
Oh, it's been a while.
You would say it has been, they're no longer in rigor mortis, so like a week, maybe?
Okay, but they're not bones yet.
It's not,
like-
okay.
No,
a
no.
week.
But they seem to have been dead for about a week.
Except they ran like they were just ahead of us.
Yeah,
that is
remember how that tunnel seemed really long for us? Maybe that cliff face was really long for them.
Oh, that would suck.
That would suck,
I has a question.
especially with 3rd-degree burns.
Yes.
Yeah, one of them, I guess, his uniform is no longer usable.
Well, they were
Theoretically.
Yeah, they weren't
in like linens.
Nazis. Yeah,
Oh, they weren't in Nazi uniforms?
They were just like Lawrence of Arabia's because I was like copycats.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
they were
bunch of
like-
They were just
Lawrences. Yeah.
tired. Oh.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I forgot. Oh well.
No, but I have the pin.
Yeah, no, it's just we could
Can I
have,
get a
for future use.
Yeah.
can I get a stunt driving roll?
Why? Yes. I would love to do that. A 30.
You
Feel a car somewhere around here.
you do feel a car somewhere around here, as a matter of fact.
Nice.
I can
that
feel
is-
a car in my
that is true.
bones.
Car senses.
The car senses are
What
tingling.
it is
Woo!
is you're like, okay, well, where are these guys, right? Like these people died, but they must have gotten here somehow. There's some tracks,
Mhm.
but where would it be? You don't see it anywhere, obviously. You're like, okay, but if I were gonna like hide a vehicle in some way, where would I do it? And
Where
there
Ahmed hid all
is-
those fake trophies and things.
well, that's much farther away.
All the
But
weavers are
there
sitting there
actually
around
is-
the car.
But there's like a small sort of like bluff, and you're like, well, if I were gonna do it, I think I'd probably. And if you follow this way, it's like about like around a dune. There is a
Oh,
Jeep.
over there.
It is not yours. It's a strange
What
Jeep,
year?
actually.
Yeah.
It's not a model that you know. You've not seen this model before,
Not even me.
but it has a full tank of gas, but
Oh.
no food or water.
The keys
Um,
around there.
we have water and food because
We
Janice
do.
asked me to bring the picnic.
We have
and
the
I brought
picnic
that, yeah.
basket. We haven't eaten it yet, so
Saving
You
that
are
for a special
famished,
occasion.
by the way.
Huh?
famished.
I feel
Well,
so hungry
and-
all
let's
of
get
a
that
sudden.
picnic.
Dehydrated.
Yeah.
Oh, so glad we packed water.
Looks around
is
the
quite-
inside the car. Keys.
It is quite aerodynamic, by the way. It's a very sleek sort of way rounder. Like most of your
You
Jeeps
know-
are a little bit boxier, you know?
Yeah.
You know,
Uh,
so more aerodynamic in a way that might be kind of, oh, I don't know, futuristic.
well, I mean, you're from 1985. Jeeps are pretty boxy in
Futuristic
1985 still, too.
Yeah, but we've also seen like when did Back to the
No, but
Future come out?
there's a way to know. Is there a cigarette lighter in it?
Oh yeah.
There is not.
Ooh,
That is
Okay.
not from 1985 or any time before.
that good man.
I would like to check the door because there's gonna have the VIN number on the door and also the year, make, and model.
It must be a mistake. I wouldn't worry about it because it doesn't.
No,
the
no.
VIN number doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Tell me the
Does
VIN
make
number.
sense.
Curiosity, though.
Yeah. Just
Well, I mean, there's this
tell
VIN
it to
number.
me.
There are these 4 numbers that don't really make any sense, so that can't be the year. They must have changed it. Yeah.
Okay, but what would it be theoretically speaking?
It would be like 2028.
Okay. Guys,
Yeah.
I don't think those missives are valuable anymore. Unless we're talking about strictly for historic purposes.
Historical things can be worth. Wait, what do you mean?
Either the war is still going on, which would make it one of the longest wars in, well, modern history, or we're in 2028, and we are
What?
very unfashionable for 2028, I bet you.
Janice like busts
I bet
over,
my
almost like
teaching
knocks
certificate's expired.
Margaret out of the way.
Oh!
What the? Hey, what? Oh,
Look,
There's a push
we
button.
remember 1985. We remember 1942. This is not the weirdest thing that's happened to us.
yeah, but I don't remember anything from this.
No, well,
You know the
I
cave entrance?
wasn't alive in the 40s. So, huh?
You know the cave entrance?
Yeah.
It shimmers just like that heat shimmering,
Uh-huh.
and then you can't see it anymore.
Fuck. Maybe we should have lit the lamp a 3rd time. I still have it, though.
Oh,
You
you
do?
still have.
Um,
Want to look at the sand in the necklace just for funsies?
Oh, yeah, sure.
What's it doing?
I made a
It's
matching mark. Did you see?
I
Oh, very
did. That was
saucy.
that was
It's-
very cool.
Thanks. Oh,
the sand
shucks.
is white.
Oh wow. Oh,
actual.
It's changed colors.
I wonder if it's like how your hair goes white when you get older.
Interesting.
Um,
Or he's not a threat anymore because we killed him twice. Second
That's
time's the
true.
charm. Sunlight damage. I don't know.
He fell way down.
He fell
Listen,
way down. Yeah.
Back in 1985, I made a stupid mistake
What
that
did you
Dr. Bright
do?
would remember because, he remembers everything from 1985, right?
Yes.
I invested my last bonus from the university into a small company called Apple. And
Oh,
I guess
That's never gonna go
2028,
anywhere. What were you
It's
doing?
no-
yeah, no, but like they probably don't even use the stock market anymore. Like this is probably useless.
I mean,
Like,
honestly, they
everything we
probably
have
don't.
is probably
I
useless.
mean, I bet all the technology was gonna crash in the year 2000. That's what I heard. So
I heard that too.
we're probably back. Maybe we're not as out of
Facts.
fashion. If we're back to like pre, internet.
Oh, it's probably like
fax
historic
machines.
times.
Like, yeah, we're back to like primitive. Maybe they don't even have electricity anymore.
But they
Oh,
have
wow.
that car.
Maybe it
That's
doesn't use
true.
electricity. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the fuel tank.
Completely
Trooper
full.
said it was full.
Oh,
Except if
Okay.
there's like a weird symbol on it, on the fuel gauge.
wonder what this
What
is.
is it? What does it say?
It looks like a rectangle with like a plus minus sign on it as well.
Oh no, that's a fucking battery. What the bullshit? And I'm gonna open the hood. of the car.
Hey,
Is
I'm
that
the car
car-
person.
No, you said it was rounded, so it's not a Cybertruck. Okay.
The
Oh,
engine
guys.
is weirdly less complicated than you
Janice.
remember.
Janice.
Here.
I don't like it.
This is weird. How could it work with so little under the hood? Jason's gonna go and start it up.
Do we just go back to
There's a
Casablanca and
button
pretend we're
to
like
press.
historical reenactors or some shit? And then, I
mean,
don't know. Maybe we'll
having
time
s-
travel back in our sleep. Do we light this stupid lamp again? I don't know.
Being a film person though, Janice would have watched a lot of sci-fi too, so she would see the button and be like, I guess this is the button. Just boop. And I imagine it
The
starts up.
car. Yeah, but the engine is weirdly
So
quiet.
quiet.
Is it
It's like
is it on?
weirdly quiet.
Turns it off, turns it on again.
No, it is.
Oh, oh.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, hop
Okay.
in. We should head back, I guess.
All right. Okay, how about this? We go back to Casablanca, see what's up, see if the hotel's still there, get a room, and light the
my
lamp
stuff!
again.
With what
My bag!
money?
We still have. Oh, that's maybe they're using different
Wait,
dollars
wait.
now. We still have several
No,
hundred.
yeah.
Can we
crap.
check and see if our money changed?
Oh yeah,
Or is it
Everything
like
seems the same.
Okay.
we have $2,100.
Oh, that may not even be worth anything anymore.
It might not be. I don't know.
Wait,
We also have these, and I'll pull out the shiny gold coins.
Oh,
2028?
gold
There-
never loses value.
Gold never
Um,
loses value. It's a
I'm gonna
fact.
try to remember something.
Hmm?
What year was the first Back to the Future?
That was
Well, the first Back to the Future.
The first Back to the Future, but I'm not talking. No, it came out after. No, it's 85.
Yeah, it's 85. We would have seen it.
Yeah, but the
Brand
thing
new
is
film.
in 85 in that movie
He goes back to the 50s.
to the 50s, and then at the end he goes to the.
Oh,
Yeah, but is it 2028?
I thought it was 2023.
20? No, it's 2015.
2015. Okay.
So we might
Which is
not be
just a
in a
couple years from
movie
now.
anymore.
I also want to point out that in the real world, all about actual people, 2028 is only 5 years away. Anyway,
I
carry
know.
on.
Stop it.
I know.
That's true.
Go on.
Don't
know.
like it.
Don't like it.
But carry on anyway.
Do you begin to drive back to Casablanca?
Oh, buttery smooth.
Do we discover AC?
There is a button that looks like little, it looks like AC.
It's either bacon or air.
They did have air in the cars. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
they have as a thing. So
Yeah.
yeah. Wow, this gets ice
you're
cold.
driving-
This is crisp.
Ooh.
As you're
The
driving
jams.
past the Tower of Allah,
Uh-huh.
it too begins to shimmer,
Oh no.
like with a heat shimmer,
Oh,
and then it just vanishes from sight.
No, okay. Do we light this lamp now? I'm getting a little freaked out. I'm worried Casablanca's
And
gonna
as a matter
shimmer
of
away.
fact, the entire landscape shifts.
Nope. Can I have
And
that
you
lighter,
don't
Doc?
even really recognize it anymore.
I don't know if I can drive through this, guys.
Lighter. Light the lamp. And in the car, we
The
light
lamp-
the lamp.
Lights, it grows, and it gets bright, and then it dies back down.
Okay.
But it does light. The flame does light.
Is there a beam again, or
Nope.
Oh,
You know
is
the
it
route.
just?
You know which way Casablanca should be according to your new map.
Yeah, but also Casablanca as the image of a plane leaving to Lisbon.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe
Mhm.
Lisbon was going to be our next destination.
You know,
but
we
the
do
plane
that
looks
is on
like
our-
a B-42 bomber,
original
kind of.
travel itinerary.
it
not
is?
a super sci-fi.
What's the
fantasy-
landscape like now? If it all shimmered.
I mean, the route to freedom showed France to Algiers to Casablanca to Lisbon back to America. So maybe we do need to go to Lisbon. I mean, we could probably get to Lisbon with $2,000, right, for 3 people. That's a lot of money.
$2,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah, even in the 1980s, it was a good bit of money.
That's a shame.
Oh, they don't know about
Yeah,
2028. Bless
None
their
of our
hearts.
characters know about inflation.
Well, we know
Triple,
inflation.
what's
Uh,
what's the landscape now? Is it still the desert, or
It's still the desert. It looks. It just looks different, as if it just looks different to you.
maybe a
You
different
still
desert?
can make out landmarks. No,
Okay.
same desert. It's just like time has passed in ways, or
The-
Dunes have
Dog.
shifted, and
the dunes have shifted. It doesn't seem like the same place at all. It's less, I don't know, pretty. Well,
Ugh.
the sun is setting, and there are these pink rays, and there's a beautifulness about the sunset that's happening right over the Moroccan desert. So there's something really gorgeous about it, but it also just looks a little different. The markers you had were, the trail is still there, but the trail
Man,
seems more built,
Mm.
Is it
more
paved?
road-like. Yep.
Oh, now I can put the pedal to the metal.
Oh no.
She's gonna,
Ah!
if there's nobody else on the road and it's paved, she's gonna see like what the car can do.
Oh, well, how fast would you like to go? Want to do
No.
120, 130?
No.
Let's see how fast it goes.
You so what's really interesting about going fast? You know how when you like when you're in your old Jeep and you're driving like 70, it rattles and it's like rough? Right now they do like 125, 130 and it's smooth. It is not rough at all. It is just smooth. Smooth.
You're talking in
It's
miles,
just not
right?
even. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because 120
it's
is
so
not that
quiet.
fast.
Not in kilometers, no.
It is in miles per hour, but like in kilometers, it's yeah.
It is.
And as you are approaching, you can see in the distance the walls of Casablanca. Brilliant white. And there it is, like just as the sun is setting. And that's when you see them. 3 riders on white horses
Oh no.
in full Lawrence of Arabia gear.
Oh. Wow.
That outfit. And they're charging across the sands towards you.
From behind or from the front? In front.
Or from the
From
side.
Casablanca.
Oh, from
Okay.
Casablanca. Maybe we
You're
should
gonna
slow the
get
car
run over.
down.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jen's gonna start
Yeah.
slowing down a little bit. We're not gonna mow these people down.
And they wave to you.
We'll wave back.
They're coming up towards you. And they're waving not like, oh, hey, but like to flag you down.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
hell.
she'll match the speed accordingly to where she can get to them and like slow down and not just totally run them over.
It's so good to see you, friends. We have been sent here by De Vries
Yes.
and Ferrari.
What?
We're so glad when you had not come back. For 2 weeks, we were worried that something had happened to you. Ahmed said that he was waiting for you for days, but you never came back from the cave. We thought you might have been lost or captured by the Nazis, but we are good to see you. It is good to see that you're back.
Thankfully not. And I look at the cars, it's still from 2028.
It's beginning to
Shimmering.
warp its
Yeah.
shape. It's shimmering.
Okay, well at least that satchel's still
Casey,
valuable.
no.
Put her face in it for the
And
last
it's-
couple moments. We're just like, oh.
And all of a sudden, there's no AC, and the engine is loud.
Oh, don't worry. We're safe and we've got important finds.
Yeah.
Archaeologically speaking.
Yes.
De Vries will be very happy to hear about them.
Listen, this is very important. Something strange has happened, and we don't quite know why.
You
Yeah.
don't say.
Go on. What's happened?
Uh-huh.
Please explain it to me. Like I'm 5.
There was we were going to warn you about an ambush. There was a Gestapo officer and his men that were
Ah!
waiting to capture you when you came into the city.
Wow.
But they just left a few days ago. As if they had never been there. We didn't know what that meant.
Maybe they found somewhere else to be.
I would suggest looking at the coastline.
Like the ocean. Just
Submarines.
Oh no.
maybe they wanted to take a
for-
swim. It's so warm.
Yeah, recovery. You know what? Do not bother yourself with it.
I'm sure
I
they're
wouldn't
fine.
worry about it.
Well.
Yeah.
Listen, you have not much time. The plane to
Oh,
Lisbon
get
is
to think of
leaving
that.
shortly.
Yeah,
Oh,
tickets to De
shit.
Vries. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, and they hand you the paperwork from Ferrari. He's had these done
Oh,
for a week and a half.
thank you. Oh, that's great.
But you have to make it to the airport to Lisbon, or else we cannot keep the plane any longer.
Well, we'll get there with this driver. She's great.
not in this vehicle. Guys, I think we should
must
head.
rush.
Oh,
Okay. Do we know if we're supposed to
Um,
give? Yeah. Well, we gotta see. Take us to DeVries, or is he at the plane waiting for us?
yeah. Is there a
He's
way we
waiting
can?
for you at the plane.
Okay, let's go.
I don't
Floyd.
want to
Just
pass
like the
these
end of
off
the
to.
movie.
Huh?
Oh.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
like the end of the
yes.
movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is he gonna tell us if we don't get on that plane, we'll regret it? Oh,
Yes. Yes, indeed.
yeah. Janice will drive this
How do we leave
I
anything
I need
at
you
our
to make a
hotel?
self-driving roll.
as
We've got it all
fast
with
as
us.
fast as she can.
Oh, and I bet
I
there's
need
a
a s-
few Gestapo stops to help expedite.
Gestapos?
There's some Gestapos on
Ah,
the way because they like to do checkpoints. So I'm
29.
just gonna to help expedite us through. I'm just gonna
Just-
show the pin to help get us past any
So-
checkpoints that might slow us down.
so with that roll, which you needed to make this roll to get there on time.
Mhm.
And
Oh, we're
with the
playing.
flashpoint, what's weird is that there seems to be a lessened Nazi presence in the city.
Oh, interesting.
Alright,
That's
okay.
not bad.
There are still Nazis around, but it's a bit more like Vichy France forces, and it's as if having killed the Sandman, you depleted some of the forces that were arrayed against you, stopping an ambush that might have happened at the gate. But you killed him, and he did not escape.
Oh,
Well, at least you killed him in
did.
this dimension. And
This time
with
again.
that roll, you are able to like screech into the airport right as the
Pulls in
plane
there
the
in a
propellers are
donut.
running. Yeah, and there is DeVries waiting for you. And when you arrive, you see DeVries, and there's fog everywhere. And he's standing by the plane just waiting for you all. And the engines are idling, the propellers are going, and it is very close to takeoff. And you can hear like just people in the distance talking. And as soon as you're within earshot, DeVries goes, quick, thank heaven you've arrived in time. Did you find the documents? Anything else of special interest? He says he's like rushing up to get you as he's hustling you towards this plane.
Nothing you need to worry about.
We
Yeah,
have the
it's-
documents.
standard fare.
I
They're
say
safe.
nothing you need to worry about. And I've got like pottery shards sticking out of one pocket. There's gold coins in another. I've got the carpet on one shoulder. I'm holding the lamp in another hand.
Anything else?
He says,
No.
listen to me.
Not really.
He says, when you get on the plane, hand the documents to a very tall, distinguished-looking man named Laszlo. You won't be able to miss him. He's traveling with a very beautiful woman. But Ahmed came back, and he said something about a rock moving to open up the cave. Did you?
What?
Yeah,
Did you
it's the
Yeah,
story
find
he
this
keeps telling
treasure?
every tourist.
Yeah, like
you've heard him talk
tried
about
to
all the genies. I mean,
he sold us this lamp for $10. There was a ring.
Ooh.
There was this magic carpet.
You know how he
I
tells
hit it with a
stories.
pickaxe and it dislodged. I mean, he
Ugh.
just probably
Also,
embellished it
he
to try to
did
get money
suffer
out
from
of you.
heat. He suffered from heat stroke. So
He did.
He'll
That
probably
is
tell
true.
you he was drugged and lying on a rock for a while.
It was the heat stroke was
if
pretty
you-
bad.
If you found anything, it is the property of French Morocco. I'm gonna need bargaining from
Just
Yeah.
Janice.
Look,
put everything
I
into your
just
trench
told
coat.
him that these cool things we found
Yes.
Hey,
Ahmed
fair and
sold it.
square. Fair and
He
square.
was-
Yes.
for $10 each.
Yep. I
24.
know it. Yes.
I'm like,
So,
we didn't find these.
Boom.
We were
Yeah.
sold these by Ahmed.
Yep.
This one it
Yep.
says every new minute a sucker's born. Look at it. It's so ridiculous. Aw.
Roll to
So-
24. Also, bargaining,
Yeah.
you say.
No!
Yes.
No.
So- Here's the thing. Because you have the fake artifacts, because you did all of that, and you rolled so
I
low
would
bargain.
never take actual archaeology things from something that belongs to a different nation. I'm not Indiana Jones.
No.
That's silly
He
talk.
believes you because of the doctor giving the good story about the heat stroke, because of you having the fake artifacts,
Uh-huh.
and because of your bargaining role. He's like,
Worth the
Well-
$10 each, honestly.
He's like, well, all right. But if you had found anything, you would have to turn it over to the government.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
But I guess
We would 100%.
What
Just what
did you
Ahmed
find?
sold us.
That's it.
Unless,
So-
There's no
magic
real genies in them.
carpet. Yeah, genie lamp, knockoff
says-
brass.
Ahmed makes quite a bit of money selling these things to tourists.
Yep.
Well-
He got us. Oh,
Please, the plane is about to go. Please go.
oh,
Hustles
safe.
up onto the.
and I'm gonna keep that Gestap open because we might need it in Lisbon.
We're gonna
And-
need everything. I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Uh,
That and also
when
I'm kind of
you-
hoping for an enemies to lovers arc with the Sandman at this point. I'm not even gonna lie.
I mean-
He's got 2 lip
I
prints.
mean-
It's only a matter of time before he falls for me. And not just
I'm
off
just
a
saying.
cliff.
I mean, you've
Uh,
already stabbed him twice in the heart.
I'm shot to the
So-
heart, and I'm to
You're
blame.
to blame. So when you get onto the plane, because this is the end of this moment, when you get on the plane, there are 2 other passengers inside.
Mm.
A tall,
Oh, 2.
handsome man, accompanied by a very beautiful young woman. And that woman, of course, is played by Ingrid Bergman.
Mm.
I mean, that's just what it is.
Got a sad
and
look on her face.
she's got this sad look on her face as she's looking out the window, sort of sadly. It's a man in a trench coat. I think it might be Rick.
Bergman.
Okay. Who's the guy?
Tall.
He is the guy you're supposed to give your papers to.
He's the guy we're
Yes.
supposed to give our papers to.
Yeah, but what?
He
okay, what actor is he?
A guy named Paul Heinried. But you know, Margaret Ross, you did see her. She was sitting kind of sadly by the piano at Rick's.
Oh.
It's very melancholy.
Mm-hmm.
And the man stands up and he goes, I am Victor Laszlo. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I hope you've brought something for me.
Most certainly did. Doctor Bright.
Yes.
Dr. Bright.
Oh,
Sorry, Dr.
right
Ross.
here.
Dr. Bright.
Oh,
Here.
Ah,
Takes the bag
thank
off.
you. And he takes the bag and he goes, Dr. Bright, I've heard much about you. And he says, I thank you again. The world thanks you. Your actions, I assure you, have been of the utmost importance. You have helped ensure the survival of freedom in the world. And he hands you a magazine. Look magazine, as a matter of fact. And he says, I believe that there's something of interest to you 3 in this magazine.
I
And
don't read
he
magazines.
sits down in his seat next to Ingrid Bergman.
let's
and
have
they
a
give him
look.
small prop cane.
What's in it?
Well, it's a magazine. Nothing weird.
Yeah, we flip through it.
Hold it
Oh,
upside down, shake it around.
a strange old piece of parchment falls out of the
Oh.
magazine. And where is it? Oh, I not give
This
it to you? Oh, no.
belongs in a museum.
That is, I think, the one prop that I did not scan properly. No, wait. No, I do. I have it because it's a
Okay.
card. Hold on. It is
Okay.
a card.
It's a
What?
card.
Yeah.
Oh,
It is a card.
We learned a new skill.
I'm gonna drag 2 things onto
Oh,
your map
please
for
do.
you.
oh,
You
item
have
cards.
both of them.
Oh, and a poem.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Can we flip them? Can we flip them?
Please do. Please flip them.
Oh, that's I got that. That's right
Magic
there.
lamp.
Mm-hmm. Which does,
Poem.
after all.
Oh, let me flip them.
And if you would read the poem.
Oh, I don't like that.
Uh-oh. Oh,
The sands are a glittering hunger and pursuit, partial worlds behind you, nor will that fact of all facts change. There is looking at you in the dodge and tunnel of the setting forth.
I will note that it is a fragment of parchment. It seems as if
Mm.
this is a piece of a larger piece of parchment that you have perhaps.
Yeah, because it looks like it's
only-
the upper left part.
Yep, that is
Oh.
correct. There are probably 3 other pieces of parchment out there somewhere. Probably.
I was hoping there was more. It's not a very good poem on its own.
The plane taxis and accelerates, its engines roaring, until, at last, she lifts off on the runway and starts to climb. And that sort of feeling in your pit of your stomach as the plane rises.
Oh,
And you hear
nervous flyer.
a gunshot sound faintly below, very far away. And then there's only silence. And both you and the plane fade into the fog.
DeVries.
And that is the end
Oh
Dun,
of
dun,
the
dun, dun, dun.
first of 4 adventures in Sandman.
my gosh.
Yo.
So, Adventure 2 is called The Prophet of Darkness.
Ugh.
All right.
And there are 3. In the same way that you had cards that gave you Ross, Harris, and Bright, there are the Pilgrim, the Learned One, and the Witch.
Ooh.
Those are the things that
Oh.
exist for the Prophet of Darkness.
Yo.
Only 3?
Well, because there are 3 of you.
I'm guessing they correlate to whichever character we had in the first
Yeah,
adventure.
it probably does.
Well,
Ooh.
Because there should have been 4, right? Because there
4,
were 4
yep.
of us to choose from earlier.
Mhm.
no, there were only
Rip
3.
Paul.
Oh,
Paul,
we're there.
you could not choose to be Paul. There were only 3.
Oh, so there was only Bright, Ross, and Harris. Oh,
Interesting.
Only Bright, Ross, and Harris. Only max 3 players.
Oh.
wow.
Gotcha.
Okay.
That's exciting.
That's unusual.
So for
Yeah.
the next
I
the
know,
next
right?
one we would keep the skills that we had in this one and just build
Well,
on them.
there's a little box, and I'm going to read it to you because I feel like we need to do our epilogue to get
Okay.
you all excited. Player characters may carry 2 things from one adventure to the next.
Ooh.
Oh.
Any card they've received and the map of Halaal. When a player has a particular item at the end of an adventure, make a note so you can give him the card or map again, but it's right there.
Mhm.
So, item cards. In this adventure, player characters find a magic lamp and received the matching item card, which you did. If they don't give the lamp to DeVries at the airport, they may carry it to the next adventure because you lied to him and he believed you because you all did really good work.
Hey.
So you have this magic lamp. You have the map of Halaal. The player characters also carry the map of Halaal from adventure to adventure.
Mm.
Well, it did
Okay.
change. So.
In fact, even if a PC destroys or loses the map, it mysteriously returns sometime later, showing up in a
Interesting.
pocket, for example.
I hope it's not a bad map.
So we get to keep 2 of our cards each, and in
No, those
addition,
are
the
item
map of
cards.
Halal.
Item cards. So you get your magic
Oh.
lamp and
Mhm.
right and your poem.
Okay. But nothing that we actually
and-
have. Like, we don't get to carry our photographs of our epic time and the
No.
None of the
Oh.
gold.
Skill
None of
cards.
the.
none of the gold. Could we, however, got them developed in Lisbon and
Yes.
published them somewhere for later us to look at fondly and
Oh.
be like,
Yes.
that's weird. Why do we have deja vu? Yeah. Okay, cool.
But skill cards.
Okay.
Player characters retain skills between adventures.
Okay. That's cool.
So the skills that you have currently,
Uh-huh.
you retain. you will get new skills in the next adventure
Ooh.
because you are now
Yo.
new people, right? In this next
Oh,
adventure.
are we though?
Are you
Are
though?
we though?
Are you? Are you though? The
Are
last
we
thing I
still
need to
going to
tell you.
remember?
Oh,
Will we remember the fun times? Will we remember the good times? Will we remember? I hope he comes back with 2 lipstick marks on his cheek. That's all I want. That's
yes.
just
That'd be amazing.
I will note this because I want you to know to get you hype.
mhm.
Characters who survive an adventure, because you might not, you might
Yeah.
die, can remember everything about it in subsequent adventures.
Yo, okay, cool.
So because none of you died, you remember everything that happened here.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
But you may keep an item you've acquired, and I assume that's going to be your lamp because that's what you have.
Mhm.
And you retain all of your skill cards. Now,
Mhm.
some of those skills may not be useful in some settings, right? For
This is true.
example, a handgun skill may not help you if you go to the ancient past.
It might not,
But
but archaeology would
you-
still be helpful.
yes, but you do have advancement points.
Oh,
All of you get 1 point if you survived the adventure, which you all did, so you get a point.
hey.
Hey.
You also get 2 additional points if you helped obtain the poem card for that adventure, which you did. So all
There
3
was
of
a
you
way
get
we could
3.
not have gotten the poem?
Yes, you could have all died and not been
That is true.
That's fair. That's fair.
right. If you had died, you would not have. You could have not made it to the airport, which probably would
Yeah.
have been you being captured by the Gestapo.
Oh, I've got
Now,
the
Or just not made it before the plane took off.
Yeah,
not
okay.
made it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that absolutely could have happened. So it is entirely possible not to get the poem.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean you won't make it to the next adventure. It just means that you won't make it
Mhm.
well. Mainly because you're going to be in different bodies, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, snip.
Yeah.
I can't wait
Yeah.
to see what our next bodies are like.
But you must spend your 3 points now before we start the next adventure.
Okay.
How does that work?
This is what you can do with them. Because you have to spend them before
Please.
you know what the next adventure is all about.
Uh-huh.
That's
So
fair.
you can buy new skills or upgrade existing skills. So,
Ooh.
and you can buy any skill that originates in an adventure you've already played. In this case, just the ones we're currently in, right? So you have at your disposal.
Mm-hmm.
It costs new skills cost 1 point each,
Mhm.
right? Is what that is, and an
Okay.
upgrade is 2 points raises the skill to 2 stars. 3 points will raise a skill from level 2 to level 3.
Okay, so it's 5 points total to level up to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So we could upgrade one and buy a new skill, basically.
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think
And
that's
the
what I
skills that are
want to do.
available to you are stunt driving, rifle, medicine, handgun, dagger, bargaining, and anthropology archaeology.
So
So
the only new one is dagger.
Yeah,
Who's new?
dagger is
Dagger.
I need some sort of.
I mean,
combat
honestly, I might take dagger too because I did do a surprising amount of shaking.
Yo.
But
Would you two like to add the
I've
new
used the
skill
dagger too, so
Yes,
could
you
you?
have.
So it's how many points again to level up an existing skill?
So if you want to get to level 2, you spend
I-
2 points. And if you want to get to level
Uh-huh.
3, you spend 3. It's
Oh,
2 to get to level
so
2.
I could
and then 3
just
more.
get to level 3 of hand. Oh no,
Mm-mm.
you have to get to 3 to 5 to get to max level. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, buying
one
a
for a brand
skill
new
and
skill.
upgrading one does make sense.
not bad.
But we have to
Hmm.
spend them now.
I want dagger
Mhm.
for sure, And I want to upgrade bargaining.
Okay. All right.
I want to
So
upgrade
let me.
medicine.
That's- I almost thought about taking medicine.
But
But
I'm trying to think about like getting skills or upgrading skills that I used in this adventure.
yeah.
And it was either rifle or medicine. I don't think I tried. Well, I don't know if bargaining would have worked.
I feel like you
Have I
did
used
some.
any?
I will note
Yeah.
that the next adventure has totally different skills.
Interesting.
Yeah, but we're gonna get them on top of what we have.
Yes.
Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna upgrade medicine. I'm not gonna spend anything else. I'm gonna keep my extra
Not a bad
1
idea, too,
XP.
though.
Here's the thing: you can't save them.
Oh, so you gotta
Oh,
spend
take it back. Okay.
Poop.
You
Spend it.
can't save them because you're transforming into new bodies.
This is very Time Stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it
I
is,
will
actually. That's a
buy-
I
great
will
game.
spend 1 point to buy dagger because I did do a lot of shanking off the bat
Yeah.
You did
with a dagger
do a lot
and
of
What
shanking.
if you don't
a
have a
shard of
gun
glass.
nearby? Like,
That's also it too,
Hmm.
because
yeah.
as much as I want to do the medicine or the bargaining or something, I didn't really do that. I kind of just stabbed and nerded. I was like a stabby nerd. I'm Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones and know
A
how to use
stabby
dagger.
nerd.
A stabby nerd. Just a stabby nerd. Which makes me think then that I'm gonna upgrade my anthropology archaeology. I did use it a fair bit, more than I thought I was going to, and it could be helpful. It'll be helpful regardless of time period, honestly, for the most part.
Well, especially
part
if we're
of
looking
me-
into the future. Like,
Yeah,
Oh, I have a
or
question.
even in the past, because I'll know anthropology stuff. So yeah.
Are there rules for helping in this game? Like if 2 people have the same skill, can one of them help another? Because I'd feel right now my problem is I feel bad because buying a new skill, it's either I get daggers and we all have dagger,
Yeah.
but I didn't use any knives, or
Cheers.
I take one skill from someone else, but I feel like it's kind of like, I don't know, copying.
I don't think
So
that'll
if there's
be
a rule for
problem.
no,
hope
but
they
if there's
get
a rule
light.
for helping, I'll get like one where helping someone else might be very useful.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, you know, you did do a little bargaining a little bit. It would make sense for you to take that if you were to have another skill. For Dr. Bright, I think bargaining makes a lot of sense because you did kind of if you're leveling off based off what you kind of did in the adventure. I didn't do any haggling or bargaining. I did stabbing and nerding, and shooting. So that's why I picked dagger and anthropology archaeology level 2.
I'll upgrade medicine. I'll take a point of bargaining.
All right. So now what I will say is, let me get this. Let me get your bargaining. And
just because I feel like if we're going based off of that, you did do some cool smooth talking.
You
at
did.
Some points.
You did.
Yeah.
Now, I do have something that I want to give you. Let me just find it. It's in my. Where did I put it? I put it under. Not under fate resources. I don't think I put it under. Did I put it under UE? I didn't put it under UI. Tokens? No.
I'm just never gonna remember everything. I'm gonna just keep an eye out for a guy with lipstick prints on both his cheeks. I'm like, ew.
No, here's the thing. I have here we go. I'm gonna give you a star. I've got stars, is what I've got.
Cool.
To show our levels.
I just wrote.
Yeah. That's
Oh, hey, level 2 is good too. But I feel like I could just level 2 is actually that's probably the better way to do it. That's probably smart. That's smart. Simon,
I don't know. I
you're
like
brilliant.
the tiny star thing, but
yeah.
I mean, star's a star. Like, let's come on.
Star.
Yeah, you can just copy paste it like indefinitely.
Yep. But first, I want to tint the color because I like the stars being a slightly different color, a little blue maybe could be very nice. There we go. Let me give you some little stars. And
because we did good, so we get a star.
We get a star
Yeah,
sticker.
Right.
and I'm gonna put 2 little stars on the medicine.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, smack
you're
smack.
leveling up. What are you leveling up,
A-
Lindy?
Anthropology, archaeology. Because I did a lot of nerding and I did a lot of stabbing and shooting. But I didn't have stabbing, so I figured I'd take that one and level up my nerding.
And you're going up with bargaining, is that correct? Rocket?
Yes. Yeah, I'm going up
Perfect.
bargaining and I'm taking daggering.
Perfect.
Dagger,
You
dagger.
have leveled up your characters.
Woohoo!
Ta-da!
We got a
Yes!
magic lamp.
I really
You
want to know
have a
who we
magic
are.
lamp,
Cool
a
photos.
bit of a poem, and
Good.
the map of Halal is still on your personages as you take a
Will be
plane
forever.
to Lisbon.
Forever.
My friends, that was the end of the first of the Sandman Map of Halal adventures. This one called
Yo.
The Sandman Comes. And
Yeah,
the
Yeah, he
next
does.
adventure,
he did.
if they're into it, that's really up to them, though,
I'm
does
into it.
involve
I mean,
Yeah, no,
obviously,
it's
I'm
cool.
into
I
it.
like it.
the Prophet of Darkness.
Whoa.
Whoa!
That's
Wow,
a
Let
screaming
us
that's
know.
face.
Just let us know what era to dress for, because we come with bells on.
I will let you know what
Yeah.
era to dress for, but I will tell you what.
But
Just
I want to choose
yeah.
my new
Era.
character now.
No, it's exciting to do it at the beginning of the new one.
Just the beginning. But I will
Yeah,
tell
we're
you
all
that
like,
how are we
oh
gonna
God.
know? How are we gonna know what to dress?
I'll-
Dressed in just in something that could be either learned, witchy,
Witchy,
or
or
Pilgrim.
or the other
So,
way.
Yeah,
a robe.
the
yeah.
reason
I'm getting
why I
robe
can't let you
vibes.
do it now is because of this thing here that says
Don't do it.
transformation. That's all.
Oh,
So you're gonna have a
wait, hold on. Are we magical girls? Do we get a montage where we like spin around with like sparkles and it's like whoosh, 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 except instead of sparkles it's black sand, and it's just whoosh, 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 and then beep,
I'm just telling
and then like
you.
our outfits change and we're like,
Yeah.
oh,
Okay.
Simon hates
would-
this.
I
and
would-
I'm for it.
I would tell you the top because it's pretty exciting. All right, here's the thing. I'll give this to you if you would like it.
Give it to me.
In the opening,
Yes.
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
You are in the plane with Laszlo, just as you were before. 1940s, all of that. Everything's the same,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
right? You're flying to Lisbon.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I'm going to give this to you, the opening, is because you're still in these outfits, and you might want different outfits for later.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? 'Cause you don't stay in these outfits for long. But so you have like the drone of the engine just like lulling you into this sleep.
Mm-hmm.
There's these pockets of turbulence a little bit here and there, and the turbulence sort of like wakes you up.
Yeah.
And you do have the two other passengers, Laszlo and the woman.
Mm-hmm.
And again, they're dressed in this European clothing common to the 1940s.
Yeah.
And they're talking to each other quietly, unaware that you've woken up, all three of you. And outside of the window, there's only fog. You can't see anything. Just
Ravenloft.
fog clutching at the dense, moist clouds. And sometimes like the wing of the plane will break through this fog. And there's the strain on the flaps. And there's also the strain on your inner ears. You can tell the craft is descending. The plane lands. And a crewman enters from the cockpit and says, "This is where you get off to you three." And outside, on the
Does
edge
he
of
have
the
two lip
runway,
prints? I hope not.
no,
Oh, good.
there's a building.
Uh-huh.
And the building is marked Heathrow Airport.
That's not in
And
Lisbon.
Laszlo
Alright.
says, "Enjoy your stay in London."
Well, I never.
I certainly shall, thank you.
And the crewman goes, "Come on now, you don't have much time."
Oh.
And he
Cheerio.
opens the
Certainly. Yes.
aircraft door.
Or is it
And there's a
certainly?
stairwell in place.
Fuck.
you know that you were supposed to go to Portugal, but nobody seems to think this is weird.
Uh-huh. We'll just go with it. Go with it.
And right before you walk out, Laszlo goes, "Oh, one moment," and he hands you something, which I will give you the card when you arrive, when we come back for episode 2. He pulls out an object from his breast pocket and he hands it. He hands it to the doctor because the doctor gave him the satchel.
Yeah.
Fair.
And it's an amulet. A strange amulet. It looks, it's made of like elaborately twisted metal with a single large eye in the center. It sort of looks like this eye with like twisted metal horns coming up and coming down. And he says, "Oh, please do give this to the blind one when you find him. Give it to the one who is truly blind."
That seems like a rude thing to ask.
Uh-huh.
And he hands you this amulet as the door is open and only a thick fog with the building that says Heathrow Airport out there. And they look at you. You leave. I would like to know if you disembark.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
We don't really have much choice, so yes.
I just want
I mean,
to
you could
see, just out of curiosity, is the eye in the amulet like the eye from the Sandman that broke?
Ooh.
It's hard
Did
to
they turn it into
say.
an amulet?
It's hard to say because it's metal.
Mm,
Oh, okay, it's metal on metal on metal. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
it's metal on metal on metal.
It's also kind of insensitive to give a blind person a amulet shaped like an
Well-
eye. I just want to, you know, point
yeah,
out.
it's fine.
You
Unless
could
that's
say
what he's
the one
looking
who is
for.
truly blind, but what does that mean?
Yeah.
And
You
he
can't just
can't be
ask
looking
someone
for
else.
it.
If he's, it depends on what kind of blind. There's partial vision,
I know,
not
I know.
completely blind.
Mhm. So, if you leave, you don't have to leave.
Yeah.
I mean, they say
Yeah,
you
I
have to
leave.
This is
In
your
my-
stop. No.
Got my gold coins, I've got my pottery shards, I've got my lamp and my magic carpet.
No,
Disembark.
all those
What?
things are
No.
gone. All you have is the lamp,
I clutch
the
it
map.
close.
right? Well, all those things you still have them technically for about one more minute.
Yeah, that's fine.
As you,
I take them. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
excited to have them for now. I'm like, "Da-da-da-da-da," and then I'll be like, oh,
as you walk out, you can hear the sound of the plane as the plane takes off again. Didn't refuel,
Wow.
it just sort of takes off, and its engines fade into the fog,
not very
which is
good
even
for it.
denser now. Super dense in the ground. And
Whew.
there's a walkway that leads to the airport terminal.
London weather is so weird.
I don't think I've ever been. I still don't remember. Should we pretend to be British?
Wasn't actually foggy when I was in London.
I mean,
Dude,
why
is
should we
there-
pretend to be British? They're part
That's
of
a
the
great
Allies.
question.
Is there any way we would be able to get a sense from seeing the airport, like decade, time
Oh, yeah.
periods?
Well, it looks like the 1940s.
It does,
You have
okay.
to go
Okay.
inside the terminal to see.
Yeah, let's go
Uh,
inside the terminal. I'm
fair.
sure it's fine.
Is
Goodbye,
it?
magic carpet.
As you walk through the doorway to the terminal, Heathrow Airport, you walk through the door, and on the other side, you
My
see
magic carpet. It's disappearing.
that it is only a flat. You know, like a Hollywood flat. It's a
Oh,
flat.
oh, that
Oh,
kind of.
yes.
Yeah.
We're in
It is-
London.
it
I was
is
like,
that
oh my
kind of-
god, someone's house.
No. It is a flat piece of wood
Set piece.
painted.
Yeah.
It's a
Like
set
a fake
piece.
front. Yeah.
Yes, only the front of the structure is real, nothing else.
Ah,
Heathrow's
is
smaller than I thought it
this?
would be.
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
And
maybe we
as
are
you
in
step through
Lisbon.
the door, on the other side of the door is gently rolling open countryside.
Oh,
Dewy, lush, and green.
Hold the phone. Heathrow Airport, anthropology. Rome was pretty well built up. The Romans had a pretty good with London. Heathrow. How close is Heathrow to London? Shit.
And there's shrubs and
Oh.
small woods dotting the
Oh.
rolling hills. No structures, you see.
Oh.
The fog has dissipated, burned off. And
Turn
the
around
sun
and
is shimmering.
the door is
Oh.
gone.
It is gone.
Oh.
Oh,
It is gone.
Okay.
no. Oh,
Oh,
no.
wow.
We might be. Oh, we're not even in the Renaissance, I don't think. Okay.
I will read this to you. I will give you the actual handout when we start our adventure
Yeah.
too, but I thought you might want to have it. It says right here, that's the old map of Halaal, which you do not need anymore. But oh yeah. Sure.
Mm.
Yeah. So this is weird. It's cool though. Cool. Don't ask me at all. So except for the map of Halal and any magical items you carried, everything you had on the plane has vanished. So you still have the amulet and all the skills from your previous adventures. And this place is so weird. One, would you like? I will give. Who would like the first choice?
Me.
A, B, or C?
Oh no.
I'm gonna
C.
make note of this. C.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read this out to you. I will actually give you the prop later, but I want to scan it and make it pretty. But I will read this out to you. A thick woolen gown, black and hooded, falls from your shoulders until it drags on the ground.
Yeah.
The gown is scratchy, laden with filth,
No.
and severely frayed at the sleeves and hem. But it's
Okay.
warm. And the attire is all that you've got.
Oh.
A patch covers your right eye. Though the eye itself seems perfectly good. Your nose has become extremely long and large, ornamented by a huge wart at the end, from which protrude two coarse, heavy black hairs. The brows above your eyes seem gross and bushy, and the tip of your tongue slips easily into the gap between your front teeth.
Oh shit, you turned British.
Oh
From
no.
was just
all
mean.
appearances,
Dare.
you are a genuine hag.
Yeah.
A medieval witch, perhaps. You
No, I was
are
entering
a
my crone
witch.
phase. Wait, here we go. Hang on.
You are a medieval witch, my friend. Yes. Who is next?
I'll go.
A or B?
I went last time. Oh, A or B. A or B. Let's go with B.
B. A deep scarlet robe made of velvet.
Oh, I like
heavily
this.
Around your shoulders, falling to the ground, covering your expensively ornamented shoes. A mortarboard cap sits upon your head. Beneath the robe, a clean pair of linen breeches and a blouse-like shirt complete your attire. All in all, you wear the garb of a Renaissance scholar. A dagger and scabbard are strapped to the belt that gathers your robe. On the opposite side, a small sack dangles from the belt. A sack contains a fresh hunk of raw meat, which is covered with leeches.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense, but ew.
You are the learned one.
Yucky.
Mhm.
which means
Nice.
I get
Be
to
the
dig my monk outfit from out of storage.
Yes,
Because I
Nice.
have one. I have a historically accurate one.
Nice.
a green hooded robe of coarse wool
Ah, shit, mine's
hangs
black.
loosely.
That's,
Of
it's-
a black hooded robe of coarse wool hangs loosely over your shoulders, falling just below your knees. Tight linen breeches cover your legs, and two badly worn leather shoes with pointy toes cover your feet. These are the clothes of a medieval pilgrim. Perhaps you've become one.
I have
A
a green cloak,
large,
so I'm fine.
gnarled stick appears in your hand, apparently a crude staff of some sort. Strapped to your side is an old, much used, but still serviceable sword in a scabbard. You also carry any magical items gained in the previous adventures and the map of Halal.
Just so you
However-
know, green cloak, a stick, and like you're hitting a lot of my notes.
I got a deep scarlet robe. I love red, and this works.
I
I
feel
think we
like
all picked
Got
very
who you needed to
appropriately.
be.
Yeah,
I think you all got who you needed to be.
we did.
And
It's
with
very
that, my
fitting that I'm
friends-
the learned one after being the nerd in the
Archaeologist.
last one. Yeah.
But we shall end our session. This is where we end. Thank you for staying with us so much. I appreciate it. This was the end of the first adventure. There is another one. I've learned we probably take about 2 sessions for an adventure. And Rissa wants to know, when will the next one be? Well, I have to ask them. We'll find out. We'll have to find out when we do it. But I want to know what you're doing in a medieval era of London. What's going to happen? Who the Prophet of Darkness is? I have questions. Why is there a creepy jester? And will we meet them? The answer is probably yes. Prophet of Darkness. So, thank you everyone for being here. This, by the way, has been such a great joy. I am so excited by this system and by how it works. I love the catastrophic damage. If there's catastrophic damage, you just roll against either 100 or 200, 250%, and you just find out how bad it gets for you. But that's, if you get, set on fire, I suppose, is how that happens. Or, explosions. Not that there'll be any in this one. But, my friends,
You
your bodies
underestimate
have
us.
well, I know. But your bodies have been transformed and you are somewhere else. And I suppose we'll find out if the Sandman is waiting for you here. If you could, please say who you are and where we can find you next. Give some love to someone and say something that you give a thought about this 1985 system. If you would, I would like to start with yes. Yes.
Check Twitter.
Okay. I will.
Like all
I
of
will
you.
check. Okay.
Right
I'm
now.
gonna check.
I'm pulling
checking
it up.
Twitter right now.
Holy
I'm gonna
shit.
do it. Oh my god. Void
Yes.
Smoker.
Void Smoker is not in chat anymore, I think.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. That's amazing. Void Smoker has just made some amazing art, which, by the way, I'm going to be putting in our...
I'll
making a
retweet
new-
it, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's amazing. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. Okay, while I'm
So
stunned with the
cool.
amazingness of
Indiana
that,
Jones.
so cool. Lindy, we're going to have you... No, I had you go first last time. Rocket, we're having you go first this time. Who are you? Where we can find you? Give some love to one of your fellow players. And tell us something about the system and what you anticipate being the hag next time around.
Well, I will be able to truly embrace my real self. I've got all my cats here and everything. Yeah. So, oh my gosh, what a journey. Yeah. So as far as hello, friends. I'm Rocket Fox, your second favorite person again. But you can find me before the holiday and before the ending of the new year, probably nowhere. But after that, as we go into 24, which almost pains me to say, I will be restarting up my shows that I produce over on Cybernation Uncensored. We're going to be having Morning Play Cafe, which is the first and third ? I'm pretty sure it's the first and third Sundays of the month, where you can join me in the morning. We play some nice, relaxing-ish games. And then the last Tuesday of the month, I will bringing you the Monthly Weird, which is your monthly roundup of weird stories from the news, from animal things, crime. And also coming up fairly shortly, I do believe we're going to be starting up with some more Traveler Pirates of Droynax. Super excited, of course, right here. But yeah, to throw out some love, I love how much everyone really like. I think the one thing that really like struck me is how everyone like plays so well together, and by that I mean like in the improv sense, to where it's like, this is a situation where it's more bargaining, so we're going to let Janice take the lead. This is a situation that's more about, looking at old things, we're going to let Margaret take the lead, and this is a situation where somebody needs to get yeeted, we're going to let Dr. Bright take the lead. But like I feel like
Yeah.
a very good like volleying from around and around, which I thought was really cool. Everyone really like brought so much to characters that we came in literally not knowing anything about. And I feel like there was some really good like characterization and really good personality. Again, despite the fact that I did not know anything about these people. So that I thought was super, super cool. Speaking of stuff I like about the game, like we talked about this before, but it feels so ahead of its time. Like this is the kind of thing that had it been released now, I think would have been very popular. Like it's the exact type of thing that especially like playing with the idea of like bringing movies to life, and like that's the exact type of thing that speaks to what people are so into right now. And it also, for anyone who's played it, very much reminds me of Time Stories, the way it's set up, which Time Stories is not an RPG game, but the idea of like
it's
people
so good though.
back in time, and switching bodies and having like these different stories being told. I would be very curious to see if any of the like developers, like there was any crossover, because it so strongly like smacks of that to me. So narrative designer, I don't know what's being said, but I'm super excited to embrace the crone. I'll try and get all the cats to gather around. I'm gonna try and find a nose. I'm very excited about it. So that's me.
Nice. And I love that. I'm gonna now go to Simon, because I updated your wait, let me submit.
Yeah, I was
Updated
just
your
correcting Nightbot because there is a difference, and
Nightbot is fixed. Except that I want to make it a little bit prettier
Well,
for you.
it's
Simon,
just in case someone sees it and thinks that I'm something I'm not.
I mean, you're still amazing. Yes. Simon, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and then say what you think about what's about this system, and what we're looking forward to in medieval Renaissance England.
I mean, okay, so for the love, my two wonderful co-players, because wow, the whole thing was amazing. Rocket, this is the first time we played together, I think, on stream. Did we? No. Yeah, I think it is the first. Because we weren't.
I'm glad I can bring you together.
Yeah, we never crossed paths in City
Yeah,
Light
that's it. In any of them. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed playing with you. That was fucking fun. And wow, words are hard all of a sudden. The game. Love the mechanics. We didn't have the postmortem for One Frightful Night this week because all of my cast is gone. All my playlisters were gone. I would have said that yesterday during the postmortem, so I'll say it tonight. But I'm definitely taking ideas and taking notes from Sandman to apply to Frightful Night.
Nice.
Because it works so well. And I think it brings the idea that you sort of play new characters, but bring in over parts of the older character. I know that in Sandman, it's because we're actually the exact same people, but this sort of like package that you start with like a few skills and also who you are, what you have on your person. Anyway, I think that's very cool. The fact that it's all D100, I like, because it's not complicated. But I guess there's a bunch of tables and a bunch of charts in the background.
But here's the thing, just so
it wouldn't
you
be
know,
an 80s game without a bunch of charts. So,
but here's the thing about that. All of the rules, all of them. Well, there's like the rules in brief. This page here, the back page, but really, the second column doesn't even count. You can put all of the rules on 3 columns. And the only other thing you've got to think about is this one page here, which is just the little damage chart and your movement guide. That's it. So the entirety of the rules in brief are on 3 columns in 1 page. And the actual rule book with like the full on rules where you want to get the whole big thing is this. And
so weird.
Most of it is not the rules. This is the storyteller's guide, which just expands on those 3 pages and does include, for example, how to use dice. If you don't know how to use D10s, they tell you how to do that because it is 1985 and people didn't know yet necessarily. Yeah, basically the entirety of the rules is completely in on 1 to 3 pages, and then 1 page for after like level ups, right? Hey, character advancement, awarding points, character death, improvising a storyline, creating your adventures. All that's on 1 page. And then there's a designer note to let you know what they're thinking. And then there's a little page for the inexperienced role player, like, which has like what's a role-playing game? And here's an example of play. But the entirety of the rules is technically in a 7-page booklet. All of it.
Which if I can poke in real quick, I think that speaks so highly, Trooper, to like you as a GM as well. Like being able to create something so like like you're always amazing at world building and NPCs and all this, but like especially around something where there is such a minimal amount of like rule set and things like that, I think is so cool.
I will note that the adventure booklet, right? The adventure book, which has 4 adventures in it, is 64 pages. And that's 4 adventures total.
So it's like 16 pages per.
Yeah. 16 pages per adventure. The entirety of the rules, including just like designer notes being like, hey, we wanted to make a cool thing. 7 pages. A little quick start, like a little like summarization that's just basically 3-4 pages. And then you've got a cool prop booklet. And just so you want to know, all of that, everything that I had photocopied is just also in the GM screen. So it's all
I really
cool.
I
So
really like
simple.
the setting. Well, not the setting, but the system, the entire game itself. And it's a shame it was published like 2 decades
Too early.
Too early.
And sorry, here you go. Wait. The other thing, of course, that it has
cards
are the prop cards, which I made digital versions of. And there's your
amulet.
That's your amulet right there.
That's some Illuminati shit. Yeah.
It might be. There's a little bit.
I just hope the green bottle's absinthe. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
It's wine.
Oh, it's good too.
It's called Old Hooch, but that's Adventure 3.
Nice. Oh,
you don't need to worry
okay.
about that.
So I mean, what you're saying is we have old hooch to look forward to. Nice.
You do have old hooch to look forward to. I wonder what
Nice.
decade that's from. Anyway, you were saying, Simon. I just find it like I
Yes.
just think it's a joy to GM. They've got great pictograms. Like they
Feels
really
like,
did
yeah.
such a great job.
But the things, yes, where you can find me, kind of like Rocket Nowhere until next year. This was my last stream of the year as a player, but we're picking back up in Montreal by Night on January 8th for season 5, where well, we ended on a massive cliffhanger that I did on purpose last Monday. Y'all see Pope's reaction, but no one knows what I told him. And yeah, we're gonna see the fallout from all of this. Speaking of fallout, you know what? Never mind. But 2024.
Teaser.
Saturdays are going to be still Scion. We're taking a break for the holidays, of course, yada yada. We'll be back. The Scions are now in the underworld. This is the last arc of our campaign, which has lasted for, I don't know, like almost 2 years now. I think it's going to be 2 years in January. My longest campaign to life so far. Yep. And I think that's that. I'm going to do any. There's other stuff, but I can't talk about it.
Who you are, where to find yourself, love and thoughts.
Yeah. And also, you know, Vampire the Masquerade Chapters is on sale on Amazon because apparently my Amazon suggested it to me, and I'm like, wow, you're cute. I have 3 boxes at home. So, but yeah, if you want to grab it, it's, I think it was like 20% off. But also we sent out an update today to our backers that there is a free digital app for the entire game that is coming along. So if you get the game, you might also be able to get in on that. Yeah, that's it. NDAs for everything else. Thank you, Trooper. It was a fantastic game.
This leaves us last but not least with the laughingest, the lovingest, and the lindiest, Laugh of Lindy.
It me, Laugh, Love, Lindy. Last but not least, hi. This was so much fun. And the only problem is that I'm sad that there's only one publication of this with only 4 modules, because so much potential for like just dozens of these. Like they could have just put out little
just
booklets
have to make more.
We will see. We'll just have to do it ourselves. That's all there is to it. Also, I'm super hoping for an enemies to lovers arc. I doubt that's what they have in the book, but you know, I've marked my territory twice. That's all I'm saying. And then I killed him. He should be into. He seems like the guy to do that. You know. Anyways, just establishing dominance. Hi, my love. Aside for the Sandman himself, goes to, of course, my fellow players. I absolutely loved Janice hurling the lighted can of gasoline, missing, but hitting the 4 people in the back we didn't know were there, thus not being surprised by them either. That was just beautiful. Just beautiful. Also, all 3 of us being like, no, take us to the next genie treasure. Wow, like us going along with Ahmed. Fabulous job with Ahmed. Trooper, absolutely loved that.
By the way, it was because you did that you're able to sort of take the magical lamp out, because you had all this fake junk. So like, it was really good. Go ahead.
It was very good. I was like, I think we should just pay the man $30, call it a day. And it was worth it. # worth it. And of course, Simon, I loved Dr. Bright being the one to go back in the car, and me and Janice just keep yelling up at you, and you come back with all of this stuff. That was just a beautiful mental image, wonderfully described. Of course, hanging off the edge of the cliff. Just everything. We were like, teamwork makes the dream work, and we were the dream team, baby. It was delightful, and I can't wait to see.
Dream team. Sorry, go on.
Look, I chose my words specifically for reasons. Teamwork makes the dream work, and we're a dream team. Maybe in more ways than we know. But I'm here for it. I want more. And you can tell I've already got my red velvet on. You said red velvet, and I have this. I'll throw on a puffy shirt. We'll be good. And I'm ready. This was sitting like 3 feet to my left. It's just good.
so
I'm ready. I'm ready. But you can find me online, actually, quite a few places before the new year, because I don't know how to stop. Can't stop, won't stop. You can find me next on Perception Studios channel on Tuesday for our finale of the very small Dragon Age campaign that I ran. There will be dragons and a winter solstice party, so that should be fun. On Wednesday, we will be on Below the Land of Fire. It's going to be it's very exciting. DJ Yakumama is gonna show the next hit music tune, and everything will be fine. And we have a guest. Since this isn't my channel, I don't think any of my players are listening right now, and if so, it's just Nugget, and I know Nugget keep a secret. So, our guest will be Hot Flakes Tom. So that'll be very exciting. It'll be starting 1 hour than usual because Tom's in the UK, so we need him to go to bed before 4 in the morning. So that's the thing. But we'll have a guest next week, and it's gonna be so exciting. Don't think too much about what that means for the players that he'll be guesting. When we last heard that he was on the bottom of the ocean, don't think about it. Don't worry about it. You'll also find me on the 30th on my channel in the afternoon. I believe 2 p.m. Eastern is the time we allotted for a Christmas special on my channel. I try to do them. I forget half the years, but this year I am doing it. And Christmas has become corrupted and it needs to be saved. And they're gonna do it. And I'm sure there'll be nothing terrible along with it, or lots of worms or decay. I wouldn't worry about it. And then on December 31st, you'll be finding me with Trooper on Praxcore. That's before his channel for Carousel Court. What I like about this game, I love it. I love it. I want more. I already made that clear. I want more. Give more. I demand more.
Okay, that's fine. We're on traveler break, so we've got time. So
Yes, we actually do, and that makes me very excited. Actually,
we do have time. We got 100 bits, and I want to read out these 100 bits from Rissa, who's one of our mods, who's lovely, and also my Call of Cthulhu GM, who, is driving us slowly mad. Or we're doing that ourselves. It's very unclear. And who is cheering us for me eating food. So, because I had corn dogs. And I want to thank DJ Hannah Rad and also High Shelf Collective for their raids. Thank you so much. I'm Trooper SJP, and this is when there's this thing you always wanted as a kid, and you're like, I bet if I get as an adult, it'll just be really terrible. I got it, and it was awesome. And I feel like what makes it awesome is also the amazing players that I've had with. So I'm going to start with my love. What a great crew. This is, I could see why this might have been a hard sell in 1985, because you wake up with amnesia and you don't know what your skills are until you try things out. And you have, so the medicine skill that our good doctor has says on it, with the storyteller's discretion, medical skill also enables you to perform functions that any 1985 physician could handle. And you're not in 1985, so that's weird. So like it's a weird thing. And I could imagine some people being like, well, also the players have the characters have hit points, but I track them, right? Like you can guess what they are, right? You can take 2 critical, 2 heavy, 2 medium, 2 light, 2 scratches, and then it's no good for you, right? But if you take more than 2 criticals, you're gonna die. Or maybe. But the GM tracks your hit points for you and just says, hey, you're bleeding a lot, right? Like there's a lot of these ways which, if you're coming from a very traditional AD&D 1985 space, you're like, wait a minute, too much. But not knowing who their characters were until they got into those bodies, these are the best players. They just totally rolled with the punches. They did it. They created really interesting characters. Like I could just see Bright as this sort of like a kind of an Ernest Hemingway kind of action doctor who went off to Spain to fight with the partisans. I can totally see our stunt driver, Janice Harris, who was hanging out in Hollywood. Do you know what I mean? Like, is totally in LA, stunt driving, probably drinks shots in bars and divey bars in 1985, and is like kind of like this like cool badass. I imagine was probably doing stunts for that movie Tank Girl. And then of course we have our amazing Margaret Ross, who is the biggest nerd, right? Who's this super book nerd. And like all of these, Dr. Watson was the inspiration. I see it. And like this crew of people who they didn't know who they were, and their characters didn't know who they were, but they still had you had a sense of who they originally were in there. And I really can't wait to see who those people are now that they are in a medieval era England, right? Like they have new bodies and new skills and new selves, but they're still this person from 85, and who are they going to be? And I think that the skill and the kindness and the grace and the creativity of these players was just a joy to behold, and I really appreciate everybody just rolling with it. And I loved the ways in which you all just went with greatness, great descriptions. You played with it so well. I really like the thing that I like the best about this book. I know this is the weirdest thing to like, but as a GM, this was for me like my greatest love, and I want this for all my games now. Is you probably can't see it as well because of the lights. This pictograph. Each adventure has a one-page pictograph, and this pictograph is a map through the adventure. Right? It starts off in the train, and then all the things that can happen and all the different ways you can go through it. And like if somebody decides to jump from here to here, you know where you are, and it has keys to each sort of scene. So, and this right here, if you don't, this is Casablanca itself. Whoop, here it is. This is the train car. Here's the cave, right? It just has all of the little bits. And so just on having this one page up, no matter what kind of improvisation, if they just go off wild, I was like, well, okay, that means they're probably going to be right about here now. Like it's like the entire adventure in just one page in a pictograph, so that just glancing at it, I can be like, oh, there's a picture of the cave. Cool, I gotcha. And it's how elegant is that? So elegant and lovely. I want to give my love. That's the thing I love the best about this book. Also, I love the props. Just I do love props. How cool is that? It makes it a joy to GM. It was meant to be a game that the players need no prep for, and the GM needs very little prep for. And I think they did a great job of that. And I know that Goblin Games, I think, there's a game company that has bought the rights to all of Pacesetter's stuff. So there is, which is why you can still buy it now on Drive-Thru RPG. So there is a company that holds the rights, and hey, maybe they let us make something with it, because that would be cool. I'd be excited. So that's my joy about that. And I'm Troopersjp. You can find me. The next RPG I'm doing is not this. Oh gosh. It'll be next Friday. Will be the next RPG you can find me in, and that is going to be. I'm going to be doing a going solo. I think. I don't know. I've got a going solo planned, but I never know what's happening with players. We don't know what will happen. I will let you know. And then Saturday the 30th, will be part 2 of Twilight Road, the other game that I ran on the Streamiversary that we wanted to finish. Twilight Road with Pumpkinberry and Marcus Best Kind of Worst, and also Bill the Forest. Will be finishing up this amazing story of us being in a liminal space. So that's all of us. Thank you so much. It'll be a going solo unless it's something with people. You know, if it's something with people, then it'll be that.
There will be
we'll find out.
games.
There will be
There.
games. So thank you. And I want to thank especially Willem TW, who's our sponsor. Thank you so much. And I want to thank everybody who's donated tips and bits. And the time on the 30th, I believe, is 2 p.m. I think it's on the calendar, but if it's not, I'll make sure it is. So, my loves, thank you so much. We did have the main designer did Time Master for Crusader and Goblinoid. Oh, by the way, we have a Patreon. You can go and hang out there, but we also have a Discord. You can hang out and chat with us. And it was either Volpez or Valtiel. I think it might have been Valtiel. Posted a link to an interview with the designers of this game. And so if you want to read that, you can. But we're out of here. Thank you so much, everybody. And we will catch you all on the flip side.